Greetings, brothers and sisters. Okay, be one to everybody. Tonight, okay, we got people requesting to speak already. Hold on, let me monologue a little bit. Let me monologue. Let me give people the backstory. Now, I would encourage if you guys uh can come in and share the space. If everybody can come in and share the space, let me send some of these links out. Give me a few minutes, family. Let me send some of these links out to people because I need people to pull up. I definitely need people to pull up. Hold on. Let me send these links out. Let people know I'm live right now. All right. All right. We're getting more people already. Already we are getting more people in here. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Come in, come in. Let me start off. Let me start off by telling you all a little bit about myself. Let me just start off by telling you all a little bit about myself. I always try to be on like the conscious side due to my parents. I was a bit naive, didn't know really the right direction to go in until I got, and I said this in one of my videos, until I got harassed by the police. And that triggered me to, and the way the police was acting, I thought the police were about to plant drugs on me. And I feel like they still are. They still would have, had I not conducted myself properly. That encouraged me to look into, police brutality and black empowerment. When my mother saw I was into that stuff, she told me about one of my cousins who's into that as well. And one of my cousins sat me down at his house and I watched a movie called Hidden Colors. Hidden Colors 1, okay? Directed by Tariq Nasheed for the first time. After that, I began my awakening journey. I started looking stuff up on YouTube. I didn't know Tariq had a YouTube page in the beginning. I started looking stuff up on YouTube. I found Tariq's page. I was watching it. This was around 2017-ish. I was subscribed to a bunch of different pages on YouTube. And then about 2018, I found Jason Black and Professor Black Truth. After I found Jason Black and Professor Black Truth, and when I call them the big three, when I found those three combined, I feel like that fulfilled my awakening. And that set me on the path that I am today. A lot of the things they said made nothing more than perfect sense. Everything they were saying is like I've been craving to hear that my whole life. I had the B1 means so much to me that I actually got a custom dog tag. And you can see it in my YouTube videos. I had a custom dog tag with B1 on it. And on the black, it says, Black is the future and the future is uncompromising. Okay. And shout out to the Black Authority for that. And I wear this every day. And you guys can see this. And people who know me, have met me personally, they can see this. Okay. That's what it means to me. I can show you guys my cash apps of how many times I've donated to Jason Black or Professor Black Truth. How many things I bought from Tariq Nasheed's business. I can show you the emails of me going to Race War and seeing the day it premiered in Chicago. I can show you those receipts. I can show you receipts from years. This is way before I had a YouTube page. I can show you the receipts for years of me sharing Professor Black Truth and Jason Black and Tariq Nasheed. I can show you that. Okay. I'm not new to this. Everything ever since I got awakened with the new black media, I have done nothing but try to support them to the best of my ability. I made a YouTube channel because there was some people locally around me who needed to be addressed. So I made some points because I knew how to address it and I felt like a video was the easiest way. Then people encouraged me to keep going and doing what I had to do. And I've been talking the same things ever since I started, all the way back in 2020. It's 2022. It's almost about to be 2 years since my YouTube channel started. Okay. I didn't have to clout chase. I did what I did because I felt like this was the best I can do to help my people move forward. Because at the end of the day, that's what I'm here for. That's really all I care about. Throughout the day, that's the biggest thing that I think about throughout the day. Now, some of you all have known me for years. Some of you all have my personal cell phone number, and we've had long conversations. Okay, not even about just Black empowerment, just on personal stuff. Um, so you guys have seen me. You guys know me. When I warned you guys a while ago about new people coming up, and we gotta watch these new people who get put on a pedestal. I feel like last night was a perfect example of that. And then after I explained what happened last night, because the space is over 9 hours long, and certain people might have missed it. But let me get some pretext to it. I was in a space, and if you guys know this person, Vovo, I've known Vovo for a while, way before Vovo was on Twitter. I've known Vovo for a minute. Vovo got on Twitter. Me and Vovo were both in a space with Check. Check was hosting the space. This was after Secure the Tribe rejected Check, and Check was on a rampage talking about Secure the Cult. And I have screenshots of that. Check was going on a rampage about Secure the Tribe, and Vovo was in the space. Vovo got up, Vovo questioned Check, and Check kicked him off. And then me and Vovo talked to each other afterwards. Vovo later on made a space, and I was in the space talking to him. And he was talking about Secure the Cult, which was the title of the space, or something like that, something to that effect. I co-hosted the space. And I disagreed. I felt like right now, if you want to address somebody, you should do it directly, or you should at least, and my biggest thing is your space is not being recorded. You should at least record your space. He didn't want to change the title. He didn't know how to record the space. Eventually I left. I went into that same night, I went into a Secure the Tribe space. And they pretty much put me on quote unquote trial for being off code and being associated with Vovo, someone who dares question Secure the Tribe. And they tried to gaslight me and manipulate me into apologizing for knowing somebody who dislikes them, which is what they do. They get around, there's like 5 or 6 of them. You're the only one who gets a chance to speak. If you say something they dislike, they'll mute you, they'll bash you, they'll give you ad hominems, which means attacking your personal character, and they'll discredit you and slander you. That wasn't able to work with me because, hold on. All right. That wasn't able to work with me because I've been here longer than them. That wasn't able to work with me because people know me and they know where I stand. I stand on my square all the time. You got to stay 10 toes down. And I didn't apologize. I said I wasn't coming at anybody directly, but if you feel that way, then that you just feel that way. There's nothing I can do. They had an issue, and they've been sneak dissing me on the low ever since then. After that, I realized Secure the Tribe is not just a hashtag for all FBA, for all foundational Black Americans. Secure the Tribe is a little group that uses a hashtag, and that group kicks people out the group and brings people in the group based off of who they personally like. After that, I stopped going in their spaces speaking. I would go in their spaces to hear what they had to say, but I stopped speaking in their spaces because I realized at that point in time that Secure the Tribe was not just a hashtag, it was a group. Booby himself, one of the founders of Secure the Tribe in Vovo space, and I'm glad Vovo was in here, Booby told me who are the members of Secure the Tribe. And if you have members, that by definition makes you a group. You can't say you're not a group, but there's members. That's not how that works. I left. Everything was fine since then. I made a space yesterday, and somebody titled, "Are Black people too emotional?" And it was just a question. It was a question that wasn't leading. I want to say it's an open-ended question for anybody to come in and express what they felt about the space, what they felt about the question. People came in for several hours. I started at 6 o'clock. I ended past 3. 9 hours mostly. People came in. It was no problem. Immortal, who has had a problem with the title of different spaces, Immortal came in and said that it was off code and a white supremacist talking point to even ask our people, our black people, too emotional. And he didn't see the logic of it. And when I called him out and I said, the issue with Secure the Tribe is if they dislike something, they feel like they can call it off code as if they determine what the code is. They make the code. I said that there have been spaces, I didn't say this directly, I said there's been spaces that's been unproductive. Booby came in the space being very defensive because Booby knew it applied to him and it applied to a lot of the spaces that he was in. So Booby came up, oh, Dakota's the leader. Dakota's the leader. What are you talking about? Dakota's the leader. So I'm like, oh, Booby, I didn't mention you, but it sounds like hit dogs holler. Booby put his foot in his mouth and he admitted that Secure the Tribe is not B1. Secure the Tribe does not believe in that. Secure the Tribe does not follow Jason or Tariq or Professor Black Truth. He admitted that as well too. I called Booby out because I said, Booby, Tariq has been in your spaces and you've never publicly let Tariq know that you disagreed. You co-sign everything Tariq says when Tariq says that. But then when Tariq leaves, now you're saying things that Tariq has never co-signed, that Tariq doesn't agree with. Because they never liked Tariq, and I have proof of this as well, they never liked Tariq in the first place. They were pretending to, so Tariq would keep coming in his spaces, so they can get that lightning in the bottle space that they had, that 30K space that they were only able to get because of Tariq. That was a one-time miracle space that they were only able to get because of Tariq and other people. It wasn't just Booby, Sonny, and Mel. It was a whole bunch of other. Oh, don't tell me the Jumbotron is back. Oh shit. Oh, this is about to be a good night, y'all. But as let me end this. So I said that it's off code. You guys are not Secure the Tribe is not the code. What they've been doing is anybody who has a smaller profile than them, they say if you say anything against Secure the Tribe, you're a hater. You're a clout chaser and you're a hater if you say anything against me and you have a smaller profile. If you say anything and you don't direct that to them, then it's sneak dissing. What they have done is they have made Secure the Tribe and on code so synonymous that if you criticize anybody from Secure the Tribe, you're automatically off code. And then they're going to make spaces where it's going to be the same 5, 6 people in the spaces, and they're going to go around for hours bashing you and slandering you. They're going to bring you up when you're not around. And then when you do pop up, they're going to say you're being emotional and nobody was mentioning that to you. They've been doing that for several months. I hope you guys have noticed how many people was cool with Secure the Tribe, and then next thing you know, Secure the Tribe has completely dissed them on some personal BS. Personal. Secure the Tribe completely cut ties with people personal. Okay, Secure the Tribe has a worse turnover rate than Amazon at this point. There's people going in and out of Secure the Tribe. They all see this. And the issue is that they admitted that they have a different agenda. They have a different code. Their code is not Black empowerment. They said that Black is not a race. Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, the term I use, are the only people who can be considered Black and nobody else is Black. They said they do not care about global white supremacy. They only care about America and they only care about Black Americans. Now, let me give you my stance because they're out here saying that I am a Pan-Africanist. Let me give you my stance. But before I do, since the Jumbotron is back, let me put something on the Jumbotron. And I posted this earlier today. I've been calling out me. I'll remember specifically, and I'm glad you three are in the room. Me, Vovo, and Dylan have called out Pan-Africanism 9 months ago. This is way before Secure the Tribe was ever a thing. This is actually before a lot of them even made their profiles. A lot of them haven't even made their profiles when I was calling out Pan-Africanism. And they're out here acting as if they're the vanguards of being on code. Shout out to Black Alpha, because I believe that's a term he coined. So they can't get me that way. They can't say I'm off code, because they just established that Secure the Tribe is a group and nobody is above criticism. They're saying I'm a simp. They're saying, oh, I'm just pandering to somebody who doesn't like them. And that's okay. When they're in a space with old ass ladies talking about cold slaw and fried chicken, being vulgar as hell. I don't know if you guys have seen what they call Mama Yaya, Sister Yaya, Grand Wizard Yaya. I don't know why they call her all these nickname Yayas. I don't know if you guys have seen her on her own timeline twerking in a diaper. But yeah, that was something that she did. And she gets up there. They really don't have anything intelligent to say. They just get up there, they start cursing at people. They repeat the same spaces over and over again because they know their numbers are falling off. All day long, they've been making spaces about me, calling my space a struggle space. The space I was in last night has over 2,000 viewers now. They haven't reached that level in months. They haven't reached that level without Tariq Nasheed, to my knowledge. They haven't reached that without Tariq. And they can't reach that without Tariq. Their numbers are falling off. The whole crew needs to pull up for them to get over 100 people in there. Okay, we barely got started 20 minutes ago, and you got almost 100 people in this space. We got to be careful of Cointelpro. These people came out as if they stand for foundational Black Americans and they want the best, they want reparations. And to be honest, I believe that some of them genuinely do. I believe that some of them have been manipulated by new faces that nobody knows of. I don't ever remember seeing Yaya before. She's just this new ass person, and they give her all the credibility in the world. I don't know who Sears, never seen him before. He's just this new person, and he gets all this credibility. To be honest, everybody in Secure the Tribe is brand new. Can't anybody here vouch for them? Okay, they don't be sharing the new Black media. You don't see them in the comment section. You don't see them in the live chat. You guys have known me because I've called Jason Black for years. Okay, I've been calling him since 2018. So you guys have known me since then, even before I had a YouTube page. But they don't even cancel their spaces or end their spaces when Jason or Tariq are live. They'll make spaces while Tariq is in other spaces. They barely even go in Tariq's spaces if they have a space, because they don't like any of them. Now they're making spaces saying that Black America should have two codes. They want their own separate code. How can you be on code as a people if there's two different codes? What does that mean? White supremacy doesn't have two codes. So why should Black empowerment have two codes? Because these people are COINTELPRO. I'm not going to say everybody who uses that hashtag is COINTELPRO. I'm not going to say that. But I am going to say that the hashtag Secure the Tribe has been compromised. And I'm going to let our co-host speak on that. And then we can get to some of the other speakers. And if anybody here, first off, I appreciate everybody who's been in here. If you want to, I encourage you, please share the space. Please share this space, because I want as many people in here as possible. And you can tag people, because I'm mentioning names tonight. We're going to mention names tonight. You don't have to sneak this. I don't do that. I don't do that. So if you want to mention a name, feel free to mention a name. But let's go to our co-host.
Black First, Afro Elite. Black First to Rich, Dallas Dilly, and Vovo, and everybody else listening. Be one to you all. Now, our host here, he's done an extravagant job setting up the platform for this sacrifice that's going to be taking place tonight. You know, So let's just give you some background about what's going on. We hosted a space yesterday, open-ended question, like Afro Elite stated. It was just an open-ended question so we can get some dialogues going amongst the Black community, you know. But eventually, we started having some Secure the Tribe people coming in there with that ratchetness that they're known for, coming in there, knocking the entire discussion on its head. We don't conduct our spaces like that. We like to, be cool, calm, collected, be factual, keep emotions down to a minimum. But of course, they came in there with that ratchet ass, hood rat ass energy. And of course, we were trying to be nice about it. But eventually, of course, they started creating their own rooms, trying to sneak this. And what they didn't know is we've been peeping how they've been moving for a long time now. And we really just to keep the peace, to maintain the peace, because we are Black first over here, and we know that the enemy is white supremacy. We try not to bicker with other victims of white supremacy. That's part of the code. But you would know that if you actually read the works of Neely Fuller Jr., the architect of the code. But one thing about these secure the cults, whatever they are, secure the mice, secure the cult, secure the tribe, whatever they want to call themselves. The thing is, they love to grift off of the B1 community, B1 talking points, B1 verbiage. But the ironic part is they haven't even read any of the works of the architects of the ideology in which we all adhere to. The Neely Fuller Juniors of the world, the Dr. Francis Cress Welsings of the world, the Dr. Claude Andersons of the world, the Dr. John Henry Clarks of the world, so on and so forth. Our great master teachers who laid the foundation for us to not only combat white supremacy, but to dismantle it altogether. Now, and with that being said, these people have been using our words, our verbiage, and everything else. And in fact, like Afro pointed out, brother Tariq Nasheed even shouted them out because, like Tariq, all of us saw that hashtag and we gravitated towards it because we have been focusing on delineation, separating ourselves from everybody else. Because yes, we may be all classified as Black under white supremacy globally. But even with that being said, we still have our own ethnic groups under that umbrella of being called Black. You have some people that are Jamaican. You have some people that are Haitian. You have some people that are Nigerian, Kenyan, so on and so forth, South American, whatever. But for us here in America, for those of us that can trace our lineage back to the killing fields of the American South, we have always been named by other people. Those names includes, but are not limited to, Negro, colored, Black, African American. And lately, African American no longer is exclusive to us. It includes anybody that moves to America or is born in America, despite where their lineage comes from. Same thing with Black, because we were the first people labeled as Black. So what we decided to do was, hey, we're going to just name ourselves, because that's what a power move is, when you name yourself. So Tariq Nasheed, he coined the term foundational Black American. And shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson, because foundational Black American is just an evolution of the term Native Black American that Dr. Claude Anderson has been using for decades now. But again, if you haven't read Dr. Claude Anderson, you wouldn't know that. If you haven't studied Dr. Claude Anderson's lectures, you wouldn't know that. So now we have been identifying ourselves as foundational Black Americans. So really quickly, before we move on, we have to make sure that people understand the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. Me, Nino Black, my ethnicity is foundational Black American on both sides of my family. On both sides of my family, I can trace my lineage back to the killing fields of the American South, the people that are the foundation of this nation. We are the most emulated people on the face of this planet. Folks talk about we have no culture, but guess what? We are the culture. So with that being said, so FBA, Foundational Black American, that's my ethnicity. My race is Black. My nationality is American. But these Secure the Tribe people, they have been now just doing some real agent activity, now trying to say, if you're not FBA, you're not Black. Where the hell they do that at? Where they say that at? Like, where the fuck did that come from? B1 no longer means Black first globally. B1 means Black American first. Again, what the fuck they do that at? Yeah, we focusing on ourselves, but at the end of the day, we as a people are combating white supremacy globally. Yes, we have to make sure our house is in order before we can extend grace and help everybody else outside our home. But we still ain't forget about our cousins down in the Caribbean, our cousins down in Africa, the on cold ones anyway, because there is in fact an issue with off code non-foundational Black Americans. That doesn't go beyond me. I'm not ignorant to that fact. In fact, if you go down my timeline, or if you've been following me for the past damn 10 years I've been on this app, you would know I'm known for calling out off code non-foundational Black Americans, but I'm also known for calling out off code foundational Black Americans. I don't make a distinction. FBA coon and the non-FBA coon, they get treated the same way to me. They both get treated like enemies, because that's what they are. They're enemies of Black empowerment, which is the code as defined by Nelly Fuller Jr., the architect of the ideology in which we all adhere to. And I'm gonna make this real brief because I'm not gonna bogart the floor, and I got a lot to say, and we're gonna cover it all though. But with that being said, I'm just noticing that these people are pulling the same playbook that the ADOS organization has done. The ADOS organization, they came out, they started talking about reparations. They brought it back to the forefront. That's not to say that people weren't talking about reparations prior to them, but they were going hard in the paint for it, which made it a mainstream conversation. I'll give them their props on that. I have issues with the leaders of this group, but I will give the props where props are due. But the problem is, ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery, went from being a lineage to an organization with chapters, to a point where they started trying to tell you, if you don't do what we say, we're going to kick you out. How the fuck do you kick somebody out their lineage? You ain't never heard nobody say, I'm going to kick you out of being Jamaican. I'm going to kick you out of being Haitian. I'm going to kick you out of being Nigerian. You ain't never heard no bullshit like that. And then the other pivot occurred when we started getting to the point when it came down to voting, when we said, hey, we've been voting for the Democrats for 50 plus years now, ain't been getting shit in return. So therefore, and they can't win without us. So what we're going to do is we're going to leverage our votes. Meaning, if they want our support, aka to win an election, they need to bring some tangibles to us, and us specifically, foundational Black Americans. But then this ADOS group hit us with the pivot, talking about some, hey, everybody, you need to vote down ballot Democrat. You don't necessarily have to vote for Joe Biden, but just vote down ballot Democrat. Essentially, just giving the Democrats our vote. The exact thing that we said we didn't want to do. But like I said, they started off talking real good by calling themselves American Descendants of Slaves, talking about reparations, talking about making a delineation of our specific ethnic group from everybody else. They talked real good, but then hit us with the whoop-de-whap, the pivot. And I'm noticing the same thing going on with Secure the Tribe. They started off talking good, got all our support, but then hit us with the pivot. Yvette Carnell, for instance, started talking a lot of shit about the eternal Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, the Queen Mother, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, straight up disrespecting this woman. The woman that they called crazy, but now everything that she said what was going to happen is happening. A real life, she was giving us real life prophecies. And when you disrespect our grandmaster teachers like that, we can't trust you. Because again, you're disrespecting the architects of the foundation in which we are standing upon. And I'm noticing the same thing going on with this Secure the Tribe group. There's members of this group, and they are a group, by the way. It's not just a hashtag. Booby, one of the quote unquote leaders of the group, said it in our recorded space last night. If you don't believe us, just fast forward to about the 6-hour mark. That's where it all begins. He said himself that they are a group. There are members of this group who, in fact, don't even like Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, Professor Black Truth. These same people talking all real good, using our verbiage, but they haven't even read the works of Nelly Fuller Jr., Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Claude Anderson. So with that being said, I'm gonna wrap it up really quickly again, because again, we gonna dig deep into this tonight. But I just wanted to make this point to you so y'all can, so it can be on your mind. You can have it in the back of your head because it's gonna come up again. But I'm gonna go ahead and pass the mic.
If everybody could share the space real quick, we got a great turnout. We only been here for a little bit. We got a long night ahead of us. We got a lot of regulating to do. Shout out to Black Alpha. That's something he says often. But let's go with Rich.
Family, like I always say, if you were dusty before you were B1, you're going to be dusty after. It's the same way if a dude was broke and he ran into some money, he was dusty before, and the only thing that's going to change, he's going to be a dusty dude with money. It's the same thing with this situation here. You got a bunch of hood rats, a bunch of dusty dudes sitting up on the internet. They found something. They found a way of thinking. They found something to leech off of. They found something to sit at the table and talk about. And so they did that. But that does not change the fact that before they found whatever they're talking about, they were dusty. So all the habits that they had before they came together, they still have those same habits. The cursing, the excessive talking, the cutting people off, the twerking. That is hood rat behavior. And we all know what all hood rats do around the world. As soon as they get the opportunity to sabotage something, that's exactly what they do. You tell them go left, they want to go right. You tell them go down, they want to go up. The fact that that man came in here last night and said B1 does not stand for black first all around the world. It only stands for Black American first. That right there should tell you everything you need to know about what's going on over there. The fact that you didn't create the term black first, but you're giving it a new definition, says a lot. The fact that when those three giants, Tariq Nasheed, whether you agree with them or not, they have the largest platforms, Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, and Professor Black Truth. Whether you like them or not, you agree with them or not, they have the largest platform. They speak to the most people. And the fact that you don't even listen to them. He came in here and said that yesterday. He doesn't really follow them like that. But you're taking their terms and you're remixing it. That right there is the definition of being dusty. Because that's exactly what dusty people do. They take from you, they remix your stuff, they don't give you credit, and they run away. That is dusty behavior. Anybody you learn from, you pay respect and homage to, whether you like them or not. I don't like so and so, but guess what? So and so taught me this. You put respect on their name. You don't just run off with somebody's terms or quotes and then pretend like you made it up yourself. There's nothing fly about that. You're a thief. What is so fly about taking somebody's term and not giving them credit for it? And then you coming in here last night having an issue, another one of those roaches who had an issue with the question we were posing. Basically saying we shouldn't be asking if black people are too emotional. Who are you to tell me not to ask questions? Every single person on this earth asks questions. When you need directions to go somewhere, you ask questions. When your child is making noise upstairs, you ask questions. What is your ass doing upstairs? Your doctor asks you questions. This is how he diagnosed you. Your lawyer asks questions. The prosecutor asks questions. The judge asks questions. If your ass is cheating, then your husband gonna ask you questions. Everyone asks questions. This is how you get answers. So the fact that one of these old niggas came in here last night and had a problem with us asking a simple question, are black people too emotional? And by the way, he was from that same crowd, that Secure the Mice crowd. He's from the same crowd. And he had a problem with us asking that question. What does that tell you? So basically what he's saying is we're just supposed to be quiet. Don't say a word. Don't complain about white supremacy. Don't mention white supremacy. Don't ask any questions. Because asking questions is now an issue. So if that don't raise your antennas, I know a lot of you guys are not from the hood. Some of you guys went to school. You guys are scholars. But you got to have some type of hood in you so you could recognize when people are funny money. And to be honest, I actually never even had any altercations with these people before. I never had a conversation with them, don't know them, never had a DM with them. I just recognize when people are funny money very fast. And before this situation even happened, I spoke with the co-host and told them they're funny money over there. So I don't know if you guys have any street smart in you, but I need you to wake that side of you up to see what's going on here. I'll pass it down to the co-host, to the host.
Thank you for that. And before we get to the hands, I want to say this one thing. I want to show I got my laptop next to me. I want to prove a video. This is one clip. The space is 9 hours. I have to review it. This is a video of Nino and Booby going back and forth about the term B1, Black First, because they're trying to remix Black First to being Black America First, or Black is only Black American. So I'm going to show you this clip, and you can check this out on the space last night. If you go to the 7th hour, the 21 minute at the 7th hour. Now listen to this.
Around here talking about something. If you B1 means Black American only, well, brother, that's not what the people who coined the term said it means. So therefore, y'all need to create something else, dog. And that's just a point blank period. Y'all can't be taking terms created by damn Jason Black, Professor Black Truth, and then be trying to remix it for your own, to remix it to mean what you want it to mean. And that's the problem I got with doing that.
Well, okay, here's my thing. Here's my suggestion to it. If we want clarification, and then we got to get to the hands. If we want clarification, Jason Black has 2 programs, one on Saturday and one on Sunday, where he opens up his phone lines and allow anybody to come in. Anybody who has an opinion feeling like B1 means Black America First and Black does not apply to anybody who's not an FBA, you can call Jason and say, Jason, B1 means Black America First. And then we'll see what Jason has to say about it, because he is the one who came up with the term. So if you have an issue with the term and the logic of the term, you should go to Jason directly about that. And then we can hear what Jason has to say. But let's move on to the hands.
Oh, let me on real quick. I want to make clear we don't use B1. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't. It's security trial. We not stamping B1 on our shit like that, bro. So I don't know where y'all get that from. We don't, and that's cool. Listen. Jason is not our listen. No, nobody's the leader of nothing. We don't. Jason is not our leader. Tariq is not our leader. The code is the leader. So, like I said, you don't agree with everything they say.
Y'all not making any sense. Do you understand? Let me. Okay, now I just want to let me just break that down, because it's gonna keep going. It's gonna keep going. But I just wanted you guys to hear that. We said if you had a problem with B1 because they're changing it, why don't you talk to people who coined the term and see if that's what it really means? Because you're not gonna lie to us. And then he can't go to Jason Black, so he's all like, you know what? We don't agree with him like that anyway, and we don't stamp B1. So you heard that out of one of the leaders' mouth. But let's get to the hands. Let's go to Vovo.
Let me say this, right? Secure the Tribe, that's a troll space. I don't know if it's intentional or if it's unintentional, but it's just a troll space. Now, my first time ever on Twitter, I'm talking about literally 2 minutes on Twitter. I went because I've been watching the Twitter spaces on YouTube. And I said, let me try to get on here. Let me see what's going on. I get on Twitter. I go follow Tariq Nasheed, and the thing was lit up saying that he's in the space now. So I clicked on the space. I don't know what this about. I just clicked on it. I don't even know how to work it. I just clicked on it. He was gone by the time I got in there. So I'm listening to what they saying, and they claiming all this Indian heritage and all this type of shit. And I'm like, oh wow. Wow. I'm like, oh wow. I'm like, oh, what's this? Like, so I step up on the stage after about an hour with trying to get on stage, and I get to asking them about this stuff, and they flipped out on me. They flipped out on me. I ain't know you can mute the mic. They threw me off the stage a couple times. They try to say I'm looking at a man's eyes and all types of shit. It was a Latino in there talking about he Native American. So I came to the conclusion. I went back and watched Tariq part when he was in there. I watched it on YouTube, and he was thinking the same thing I'm thinking. They talking all this Indian shit that allow anybody to come in. Anybody. Because the Latino is doing that now. I'm indigenous to the whole North America. So, you know, I'm a part of what y'all doing too. So that's why he got out of there. So I kept trying to go back in and out of there and try to get with it, because I'm taking these people serious. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking like this some intelligent black talk. Like this intelligent people taking them serious. Like, so I'm kept going in there, and I noticed they keep throwing me out every time I question anything. If you can't get questioned about the shit you doing, that's how I know you faking. But at this point, I'm early in the game. I don't know why they keep throwing me out, muting the mic, throwing me out and shit. So I made my own space. This like 3 in the morning. I made my own space. Afro came in there. Afro ain't know what was going on. I don't know. I kind of threw Afro in my bullshit, because I made a space called Fuck Secure the Tribe, hashtag FBA. No, I said no, not Fuck Secure. It was Secure the Tribe is fake, hashtag FBA. They took it as I was saying Secure the Tribe is fake FBA. I worded it wrong, but I was trying to get them in the room so I can question them without them muting my mic. So when I got them in there, I said, explain this shit. Explain how y'all tracing all this. They in there saying that they got lineage going back to Greenland, Iceland, all Mexico, Argentina, all over the whole continent of North America. I'm like, how you figure this out? They talking about they going back to 1426. And the people that saying this is respected in these rooms. Like, they respect these people. Like, they let them just talk nonsense. So I'm like, so one of the ladies that was saying that shit came in there, and I'm like, how you do it? Oh, well, you got to give me your paperwork and I got to do it. I'm like, nah, you ain't doing nothing special. How did you do it? Because you supposed to share the information, right? Ain't we trying to connect with our people? So you ain't nobody with you. You just a talking voice over there with a picture. Like, how you do that? How you do? I went on camera and showed how I trace back my lineage. And then she got to talk about ancestry.com and this space and that. She ain't do nothing special. She was lying. Then I went in there and I was listening, and I'm started seeing what they talking about. They ain't talking about nothing. They in there talking about how drunk they can get and how high they get. And goddamn some lady in there, that old lady, the mother of dragons, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, the mother of dragons in there talking about this pussy and this pussy and this dick and fucked in his ass and all. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, they respecting this lady. They're like, yeah, auntie, that's it right there. She sure will tell them. I'm like, hold on, is these people respected? I'm like, what is this? Like,
that's the big homie of the set, Vovo. If you ain't know, you know they run like they a gang. That's the big.
Yeah, I know now. Right, I ain't know
That's
nothing.
the same one who's twerking in the diaper too, so y'all know.
I'm on Twitter, right? I'm from the hood. So motherfuckers that I hang out with, they ain't really into this type of shit. I'm kind of like the weird one out of my friends. I'm the weird one. I'm the one that's on some some black empowerment shit. I'm the nigga that show up with the motherfucking red, black, and green hat on. I'm on some black empowerment shit. You know, my niggas that I fuck with, you know, they want to get drunk and, you know, party and shit like that, you know, and play cards and shit like that. You know, that's what we do. But I'm the one that's always like, yeah, y'all, we need to be doing this, World War III. You know, that's just what, so it's hard for me to find people that think like that I can bounce an idea off of. So I'm here for intelligent black talk. And I'm thinking, I don't know what's going on. I keep seeing these Twitter spaces on YouTube, and I seen Tyreek was in there. So I'm thinking that these people are intelligent. They sharing some ideas. I'm seeing politicians go like on here and shit. So I'm thinking like, oh yeah, this is some intelligent black talk. So that's what I'm looking for. But then I started noticing that they moving all wrong. This pussy, I'm high as fuck, and this nigga's in the shower. I was in there earlier. This a nigga, he in the shower. While he taking a shower, he can't put the phone down. He can't, and I realized that these niggas some trolls. They is trolls. They not gonna never say nothing smart. And I said this the time before earlier today, because I'm like, I ain't going back in there. That's dumb shit. That ain't nothing. But the time before, I went in there because somebody told me they was mentioning my name. I just wanted to hear what they were saying. I don't even take them serious. But it was like 2 weeks ago, I was in there and they kept cutting my mic off. And I told them, I said, man, y'all gonna do it to yourself. Y'all gonna destroy yourself. And that's what they doing. It ain't nothing intelligent coming out of there. It's they sitting on the phone kicking it with the homies. They ain't saying nothing. Niggas with feathers in their bio and all that, man, I ain't taking none of that shit serious, bro. I'm a real black man. I'm really from this country. Everything that happened bad to black people happened to my family in this country. We ain't never had to celebrate no feathers or none of that type of shit. Nah, I'm not saying that it ain't some black people that grew up like that. That's not what I'm saying. But most black people I know, we ain't never, most of y'all ain't grew up celebrating no Native American heritage. We ain't gotta do that. Yeah, that shit fake. It's just they sitting on there talking. They like Rich said, they found something where they can sit on here and somebody can hear their voice. I don't even think they doing nothing in their regular life. To be honest with you, they on here too much all day, every day, talking about nothing though. They literally just sitting there holding the phone, cracking jokes, talking about I got a class coming up and all this old bullshit. Class on what, nigga? Like, nigga, what are you talking about? They ain't saying nothing. And I'm gonna say this too, right? I was in there earlier and I was listening for about an hour, and they was saying that Afro, you off code because you be in the space with Rich, and Rich ain't foundational Black American. So I guess that's off code. They talked about you like a dog, Rich. They talked about your turtleneck and all types. I'm like, what is this about? Like, what is this about? They on some total bullshit. They on some total bullshit. They in there cracking jokes and all that type of shit. And what I was about to say, they ain't on code because they not gonna never be talking about nothing. They never gonna be talking about nothing real. They never gonna be talking about moving the needle. They just gonna be in there. They just, like I was saying, they caught fire with that big room. And then that's what the same thing make you laugh, make you cry. They caught fire with that big room, and they ain't been saying nothing. They ain't saying nothing. So they got all them people, all them ears in the room. That would have been the perfect time to be saying something real. But they can't say nothing real. So they caught that big room, and now all them ears like, oh, what they saying? They ain't sit there. They talking about what this dick, this pussy. I'm high as fuck, and I'm drunk, and I got drunk, y'all. And then a bunch of motherfuckers gonna hear what they saying and be like, oh, they ain't saying nothing. They ain't saying nothing. That's some goofy shit, and that's what it is. That's a troll space. I had to pull back and realize that I'm gonna close with this. I had to pull back and realize that this is Twitter. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking motherfuckers serious. This Twitter, this is an app that anybody can get on this shit. So all this is that's a troll space. That's what I'm trying to say. That's a troll space. And it's a bunch of motherfuckers on here trolling. Anybody can create a profile and put up a fake pic and just start talking. You know what I'm saying? And they can get outed or whatever, and then create a new profile. This Twitter, that is a troll space. Secure the Tribe is a troll space. I hope I ain't over talking.
Yep. Let me say this. There's one space I was in with Secure the Tribe. I forgot who was hosting it, but it was a Secure the Tribe space. I was in there for a few minutes, and they were talking. I'm not lying to y'all. I think y'all was in there because it was one of the more popular spaces. They were in there talking about do you put sugar in your grits? You put sugar in your grits, or do you put cheese and seasoning in your grits? And I'm like, oh well, my people from the South too, so I understand this debate. That's cool. I leave. I come back 30 minutes later, and they moved the conversation onto coleslaw. I'm like, damn, y'all just been talking about a damn picnic the whole time. I mean, I could see like maybe taking a little break and just making a joke every now and then, but they literally a lot of times they be in there talking about, yeah, and I cook this. Well, I don't really make my spaghetti like that. I like to separate the noodles from the sauce, and then I have the meatballs on the side, and what are y'all doing? And y'all act like y'all represent what being on code means. Another thing with Volvo, what they do is they allow you to become a speaker in their space, but they won't allow you to speak. They'll mute you every 10 seconds. They'll talk over you. The host will let everybody in the room talk over you. They'll skip your hand. They'll kick you down. They'll kick you down and say you left when they really kicked you out. They do this all the time. And then when you make a space, so you can actually have the host be the host, so you won't be kicked out, so you won't be muted. They'll quote the space saying, oh, look at this is clout chasing. You're clout chasing off of Secure the Tribe because we're just so grand and so popular and everybody wants to be like us. We're just the best people ever. Look at everybody clout chasing. My space yesterday, they called me a clout chaser, said I was doing some struggle space. My space now is the most popular space that I see on my timeline. They have a whole nother space calling me saying that I'm a Pan-Africanist, and my space is beating their space right now as we speak. My space from last night has over 2,000 people who listened to it, who tuned into it. They haven't reached that number since Tariq Nasheed, and they're nowhere close, and their numbers keep dropping off. They try to gaslight people by saying if you're smaller than me, then you're just a hater. You're just a clout chaser. But if you say something else, if you make another space, oh, why you bringing up Secure the Tribe? Stay Secure the Tribe out my, and they be going off. Oh, the code is the leader. The code is the leader. The leader. The code is the leader. We FBA. We delineating. Mama Yaya, Grand Wizard, Queen of Dragons. Yeah, and she gets on them with these weird ass names, and you have old ass niggas straight out of retirement, ain't even got their real picture up on there. They talking about, yeah, I just bought a cane. I can barely walk. I don't know, like this question. This is off code because this hurts my feelings. People used to ask me this question all the time when I was in jail.
And by the way, I thanks Volvo for letting me know they was cracking jokes on me, but man, can't nobody that don't take showers, that look like they don't take showers, can crack jokes with me. We can go blow for blow with the jokes because we got Mammy Yaya over there in her 50s on the ground twerking. When you get off the ground and stop,
let me ask you real fast, bro. Is that video still up?
I hope so.
Is it Yaya? Is it Mama Yaya? What's her handle?
It's Grand Wizard Yaya.
Grand Wizard. All right, I'm about to go
but me personally.
No, that's not.
No.
Oh.
But me personally, I like to call her Mammy Yaya because I see a lot of those buck broken dudes over there call her Auntie Yaya and Mama Yaya. Grown ass men calling a 53-year-old woman with grandkids auntie and mommy yaya. But I mean, me personally, I just like to say mammy yaya with the MAMMY. Mammy yaya.
Really quickly, brother.
Mam.
Really quickly, can y'all hear me? Because Twitter, I think we upset somebody over there on Twitter, or we getting reported because they keep kicking me out and wouldn't let me unmute my mic. But if y'all can hear me, I want y'all to.
I can hear you fine.
All right, I want to direct everybody's attention to the first two slides on the jumbotron. That's one of the dons of the Secure the Tribe Mafia. When you see Big Mama Yaya right there, that's usually the man right there on the right. He's one of the dons of the Secure the Tribe Mafia. These are the type motherfuckers walking around here acting like they are the spokespeople of the people. These are the type niggas that people are holding in high regard. Look at that nigga mouth. Look at that nigga mouth. This nigga, look in the first slide and look in the second slide. That video was taken in the same week. How does that nigga got 4 less teeth in one picture than he do in the other in the same week?
He was eating that coleslaw.
Man,
that's what happened. He was eating that coleslaw and lost some teeth.
Man, that nigga was eating rocks. This nigga got rabbit teeth, man. These the type motherfuckers that's walking around here acting like they are the spokespeople of the black grassroots. Ask these motherfuckers what's the last book they read. Big Mama Yaya, the last book she read was probably a Gent magazine. And I don't even think they make those in print no more. So let's just tell you, having the last time they read. Last book this nigga read, I don't even want to get into it. This nigga was probably reading goddamn how to cook that coke, how to cook that thing just right on Reddit somewhere. Cause that nigga obviously got a drug problem. Anybody that call themselves B1 know that we got to conduct ourselves in a certain manner. We got to look a certain way. We got to carry ourselves a certain way. That's not to say we perfect by any means. That's not to say we perfect by any means. I like a little ignorant shit too, but there's a time and place for that shit. You're not gonna see me.
He probably was on the reservation, bro. He probably lived on the reservation somewhere in the woods.
Man, that nigga was the janitor of the reservation. He clock in and out every time he goes to the reservation. Them niggas didn't accept him. These are the motherfuckers that's being held in high regard over there at Secure the Tribe. 53-year-old women twerking in the pens, crackheads telling their kids, say, fuck them niggas. Somebody need to really call CPS on that nigga if you want to keep it a buck, but I ain't even going to go there right now. These are the type niggas running around here that these motherfuckers are worshiping, hero worshiping. Like I say, over here in the B1 space, you see, we carry ourselves a certain way. All these brothers over here that call themselves B1, we clean. We look like we brush our teeth before we hop on a damn Twitter space in the morning. Which is another random mind. These niggas inviting me to their Twitter space to try to get them to trap me on their Twitter space. Nigga, why are y'all on the Twitter space at damn 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning on a Thursday? Y'all ain't got no money to make?
All day. They don't be on there for out all day. I got bills. Maybe I'm just too much of an adult. I have bills I have to pay. I can't be on online all day. I just don't get that.
Them unemployment checks probably real nice. That disability check is hitting. Like I said, those of us that call ourselves B1, we know we got to carry ourselves with a certain decorum. We not out here having fucking play church on Twitter spaces talking about dumb shit. Do y'all not realize what the fuck is going on in the world? White supremacy ain't playing with us. And these niggas over here just doing dumb nigga shit. Unproductive ass shit. But I can't even get mad because these niggas always want to talk about what's on code, what's off code, what's on code, what's off code. Well, according to Booby, one of the leaders, and another thing, what man calls himself Booby?
No, brother, I think no. I think it's Bucci, not Booby. Bucci.
That's even worse. At least as a man, I can understand if you like titties. This man called himself Booby. Like I said, these niggas, they talking about what's on code and what's off code, but they don't even know the code. I asked Booby straight up, do you know the code for you to be talking about what's on code and what's not? He couldn't even tell me what the code was as defined by Neely Fuller Jr. But these are the motherfuckers that y'all want to run up behind? These the cool kids table y'all want to sit at? We don't give a fuck about clout over here. That's what y'all don't understand. That's why I can talk reckless the way I do. Because I don't give a fuck about clout. You're not going to pull something up and see me try to backtrack on something that I said in the past because I'm saying 10 toes down on everything that I said. When you the same person online and off, you ain't got to worry about your spaces being recorded.
This is why they don't have any receipts on me, because I prefer to be recorded. I want to be recorded, and I record everything that I do. So I don't switch up, because I record every single space that I host. Every space I host, I record, and I put it on YouTube.
Listen, I love my people. I love my people. Like I said, I'm a foundation of Black American on both sides of my family. I could trace my lineage down to the killing fields of the American South. I prioritize my home before trying to take care of my cousins and my aunties. So damn right, yeah, I'm going to delineate myself from everybody else that's classified as Black. But at the end of the day, that's still my people. These niggas on some Cointelpro extremist shit. If you not FBA, it's fuck you. Okay, so does that mean we saying fuck Malcolm X, who was only half FBA? Are we saying fuck Nipsey Hussle, who was only half FBA? Are we saying fuck Farrakhan? These niggas just be talking. I don't even think they know these niggas' lineage. I love my people. I really do. One thing really quick, I'm gonna land it here. I love my people, y'all. I love my people. But we can't let our stupid be the loudest people out of all of us. And I'm gonna land it there.
Okay, thank you.
Is that a exclusive right there, Afro, that you got for us?
Yeah. If y'all see it in the Jumbotron, there it is. That's the grandmother Yaya. Have you guys seen the Alien movie? And you guys know how it's the alien mother who gives birth to all the eggs, and they all worship the mother. That's kind of the vibe I get from Yaya. It seems like, if you guys seen that Alien movie, it's like she hatches all of these Secure the Tribe eggs, and they worship her. That's why they're like Mother Yaya. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But let's go to the hands, because there's some people I know definitely want to say a few things about this.
But before
Really?
that, though, let me just clarify what we're seeing in the Jumbotron. We're seeing a 53-year-old grandmother and mother twerking, ladies and gentlemen.
It depends.
Not a 27-year-old, not a 25-year-old, a 53-year-old grandmother, and this is the leader of quote unquote Secure the Tribe, and this is who we're supposed to take answers and questions from, ladies and gentlemen.
Shawty got her knees wrapped up like D-Rose after tearing both his knees, ACLs.
She put on that super exorbitant pack, and she was all like, I can dance in this. I ain't gonna leak no more.
We solid over here, y'all. Like I said, I've seen this happen way too many times with these different groups of people. Just the same way that the ADOS organization was talking real good and gathered us all to support them because we thought it was based on lineage and nothing else, and they tried to pivot on us, turn it into a damn democratic LGBT group. This same thing is happening with this damn Secure Tribe bullshit. We thought it was about lineage, and they turning this into a goddamn. I don't even know what kind of damn organization this is. It's like I don't even want to get into the details. But the point being, listen, mark my words. This is being recorded. Mark my words. They're going to implode. They're going to all start infighting with one another. It's already started. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, let's move to our brother Dylan. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
All right, it was good with y'all people. Y'all can hear me good?
B1, brother. B1.
B1, most definitely. Yeah, I'm enjoying this real quick. Before I get to anything, we got to get back on this nigga teeth real quick. What the hell is going on with this nigga teeth? This nigga look like he been eating bricks and briskets all his life. The hell wrong with him? And secondly, what the hell? A 53-year-old woman twerking? Stop, girl. You gonna break your back doing this shit. Don't do that. Don't do that. And thirdly, I had to get that out the way. But like I was saying, yeah, we got to be careful about some of these niggas that we let in to our chats and whatnot, because this nigga with 6 teeth and whatnot, he does not conduct himself in a proper manner. Us B1 family, we conduct ourselves in the proper manner. We over here got straight teeth. We all over here good looking and whatnot. That nigga look like Snoop Dogg if Snoop Dogg been doing crack for about 9 years. And that nigga look like Snoop Cat. That ain't even Snoop Dogg. That's Snoop Cat. So Yeah, but anyways, yeah. So so basically, yeah, we got to be careful on who we let in and whatnot because they'll switch on you just like that. I've said this before, like they'll be like, oh yeah, we gotta stick together, we gotta do this, we gotta do that. But then a second later they be like, oh man, if they but B1, we the only black first. The other niggas they could do something else. We don't care about the outside world and whatnot. And okay, I understand that, you know, as FBAs, we got to do what we got to do in this country. That don't mean I'm not concerned on what's going on outside of the United States with the brothers and sisters that's going on in Africa and the Caribbean and whatnot. The on cold ones. I'm not talking about the coon ass niggas, the Afro-coons and whatnot. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the ones that's on cold and are down with the black empowerment. So, and another thing too, so Vovo, they over here talking shit about you behind your back. That's a bitch move, man. If they was gonna say something, they could have at least said it to, well, not say it to your face, but at least say it to you so you can hear it. And then they over here muting you and whatnot whenever you try to speak. See, they'll try to do, see, this is what they'll do. They'll if you don't agree with what they say, even for just 1 second, they gonna mute you and kick you off. They be like, oh shit. Well, since he don't agree with me, I'ma just talk shit about him and whatnot. And on top of that, don't get me wrong, there's a time for fun and games and whatnot. I literally started my thing with a joke and whatnot. But there's a time for that, and there's another time that you need to be, you know, it's all about business and whatnot. And right now we're all about business. And these dudes over here talking about some bullshit that you could have did that on the phone privately. That didn't need to be recorded and whatnot. And yeah, nah, man, these niggas sound like some coons to me. I've been on Coons Gotta Go. It don't matter where they from. They could be from the US or Africa or wherever. You know, a coon nigga is a coon nigga, and they are the enemy. They are just as bad as the white supremacists. So, yeah, that's all I got to say. Um, yeah, y'all go
Well,
ahead.
thank Dylan. You had me crying. I had to mute myself because I was hollering. You called this man street cat. Man. I'm just gonna say this: if you have more fingers than you have teeth, I don't know if you really need to be representing.
And by the way, all the co-hosts over here, we all look like we take showers, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we look like we take showers over here every morning and every night.
Man, y'all better be careful though. Y'all gotta be careful, man, because that nigga got that zombie mouth. He fuck around and bite one of y'all niggas, and y'all niggas be on the one.
Nah, real talk. Though. I said that earlier. Nigga, he bites you, you turn it.
Yeah, you gonna turn. Hell yeah.
Put 2 in the head after that nigga bite me. Real talk. Don't waste no time.
Yeah, just kill me. Kill me.
No, try to wait till I turn though. Try to cut my arm off or something. Don't just wait till I turn. I still might got a chance.
And straight up though, real quick, I'm gonna head over to Afro. I just want to make an announcement. If y'all coming in here on y'all burner account security trial, motherfuckers, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm looking at y'all requesting to come up here with 1 follower and hella gay porn in your likes. Please don't do that. If you're gonna come on your real accounts. Let me just make that announcement real quick. Because I know y'all in here listening. If you ain't noticed, ain't none of us join y'all spaces because we don't give a fuck what y'all got to say. You ain't saying nothing of any substance. We already know how hood rats operate.
Well, if they're listening, I want to let them know. Go take a damn shower. Get off the Twitter space right now and take your ass in the shower. Right now.
How hard is it to floss when you only got 3 teeth?
And
then they spaced out.
How is it that Vovo, you hearing them taking showers while they own the space, but they always dirty? You know, showers don't work that well without soap. You need that too. That's very important. Let's get to Divine. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you so much for letting me speak, Afro. And what's up, Nino? Thank you. And before I get into it, I would just like to kindly ask you, Afro, can there be no interruptions?
All right, go. Don't monologue, but go ahead.
No, nigga, this our room. Listen, if you talking crazy, I'm gonna cut you off. I'll let you know. So go ahead.
I'm not going to talk.
I'll let them get like a couple minutes, but that's why I said don't. If you going on 10, 15 minutes now, we're not doing that. And if you say something crazy and disrespectful, then it's gonna be a problem. But go ahead, express yourself.
Never that. I like to.
I already heard you're from the No Shower crew, so you're already on my radars. But go ahead, brother.
Sure. Okay. So yeah, I just want to clear up some things that I feel I heard that was very disingenuous. First being that there's no productive secure the tribe spaces. Crystal, or people like Crystal, people like Cherie, they host genealogy classes for people that are not as good as it, and they help people find.
We talk about Cherie with the white husband. I just want to clarify. Is that the one we talking about? The one that got
You
knocked
talking
up?
about Crystal, the one who got kicked out of Secure the Tribe too? Is that the same Crystal, or is there another Crystal?
Just trying to make sure, bro. We trying to get clarity before you move on to your point. That's all. You go ahead and speak.
Hey, listen, this is Twitter. I haven't met anybody in here in real life. I don't know if Cherie has a white husband. If y'all know that, then that's something that's new to me. And I do believe I haven't seen Crystal in the Secure the Tribe recently, so I did think I hear something happen there. But hey, I can't speak on that personally. I'm just going to speak on what I feel I know. Once again, Cherie hosts genealogy classes. Okay, Marcel for Congress, Secure the Tribe as.
Yeah, you're not gonna use Marcel. You're not gonna use Marcel, man.
Marcel ain't Secure the Tribe, bro. Like we said, we all thought that was a hashtag. So let make that very known. I used to use the ADOS hashtag too until they announced that it was a fucking organization with fucking membership dues and all types of bullshit. So let's be very clear. Just because somebody uses the Secure the Tribe hashtag does not make them part of that group. A lot of people use that group because we just like, hey, we focusing on our lineage and we want to secure that shit. That's how a lot of us thought initially. But now that we know that is a damn group, nah, bro. That's why a lot of people falling back from that shit. So don't try to sit
Let's
here
let
and
them
claim
cook.
Marcel.
Let's let them cook so we can get to the hands. Let's let them do it.
You right.
My brothers, y'all had a space about being too emotional last night. I'm talking respectfully. I'm not using no cuss words. I'm not yelling. Please just let me finish my point. So once again, Marcel for Congress, Secure the Tribe has backed him heavy. Marcel is not Secure the Tribe. I did not say that, but you will notice him in a lot of our spaces, and we are supporting him fully. Okay, and then once again, going back to Sister Cherie, she has hosted spaces lasting for hours dealing with the reparation situation out in California. Okay, and then
sitting with her phone next to the computer, watching something that we all could pull up. Yes.
Hold on. Let's let them cook. Let's let them cook.
All right, and then speaking of that, y'all have a video of Sister Yaya out there having some fun doing twerking or whatever. That's my first time seeing it. But also, if you can find that video, it won't be hard to find videos of Yaya on vacation with her family, her daughter and her grandchildren. Speaking respectfully, it won't be hard for you to find video of Yaya at the reparations meeting, going off, listing off her genealogy and her heritage respectfully and logically. Okay, and then not to mention you have people like Seer of Saturn who hosts spaces about things like powernomics. You have KD who single-handedly started the Save Mason, Tennessee movement. Okay, and she also hosts book readings, and she also helps with genealogy. So
wrap it up, brother.
That's very emotional, Nino. Chill, bro.
No, I'm gonna let's because you've been going. So we got to get to the hands. So I'm gonna let you land.
Yo, y'all just went on a joking rant longer than anything I
No,
just.
no,
Nigga,
I'm gonna let you go ahead.
Space,
I'm gonna let you
brother.
go ahead.
You
I'm gonna let
like
you go ahead.
create your own space.
Oh, I'm gonna let because there ain't gonna be no people in his space. Let's let him go ahead. And then I have something to say. I have something to say about after you have just me and you on a one-on-one. You can go ahead, finish your point, but let's not monologue.
Niggas reading power numbers for the first time, and that's an accomplishment.
Let's go ahead.
All right. So, anyways, what I want to say is that I feel like it's very disingenuous to say that Secure the Tribe doesn't have productive spaces. There has been hell of a lot of productive Secure the Tribe spaces. And then, Vovo also mentioned, Tariq came in and he wasn't taking him seriously. Now, I know there's times where, Tariq doesn't like to go into plebiscite talk as he says it, but Tariq takes Secure the Tribe seriously. He has came into the space himself to thank Sister Cherie and KD for what they did for the reparations in California talk, making sure...
Like he thanked Yvette Carnell at one point, too.
Nino, my brother, right. I know you passionate. Let's let him go.
This nigga babbling, bro.
Let's let him go.
Like what I'm saying. Okay, that's very emotional. But anyways, once again, he's came into the space himself to thank Sister Cherie and KD, acknowledging them. Okay, that's not the only Secure the Tribe space he's been in as well. And then you have Vovo, joking and being disrespectful to, foundational Black Americans who are doing their genealogy and finding American Indian heritage, but mentioning Tariq not taking us seriously when Tariq has the Maroon miniseries coming out later this year, which is dealing with the foundational Black Americans with American Indian heritage who were Maroon warriors. So you contradicted yourself on...
Real fast. What jokes did I make?
Bro, the space is recorded. It only happened about...
No. Hold on. I want to hear it because it's going to be a one-on-one with me and him real quick. Let's let him finish. Because I don't want nobody saying I don't let people finish their point. So let's let him finish his point.
And I appreciate that. And, it was just very disingenuous and disrespectful. And then you have a certain person down in the listener session who was keying at that, who is a heavy American Indian herself, who has been in Shandor spaces, who has been in Crystal spaces, repping for, the American Indian heritage. And so sit there and laugh at that, that's just that vendetta, on how things...
Okay, brother. I got you. Now let me address this. Earlier in this very space, I said that all of the Secure the Tribe spaces are not unproductive. I said that. I said I have an issue with some of the ideologies that I'm seeing coming out of the space. Not every single space, but there's ideology that is pushed by certain people in the Secure the Tribe group. And then the rest of the Secure the Tribe group does not do anything to regulate that ideology. And that's a very dangerous ideology. I will always give credit where credit is due. You guys know I've gotten into it with Yvette Carnell and Antonio. They both blocked me. And I will give them credit where credit is due for what they did to push reparations. I will give everybody their credit for what is due. Okay. But to say that their spaces are productive, Vovo, way before spaces was a thing, Vovo has done his lineage before people was doing it on spaces. Vovo has done that publicly so that's been done. You talking about book readings? First off, Secure the Tribe's been out for a few months. The book readings have not been out that long, and that's not most of the spaces either. When we were talking about Neely Fuller Jr., we've read these books. We've studied these people. Those people do not get quoted in the spaces. We're talking about the fact that it's a lot of drama going on. So see, the issue that we're having is that you're nitpicking the productive spaces and you're trying to use that to shadow the unproductive and very dangerous spaces that goes on. The very, as you guys would call it, off code spaces. We're not going to do that because that dodges accountability. I didn't say that nobody in there is productive. I didn't say that nobody in there is smart or nobody in there is doing anything for Black empowerment. I'm saying that there is an ideology that is pushed in that group and everybody is either too scared to call it out because they know they're going to get kicked out. You mentioned Crystal. Crystal got kicked out of Secure the Tribe. Okay.
FBA
so if you FBA got us too, and everything was cool till a personal beef happened, and I got a whole bunch of people, a long laundry list of people who say, yeah, I was cool with them. Then a personal beef happened. Then they kicked me out. They stopped letting me become a speaker. They stopped letting me become a co-host. Trust, there's receipts on this. This has been going on for a while now. So come on, brother. We're not gonna lie. Brother, and to say it's unproductive, no. There's a lot of spaces. You can't say that all the spaces are productive. We're giving you spaces that's not. Brother, we're giving you spaces.
You're
I
asking
just earlier in the space, I showed a tweet from Booby where Booby says he's trying to manipulate the black first term to meaning FBA first. He's not saying FBA first, he's saying black first because he already knows that's a popular term, but he's trying to remix that. Booby out of his own mouth said that in the space that's recorded.
And really quickly, Afro, let me just address some things that he said. For one, I said repeatedly in the space last night that we held that not everybody in the that uses that hashtag is a bad person. Not everybody that used that hashtag got 3 teeth in their mouth. Not everybody that used that hashtag is dirty. Not everybody that used that hashtag is dumb. In fact, there's some great people that use that hashtag, like Sister Katie that you named. For instance, I have nothing but love from Katie from everything that I've seen of her. So let's just be very clear. I got an issue for specific people doing specific things. And unfortunately, when you call them out, they try to hide behind the rest of the group. The same way LGBT people do. The same way some LGBT people do. The minute you call an off-code LGBT person out, oh, you just homophobic. You hate all LGBT people. No, I just don't like your coon ass. Same thing with feminists. A woman may be doing some bullshit, some off-code shit. You call her out on it. Oh, you must hate all women. That's exactly how them niggas moving with that security tribe shit. Hey man, I'm noticing that you're doing X, Y, and Z, and that's real funny style. Oh, you just hating on security tribe. Nigga, everybody in security tribe ain't doing that bullshit. So let's make that very clear.
I name dropped quite a few people. And then you bringing up names of people who have nobody's mentioned before. Because, if you attack one, we're going to say that it's the whole group, and you can't attack the whole group. That's what you guys have been doing for months to dodge accountability. And you guys don't want to hold each other accountable until you get into personal issues, personal beef, just like Yaya and FBA God has got into personal issues and personal beef. And now y'all want to call each other out. Now y'all want to hold each other accountable.
Can I say something real fast? Because he called my name personally, talking about I'm making jokes and all that. I want to know what jokes did I make. My whole issue with them was they talking all this big Indian, big dog Indian, big super Indian shit, and I'm saying prove it. Because if we talking about reparations, you gonna have to prove it anyway. It ain't gonna be my grandmother said or no shit like that. I'm trying to figure out how you came to this conclusion to the point to where you putting feathers in your bio and you this super big Indian now and all that. You gonna have to prove that. You gonna have government documentations. I went to one of them classes that Crystal had. Crystal talking about she can trace her lineage back to the 1400s. I went in there because I'm really am interested in that. How did you do it? And she wasn't saying nothing. She wasn't saying nothing. So let me land right here. Don't just teach a class on Twitter. Do a tutorial like I did.
And really quickly, big brother Vovo, I just wanted to clarify. Me and Vovo even had this conversation in my space that was titled, should Black Americans acknowledge Native ancestry? I have traceable Native ancestry. So I'm not even denying the fact that we have Native ancestry. What brother Vovo is saying is, if you're gonna be running around calling yourself an Indian, that means you're forgetting everything else that makes you FBA in the first place. Because FBA, we are an amalgamation of various different ethnic groups. We consist of Native Americans that was classified as Negro/Black and enslaved. We consist of enslaved Africans that was brought over here. So foundational Black American, by definition, is including that Native ancestry. But to sit here and call yourself all the way Native American or all the way Indian is just as foolish as you calling yourself all the way African.
Thank you. Thank you, bro. I can't speak as well as you. Thank you, bro. You look like a culture vulture when you're doing that. Thank you, though, bro. I appreciate that.
Let's get to, because I want to hear what Cherie has to say.
I just want to know, does any of the
really quickly, Mr. Reed, you asked me a question last night, and I'm gonna let you go uninterrupted because I want to hear what you got to say. You left the room early last night. You stated yesterday, you was questioning whether I was FBA or not. I'm FBA on both sides, ma'am. And I got a question for you. Do you have a white baby daddy?
And before she answers, let me get my Tylenol and my water right now because my IQ is about to drop. So let me get that real quick.
Because you was talking cash shit in space last night. I got the screen recording of it on my page, and I asked you that on the timeline. You never responded. So I was going to make, since you're here in front of everybody, you asked me, you kind of insinuate I wasn't FBA, even though I posted all pictures of all my family on both sides. So to answer your question, yes, I'm FBA. And I got a question to you. Do you have a white baby father? And after that, I'm going to let you answer that question and continue your point, ma'am, uninterrupted.
Are you sure?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. I don't have a baby father. I have an ex-husband though. Yes, and he is white. And I got divorced before I even knew anything about reparations or any of that shit. And the weird thing is, how would you even know that as a grown ass man? I ain't never met you. I ain't never even been in any type of space with you. Don't man me, because your turtleneck is giving me weird vibes. But what I'm saying is,
I just
why are
want to
you
know.
even concerned about who I ever was married to, who my
ma'am.
children are fathered by?
Okay, ma'am.
No. Didn't you just say,
ma'am? See, this is why I said I was gonna go get my water and my Tylenol, because I know once this woman right here this bed wench start speaking, my IQ is gonna go down. Go ahead, ma'am.
Why don't you hold on? Since
just the
that
last?
question was
Nah, because
asked,
I'm
why don't you go to saying what you wanted to say when you first came into space? You started off with, "I just want to know." So you was gonna ask a question. What was your question that you wanted to
if
ask?
y'all keep how you gonna ask? Y'all keep muting. This is so fucking weird. Like,
Y'all
first
do
of
that
all,
over
I
there
got
though.
3
Okay,
Y'all do
come
grown
that over
on.
men
there.
sitting up
Now you
here
know
So ask.
how it feels.
questioning. Okay,
Hold on,
what
everybody.
happened to
Let her speak.
uninterrupted? Can I
Let her
fucking
speak.
get a sentence out? Because what is really odd to me, because I don't argue with men. I don't go back and forth. That's why I left the space. And I asked you a question, Mr. Damn. I asked you, I didn't insinuate anything. I asked you a direct question, and I didn't wait for the answer. Because as much as the conversation was about being emotional, it seemed like it was a lot of emotions running high up in there last night. And I don't argue with men. So I excused myself. But I'm here right now because I really want to know why anybody is asking about who the fuck my ex-husband is. And I've been divorced for 4 years. So how would you even come across that information? And why does that matter to you? Because I'm sure the person you got it from is married to a white bitch right now. Why you sitting here questioning me about what I did 4 years ago?
Do you talk to your white
Hold
baby
on.
daddy like this?
Fuck
Do
out
you
of here.
talk to your white baby daddy like
Of
this?
course not. Of course not. But let me answer her question. Because again, we have been muting her. We have been interrupting her. And I did specify I want her to speak uninterrupted. So how I came across the information, ma'am, I'm cool with various people. That's what happens when you don't isolate people by saying everybody that ain't me is my enemy. So I have people that's in various different groups from various different backgrounds. And you said married to a white bitch. The person that I got the information from ain't even a man. So let's not even do that. And you asked me a question, but you didn't wait on the answer. So why even ask it in the first place? And I asked if you got a white husband, not because part of the issue I have with the people using the Secure the Tribe hashtag is y'all running around calling yourselves B1. How you B1, but you got white dick in you? How you black first but got white dick in you? Y'all talking about you ain't B1 if you're not FBA, but shit, y'all went all the way to the white man. So that's why I asked that. I hope that cleared up any type of confusion.
And she did. And the thing is, and what I don't like is that they make a whole bunch of unrecorded spaces that, or what they think are unrecorded spaces, and they say things, and then they get on recorded spaces and say they don't say that. In the unrecorded space, she did heavily imply, and I sent Nino that clip. She heavily implied that Nino was not FBA. She implied that Nino wasn't FBA, and she never answered his question as to why he is. She never, when he made the answer, she never replied to that. If you want to speak, you can raise your hand. We only got 2 hands up. I know some people definitely have some things they need to say.
Question, Afro. Did any of us drop her, or she left voluntarily?
She left. I
White
didn't drop her.
White daddy was calling her, so she ran. Nordos, I hope I'm pronouncing her name right. I think she wanted to speak. She left though.
Nordo, if you come up, we'll let you speak, because I know
Yeah.
you haven't spoken. Let's get to the new speakers. WB, do you have something you want to say? We can't hear you if you're speaking. Okay, we'll get back to you. We'll get back to you. Ooh, hold on. We'll get back to you. Jason, you can go ahead.
Hey, thank y'all for letting me speak. And this, what Cherie just did and what people do is kind of what goes back to me saying that people are forgetting what the real problem is. I shared a tweet in the space of me talking to Ty because Ty and Check the other day were basically saying that they would rather side with Hispanics, which are basically white people, unless we're talking about Black Hispanics, over Africans. And the fact that she's questioning Nino's lineage, that just, again, that shows the hyper focus. I can't debate or debunk what you're saying, so I have to imply things about your lineage, which is what she was doing. I have to imply things about your lineage because that's the only way I can defeat anything that you're saying. I have to attack where you're born or where you're from because I can't logically dismantle what you're saying. Speaking of Cherie, I called her an agent very early on because she went into Tariq's space, and I know she was talking about my space, saying that I had a space saying, what's the fuss about lineage? And that's not true. I said, what's the point of debating lineage? Meaning, what is the point of Black Americans debating whether or not they were slaves versus American Indians when we all have an agreed upon or should have an agreed upon justice claim? She took that and made it seem like I was saying that why do we even focus on lineage, period? And that is a bold-faced lie. And I called her an agent for twisting my space and representing it as that, because that's very different. Saying what's the fuss about lineage versus what is the point of debating lineage among Black Americans is very different. The last thing I want to say is that these people, and this is why we have suspicion, because these people talk about I do my genealogy, but it's very vague. All of a sudden people, they do their genealogy in 2 weeks, 2 days, and all of a sudden they're expert genealogists, but they don't have and they post weird memes that prove nothing. And it's just a bunch of confusion being brought in the mix. And this is why people are suspicious, because you came out of nowhere and now you're bringing in a bunch of confusion. Even with the thing with Africa, like people were saying, oh, there's no connection to Africa. The out of Africa theory is fake. All of this stuff that our master scholars, John Henrik Clarke, Sheikh Anta Diop, have been saying forever. And not only them, white scholars say it. Like even the natives who came, were here before Columbus, like in Ivan Van Sertima's book and I'm pronouncing it wrong, but Runoki Rashidi's book, y'all, you should know him if you've been reading. These people,
rest in peace to him. He died recently.
that the natives who were here before Columbus came from Africa. Like we have to understand the difference between a tool of white supremacy and the actual white supremacists. It's fine to go in on people who are off code, especially people who are not from here, undermining us when we made a way for them to come here. But these people, they have no foundation and no understanding of white supremacy, and they bring in a bunch of confusion in the mix and a bunch of extra stuff in the mix. I could say more, but I don't want to ramble. But these are the kind of things that people do. You're switching up. The last thing I want to say is, like, someone mentioned Yaya and how she spoke at the reparations hearing. I heard Yaya in a space, and I have the space, heard her in a space say, I'm not going to hook and crook for a check. I'm not going to disrespect my ancestors so niggas can buy weed and Gucci, because she was talking about how she's not going to remotely relinquish her Indian talk if it means that that's what she would have to do to get reparations. Then a couple of weeks later, she's at the reparations hearing, and she did not mention the word American Indian once. She didn't mention her tribe. She did mention the word freedman, but she did not mention her tribe or the word American Indian one time. And these are the kind of things where niggas just switch up real quick when it's convenient, when whatever train is going to get them the most clout, plus all the confusion you were bringing in the mix in the first place, which is why we're suspicious of many of you. We all agree that there is American Indian heritage. But when you try to make that as the only heritage we have, you are bringing confusion in the mix, and you are giving the white supremacists ammo to undermine us, to say, oh yeah, you guys, I agree, you are American Indians, and then flip a trick bag and give it to the ones who they say are Indians. Like, you don't need to bring in confusion in the mix. We know what our history is, and we know what we're owed for. And niggas saying stuff like, oh, slavery never happened, all of this extra shit. And then they want to backpedal from it when they see niggas is catching on to what they're doing. But those among many other things, I could go on and on and on. But those among many other things are the reasons why people are suspicious of certain people. I'll just put it that way. But anyway, thank y'all for letting me speak.
Oh yeah, but by the way, Yaya, next time you having a twerk contest, I got a few pennies here, so just let me know, and I can throw those pennies in the air for you. So just let me know next time you're having a twerk contest. Thank you so much.
That might be how Conscious Outlaw started missing them teeth, bro. Did you throw some pennies at him and he tried to catch it with his mouth?
Man, I started throwing pennies at Yaya, and his ass got on the damn floor. I'm like, what the hell? What you doing? And I think one of them hit. I think one of them hit his teeth. And what happened was, like, I don't know, man. I was just throwing pennies at Yaya, and he just came out of nowhere.
Interesting.
I mean, it might have looked like it hit his teeth, but his teeth are the colors of pennies, so you can't really tell that way.
Ooh, yeah, good point.
I want to say, to the people who are DMing me, if you have a disagreement, feel free to come up here and speak. You don't have to hit me in the DMs. Come on, none of that sneak dissing stuff. Y'all be calling folks out for that. Y'all be calling folks out. Where are y'all? Where's April, Miss April? I need to take a shower. Where's Immortal? Where are y'all at? Come on now.
Put an address on it. Put an address on it.
Yeah, put an address. Now we name dropping, and y'all in that small little struggle space. I just posted that on the Jumbotron. I don't know why I can't see certain things. If you guys can.
I'm sorry. I just want to say really quickly, all this confusion and stuff though, that's agent type behavior. Agents come in. Hold on, brother. Agents come in to cause confusion. That's why these people are trying to take terms and remix them. They're now trying to change what black means. They're now trying to change what being B1 means. They're now trying to change what the code is and what is now being considered on code or off code. And the thing I'm going to leave it with, because I know we got some hands in here, is if somebody has a different code than me, and my code being global black empowerment, and in order to achieve that means I do have to prioritize my house first, and they're telling me that I'm being off code, that doesn't mean shit to me because we don't have the same code. Shout out to Booby who made that very clear yesterday, which was recorded in case they try to backtrack. They don't share the same code as those of us that classify ourselves as B1.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's go on to the hands. Vovo, you had your hand up.
Let me say this real quick. I want to talk to the lady specifically. This something that's serious, something I'm passionate about. This Yaya lady, like the shit that she doing is what give black women a bad name. She is the stereotypical hood rat on some real shit. Listen to the way she talk. This pussy, this dick bitch hoe, and all that. I shoot a motherfucker. I had to kill a motherfucker. That shit is unattractive. That shit is not becoming of a lady. Period. Now this lady twerking at 50 years old doing that is not becoming of a lady. I ain't never seen my grandmama twerking. I ain't never seen my mama twerking with no booty shorts. So I'm so glad my mama old as hell. I ain't never got to get no image like that of my mama. Man, come on,
age as my mama, man.
Huh? You said what?
She the same age as my mama, bro. That's a sad.
Yeah, my mama almost like 70. I couldn't even, man. Oh my God. I'm so glad I ain't got no images of my grandmama and my mama twerking. All that potty mouth stuff. Now, my mother might say a cuss word here and there. I'll bust you inside your damn head or something like that. But never nothing to the point. I ain't never heard my mother say pussy, bitch, hoe, dick, none of that type of shit. Like, what is that? That shit is unattractive. Now, I know some of y'all might not care. I don't care what nobody think about me and all that. That shit make all of us look bad. And the fact that nobody called her out in there, nobody had nothing to say. That's what's wrong with our culture. We acting like we scared to check our women and put our women in their place. That is wrong. That is unattractive and is not becoming of a lady, especially not a grandmother.
Oh, by the way, Vovo, I'm gonna let you cook, but I want to say this also. If you want to twerk, go ahead and go twerk. Go be a hood rat, but you can't be a hood rat and then you're conducting big business at the same time. No, you got to pick one. You're either gonna conduct big business like black empowerment, or you're gonna be a hood rat. You got to pick one or the other. Go ahead, Vovo.
Right. You absolutely right. And we trying to move forward and we trying to change the culture as well. That type of shit got to get cut out. She too old dog don't change his, what is it? You can't teach an old dog new tricks. That's what I'm trying to say. You can't teach an old dog new trick. Not trying to call her a dog or nothing like that. I ain't going that far, but I'm just saying, like, people be stuck in their ways. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a bad look, y'all. That's a bad look, ladies. And I'm saying this as a black man. Now, let me say this though. She is lightweight thick though. I can't really tell, but she is kind of, you know what I mean? On my
The y'all stand for yams, nigga.
But no, you know, like something like that. You know, that's how we talk. Yeah, she lightweight thick, but she ain't no wife. She ain't wifey. That ain't nothing. That is a bad look, y'all. That's a bad look. And somebody sent me a DM and said, mention check. What you check about, huh?
Check is the brother that was matter of fact,
check. Oh yeah, check the dude with the feather thing.
Yeah,
the goofy dude,
the moist looking dude. I think he was here last night.
I don't really follow him like that.
I don't either, so I can't speak on it.
Is this the guy with the
I think he got braids, like he got like a ponytail with a wig on. No,
he got like a haircut or something like that. I don't really. When he said some weird shit, some shit he said about was it Pan Indianism? I don't know. They were saying some weird shit. I wasn't trying to once I'll be blocking motherfuckers like that. Once I see that you ain't saying nothing, I'm trying to get away from that because that ain't about nothing. But I'm gonna go ahead and land there. Somebody asking me to send them the link. Is in the Jumbotron.
Listen, we got it. We got it,
bro. The twerking video is in the Jumbotron right now. It's the third one from the left.
Listen, we got a queue of people waiting to get on.
Yeah, so. We do got a lot of people. I just want to say
y'all need
an
to
announcement.
Drop down, y'all. I appreciate y'all.
Real quick. If we can all share this space, we need to share this space because we got a lot of people up in this space, and Booby is retweeting, and Booby is real mad right now because they don't have half the people in their space that we have in our space.
Ain't that a
and he's talking about we gossiping. They've been gossiping about me all day long, and ain't none of their spaces reached the level that this space has been in. All day they've tried to get to this level. So you can't say we clout chasing. We not clout chasing. We bigger than y'all. The real ones will always stand the test of time, folks. I'm trying to tell y'all. And people are gravitating over here because they see the BS in that group. They see that. That's why nobody listening to them. Nobody wants to be around them. Mr. Farrakhan said, if you give somebody the option between 2 glasses of water and you drop 1 drop of oil in 1 glass and you told them they could pick either one, they will always pick the purest glass all of the time. If they don't have another option, they'll drink the water with the drop of oil in there. But if they have a better option to drink pure water, they will always pick the pure water. And that's what this is. Since there is a better option because Secure the Tribe pretty much colonized Twitter spaces and nobody was able to go really anywhere with anybody in there because Secure the Tribe was everywhere. Now there's a better option. This is the pure filtered water, and they got some oily, I dare call it water. And that's why nobody's in there.
It's probably the little grease that they be using to brush on their baby hairs and shit. It probably fell in the glass.
Oh, by the way, I always had this question. Why does Bucci talk like that? Like he talk like he had a tongue wrapped around his lips. Is something is everything good with him?
I hope so. A lot of them kind of like ramble and talk like mushmouths. I mean, I'm not really sure.
One of these days, brother, we're gonna have a conversation about how tragic that crack baby era was. You know, but that's not for today though. So let's try to not, make fun of people's disabilities, y'all. Like, come on, we're better than that.
I'm not better than that, brother. I ain't shit. I'm sorry. I'm not.
You know I'm bullshitting. I ain't shit either. Anyway, let's get to these hands.
Who had the I think Dylan, you go ahead.
Yeah, y'all can hear me?
Yep.
Yes, brother.
All right, cool. Yeah. Back to the whatever the hell her name is. Yeah, she gonna have to stop doing that. That is nasty. Yeah, my mama is the same age as this woman, and my mama don't do that shit. My mama don't even cuss like that. Like I got way more of a mouth than my mama do. Now my mama say, like Bovo said, my mama will cuss every now and then. She'll be like, "Boy, go sit your ass down," or stuff like that. But that is nasty. She needs to stop doing that. She gonna throw her back out. She don't need to be doing that. She needs to sit down and be a good grandma and just.
We got some haters. We have haters. Everybody, please come in and share the space. Please come in and share the space, y'all. Hold on. Let me. Hey, everybody, I need people to get on the mission. Okay, we on the mission. We got to get our numbers back. I don't know what the hell just happened.
Whoa.
All right, we
bro.
got haters for real. Okay, it's all right. It's all right. That shows that we doing something then. Everybody, please, my brothers and sisters, please reshare this space. Hold on. Let me get this link. We about to get the same. Y'all
Boy,
messed with the wrong one. Oh, okay.
Me talking. I'm real mad
Y'all
now.
was
They cut me
going
off in the middle
hard,
of me
man.
talking.
It's all right. Okay, come on. We got this. Hold on. Everybody, y'all go to the people who is in here and y'all reshare the space. It's cool.
Yeah, they done pissed me off now. They got me wild in the middle of me talking.
If a space isn't hosted by them, then the space isn't tolerated. All right.
I'm sorry I was making fun of y'all grandma. I'm sorry. I apologize for making fun of y'all grandma. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want to
They
give a shout out
interrupted.
to. I want to give a shout out to Nikki. Sister Nikki she told me about them about 2 months ago in February. She inboxed me and said the security tribe people sound kind of funny, don't they? I'm like, yeah, they I was kind of falling back. I was listening. I'm like, man, they do be saying some old off the wall. It just didn't seem right. Like it just didn't seem like it was B1 and on code at all. Like, but I want to give the props to Nikki for putting me on the game about the security tribe individuals way back in February. I got the inbox and everything to prove it.
Now, what happened with what happened?
Man, I don't know what happened. The shit just, I almost threw my phone across the room. The shit just shut off.
Yeah, I'm mad as hell now. They got me in the middle of me talking.
They told White Zay,
everybody real quick, because we had over 200 people in that last space. If everybody right now, if y'all share the space to a few of y'all friends, y'all share the space on y'all timeline so people can actually get in. I gotta go back and get some stuff to put on the Jumbotron. But it's all right. It's all right. We in here.
Video back up there. Get that twerk video back up there.
It's still recorded. Look, family, it's still recorded. That means I'm gonna put this part and I'm gonna put the other part back. Oh, I'm just gonna fuse them together and it's gonna be on YouTube. They not stopping nothing. Okay, you hating because your space ain't like this space? Man, is if we going that low with it?
Really quickly, brother, I want y'all to peep how fast we already regrouped. You see, Afro started the room and I started the room at the same damn time. They ain't stopping shit over here. They went to go tell White Daddy on us over there at the corporate office to get us shut down because they ain't like what was being said. That's a Roland Martin ass move.
What's the bed wench's name that was just here? What's her name?
Shireen.
Shireen went and called her ex-husband, White Daddy, to come shut this damn space down. Ain't that about a bitch?
I think that nigga on meth. I don't even think he got no connections like that. He ain't even on the high class of the damn white supremacy scale.
She went and got her ex-husband over at Twitter to come shut this space down. I don't know what I done did to the lady. I send her love and healing. I actually got some incense here and some sage. Sage. I'm gonna send her a pack of that because I want peace and healing for our sister. Let's have a. Yeah, I want peace.
My bad, brother. I was gonna say, why the fuck is T.S. Giselle DMing me right now? So I hate Secure the Tribe also. With her deep ass voice. Like, bro, you an agent down too. Stay away. Listen, we clean. Look, it's spring cleaning. Matter of fact, that need to be a hashtag on this bitch if it'll fit. Spring cleaning. Cause we cleaning a house, bro. Jason Black always says you can't trust old niggas. Well, I'm gonna add a caveat to that. You can't trust these new niggas. You can't trust these new niggas. For the most part, everybody that's on Twitter, even if I don't follow them, they don't follow me. For the most part, everybody that be in these conscious spaces, even if they have ideologies or beliefs I don't necessarily agree with or believe in myself, I recognize them. These niggas done came out the fucking abyss. Ain't nobody ever heard of these folks. So with that being said, and I'm getting some more info about Shawty. Oh man, they talking about Shawty husband trying to get custody of the kids. Oh my goodness. Those poor mulattoes. Damn. Hate to hear that. I hate to hear that. Anyway,
Damn.
yeah, everybody share this. Everybody share this.
Everybody, we gotta share this because we was beating them for hours. Ever since this space started, we've been beating them. Next thing you know, all of a sudden the space just shuts off, and now they got more people than us. I don't think that that's a coincidence. Maybe it's just me, but I don't think that that's a coincidence. So let's share this space. Let's show them. Let's show them. Like I said, we're the pure glass of water. And once people see that there's a pure glass, they're gonna gravitate back over here. So everybody, if you can do us a favor, and when I not me, us, let's do us a favor and let's share the space again.
Oh, and by the way, people are not just in here because they want to be nosy or they love the drama. There's people in here who genuinely felt in their spirit that these people were just not right for their soul. I'm not saying everybody's in here like that, but a majority of people in here felt it like, damn, these people, they're just not right. Something is not right. And now that we're having this Twitter space, we're giving them the green light to confirm what they thought this whole time.
Listen, real recognize real at the end of the day. And like Afro Elite said, the real is going to stand the test of time. We ain't got to go out here and clout chase. We ain't got to do that. Hell, part of the reason why I be talking the way I do is because I don't give a fuck about clout. I don't give a fuck who I offend. The truth I'm gonna stand on the truth no matter if I'm standing alone. Them motherfuckers, they be having beef with each other. They be having disagreements with each other, and they be scared to speak up because they don't want to be ousted from the damn group. Well, guess what? We ain't no fucking group over here. We a lineage. We're an ideology. You can't oust nobody from being B1. If you black first, you black first. If you a foundation of Black America, you a foundation of Black America. That just is what it is. We ain't got no fucking membership. We ain't no fucking group. Them niggas don't even understand how they making a block hot for them alphabet boys. That's why them niggas be having us classified as black identity extremists and shit because of dumbasses like that.
Okay, let's get to the hands real quick because I guess we got a lot of people who got some things they need to say.
You got
a lot of people
video back in the jumbotron.
Don't traumatize me trying to find that shit again. All right. But okay, Dylan, you was before we were rudely interrupted. You can go ahead.
Yeah, back to what I was saying. Yeah, they decided to delete the chat because I was making fun of their grandma. Yeah. But anyway, back to what I was saying before we were so rudely interrupted and so rudely disrespected and cut off. Back to what I was saying. This booby nigga, Bucci, boo, whatever the hell his name is, he needs to change that name immediately. Because what the hell is that name? Why is a grown ass man calling himself Booby? Is this the same grown man y'all was talking about that be having chats open at like 9, 10 o'clock in the morning? Like, nigga, if you don't get your ass up and go get a job, man, why is you not at work, man? I'm out here in college and I got a job, man. I don't got time like that, man, to be clowning niggas on Twitter, to be clout chasing on Twitter. Like, come on, man. You're a grown ass man. And if the booby nigga is the same nigga with 6 teeth and whatnot, I don't know if that's the same nigga. I'm pretty sure it is.
No,
yeah.
That's Conscious Outlaw, brother.
Oh, Conscious Outlaw. Thank you.
Yes,
Conscious Outlaw. Okay, yeah, the booby nigga, change that name. I can't even take you seriously as a quote unquote black first in power with a name like that. But yeah, like I was saying, man, yeah, this ain't gonna stop no process. We might have just got canceled, but look at how fast we all came back together and whatnot.
And
that
we
just
beating
shows,
them again right now.
and beating them again, exactly. Yeah, so fuck them over there. The real talk is over here. So that just shows you what the love and the like the combinedness that we all got together and whatnot to come back to the space. Even though it got canceled, because it could have got canceled and y'all could have just left and not came back, but y'all came back because y'all love the empowerment that we be speaking on here and whatnot. So thank every last one of y'all for coming back. Love each and every one of y'all for coming back. And yeah, that's all I got to say.
B1, brother.
B1.
Okay, who with the hands? Because we got a lot of hands up. Who was next after that co-host?
I think Mr. Moon didn't speak yet. Jason had his hand up as well.
Yeah,
Jason
let
spoke already, so
Jason
we'll
go.
get back to him.
I'll let Jason go first. Jason go first.
Oh, well, hold on, Jason. Just hold on real quick. We also got On Code FBA down there. They haven't spoken yet. I'm trying to get the new speakers in first. Jason know he good people's over here. We're just trying to get the new speakers in first. But go ahead, On Code FBA.
Hey, I appreciate it. I've been on Twitter since February because I was brought here from the tribe, but I've been feeling the same way, just to be honest. The yaya, the disrespect, not finding out Cherie is a fucking bedwinter, man. Like, cancel these motherfuckers. I'm gonna land my plane and go back to listening, man. Respect. I'm glad y'all started this space.
B1, brother.
Short and to the point. I love it. Who was next, though?
After Jason, I guess Check, but we already know he part of the security code. I mean, security.
No, I want. You know what? Actually, Check is in here. Yeah, Check. I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, good morning or good night to everybody. You feel me? I see I was mentioned, you know what I'm saying? A couple
damn
times
drugs,
I wasn't in
boy.
the space. Excuse me. I was speaking, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Excuse me. You in our space, brother. So we're gonna regulate this shit like how we want to. So with that being said, keep it sassy to a minimum, and I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna crack my jokes, my nigga. So if you can't handle that, then just bow out. I'm gonna let you speak, brother.
You can go ahead.
Well, sassiness is talking while other men are talking. So just wanted to say that.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'll dip. You feel me?
Go ahead.
Go
ahead. What do you think?
Niggas speaking.
Because I got some questions for you.
All right, cool. You feel me? Then control your co-host. You feel me? Respectfully. So what questions do you want from me?
Okay. You go back and forth with Secure the Tribe. I remember specifically, me and Volvo were both in that space when you were calling Secure the Tribe a cult, and I have screenshots where you made spaces referring to Secure the Tribe a cult. They were a cult. They were clout chasers. They didn't know what they were talking about, and you were very adamantly against them. And then once they allowed you to come back in there, you was back on the mama, I love Secure the Tribe. Secure the Tribe is everything in my life. And we see that you're kind of like the pawn. I mean, they don't really respect you like that. Why do you be going back and forth? Do you need a team? Do you need like a family or something? Like, why do you be going back and forth like that?
They trick him and Eddie like they.
Okay, so, well, damn, co-host, is he asking you the question to me?
I got a question about why you letting
Okay, cool. So he's asking to me.
Okay, Check. You can go ahead.
To me, so calm your tits. Know what you saying?
Go ahead. Don't disrespect the host now. I mean, co-host. Go ahead.
I'm talking while I'm talking. It's
go,
disrespectful. So
Nino.
how do you expect this conversation to go?
Nino, let's let him go. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm not one of them. You feel me? So moving forward in the conversation, you again.
Go ahead. Just go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying that you're talking about the two spaces that I held about Secure the Tribe. I did have my grievances. You feel me? I did host a space. You feel me? Considering the fact of what was going on, I wasn't really a part of a lot of the conversation, so there was a lot of things that I did miss, but everything did get clarified. So to say that they let me back in, you clearly don't know what happened. You feel me? All you really are is an outsider looking in, respectfully.
Okay, you feel me? Listen, you feel me?
I'm not talking.
I know what happened, you feel me? I was in the space, you feel me? I was in the spaces, you feel me? When you name the spaces, Secure the Tribe is a cult, you feel me? And then afterwards, when Booby popped in, you would change the title of the space, you feel me? I remember that, you feel me? And then when they let you back in, you feel me? You was like, you feel me? Mama Yaya, do you feel me? Can you twerk in that diaper some more, you feel me? And they don't engage with what you say. You've lost a lot of credibility, you feel me? Because you was against them the whole time, you feel me? And then next thing you know, they let you back in the group, and now I'm Secure the Tribe again. You just wanted to be accepted again, you feel me? That's all it is. You just want a family, you feel me? Do you feel me?
Before we let him speak really quickly, I just want to know what's up with this man letting the Africans refer to him as a nigger and shit, bro. Like,
I want to know that too, because I got a clip of you saying that you don't think it's a problem that Eminem was calling black women nigger bitches. I got a recording of you saying that. So yeah, what's up with that?
Do you have that like right now? Because
I'ma see. Hold on, let me see if I can find that.
You
Yeah,
feel
because
me?
we big on receipts over here.
You feel me? Like,
Let's let him go. You feel me?
So, all right, I'll let him go. You feel me? I just really quickly, I just want to know. So, just for clarification, not only was he letting the Afro coons call him a nigger and somehow and running interference from him, he also was defending damn white Jesus. I mean, what's his name? Eminem, calling black women nigger bitches and shit. Boy, they tap dancing hard over there in the tribe.
And you notice how all of these dudes are coming up defending this foolery. A bunch of buck broken dudes defending Mama Yaya. That's their god. That's their goddess. That's their
Big Mama
grandma.
Yaya.
Big Mama, Big Mammy Yaya. That's their goddess. That's their everything. They coming up in here, buck broken, being simps, coming over here defending this 53-year-old.
Matter of fact, I think I remember the Eminem situation because Cherie was in there defending Eminem. And ain't that this, and she got a white baby daddy, a white husband, well, ex-husband. And if we ain't gonna get in there. I'll wait till she comes in the room. I'm not gonna speak on her if she's not in here. But anyway, Chet, you ready to talk? You feel me? Keep the sassiness down because I will just meet you again. Just address what we brought up.
I mean, the sassiness is coming from the men.
We're gonna try that again, brother. Just address the accusations that has been laid in front of you, brother. We don't need you up here talking like you at a beauty pageant. Just address the accusations up here about you defending Eminem, calling black women nigger bitches, and you over here letting Africans call you nigger and shit. So that's all I want to hear come out your mouth is addressing those two things. I'm gonna meet you again if you can't do that.
I'm gonna speak how I need to speak. Could you stop?
I'm gonna keep trying you like a child, nigga. Address what we brought up. Or we can let you come back, let you think about your actions, and then come back and try it again and put you in timeout.
If you want to speak to me, let me speak, bro. Other than that, drop me down. Cause I'm not a child. I don't know who the fuck you used to talking to. You feel me? You ask me questions. You clearly like how I speak because you're mocking me. You feel me? So you know what I'm saying? You feel me? So when you ask me a question, give me a chance to respond to that shit. That's all I'm saying. You asked me about 3 different questions and then you mute the room. So again, as far as Eminem, we actually was talking about hip hop. You feel me? Never defended Eminem addressing or calling any black woman out of their name. You feel me? Under no circumstances. So you say you have a recording to that. You really need to play the entire clip. Y'all love to grab parts and bits of conversations and then make it. So I get it. You feel me as far as the aspect, but never once clarified or made excuses for why Eminem was talking about black women. We were talking about the hip hop and how respectful some of the guests are or not in hip hop, and that goes for immigrants as well. So I think it's very funny how we're talking about being pro-black, but then you refer to somebody as a mammy because you don't like them, which is, you know what I'm saying, what is it? Well, an insult term that we were called. You know, it's one of the big black women who took care of the white children. So it's just kind of funny, you know what I'm saying? You got 3 grown-ass men, but then telling me to keep it
So are you defending her
Can
twerking?
I finish what I'm saying? I'm not defending anything.
No, I'm asking you, are you because you're saying you have a problem with us calling her mammy. So I'm saying, are you defending her getting on her knees as a 53-year-old and twerking?
And really quickly, you're gonna let him answer that. I hate when motherfuckers. I'm just not curse too much because they be telling white zaddy on us. I hate when folks be talking about when you calling out a coon or you hate black people. What did I tell you about them agent ass tactics? Didn't I use the example of feminists doing that? You criticize a feminist, or you hate all women. You criticize a particular LGBT person, or you homophobic, you hate all LGBT people. You talk about individuals in the security tribe, or you hate the entire tribe. You call out a coon ass woman, an old ass hood rat, exhibiting mammy behavior. Now all of a sudden you hate all black women. Peep the strategies, man. I mean, peep the tactics that they try to use. You feel me?
I'm glad you do. So I'm gonna address the thing on the jumbotron. You feel me? So what is it? Who said Mexicans over Africans? I can't believe y'all asking this. I said me. I said it. What's the problem? So again, the context that was being tweeted is never what actually happened in the space. You feel me? So that's why I kind of got upset because in a conversation, you feel me? All I was explaining was there's a difference between the Mexicans here in Texas and there's a difference between the Mexicans in California. You feel me? So me personally, I'm looking at whoever got my back. You feel me? So I'm saying that it doesn't matter if they quote unquote look like you. You feel me? What I'm saying is I'm sliding people whoever's sliding with me. That was the point I was making. I'm gonna pick my tribe first every time. You feel me? So I don't understand how. Hold on, no, you're asking me a question. Let me finish what I have to say because y'all are posting what I'm saying that I'm allowing this, and y'all are posting these things, so I have to address what's being said because y'all are taking a lot of things out of contents, and my spaces are recorded. So if you need some type of proof or anything,
just like the recorders and you calling people monkeys when you get mad at them. But you mad because we calling somebody exhibiting hood rat behavior to mammy. Don't be a hypocrite, my dog. Don't be a hypocrite. You feel me?
so you're just gonna keep muting me up because I could just dip. I don't have time for this. If you want to have a conversation to address me about some shit, address me. You feel me? But other than that, mocking me, it's clear that my vernacular rubs off on you motherfuckers. You feel me? It's clear that y'all have some vitriol for other people, and that's cool. But if you're gonna address me about
How much times are you gonna beg someone to feel you? Every single sentence you're begging us to feel you, bro. I'm good, bro. I love black women. That's all I love. I'm not interested in anything else. I don't want to feel you, bro. And none of the co-hosts in here wants to feel you. So every sentence you're just saying, you feel me? You feel me? No, sir, I don't feel you, and I'm not interested in feeling you, bro. Just say what you want to say, and that's it. We don't want to feel you, bro. That's not what we do here.
These people, when you have a limited,
you're from New York. Nobody wants to feel.
When you have a limited vocabulary, you have to fill in spaces with words and like you feel me. These niggas have a very limited vocabulary, so he's over here talking about we don't know his vernacular is rubbing off on us and all this other shit. Nigga, we're mocking you, bro. And you too stupid to even realize it. We laughing at you, bro. You embarrassing yourself in front of hundreds of people right now. You feel me?
Let's let him go. Let's let him defend himself. If you feel like we wrong for calling Yaya out, let me ask you because I was in those spaces. And you had hella issues with everybody in Secure the Tribe. You was calling corrupt, clout chasers, I was in multiple spaces that you hosted. I didn't speak in them, but I was in multiple spaces that you hosted. I've seen that, okay? And now all of a sudden, and every single time Booby jumped in one of your spaces, you would change the title of the space. You would change the title of the space, and then you would say, oh, okay, it was a misunderstanding. And then you would make the very next space, it was Secure the Cult. People are here. You have over 100 people who are here who are witnesses to what you was doing. And now that you're back cool somewhat with Secure the Tribe, now you want to act like you wasn't on that before. And this is why nobody takes you serious. Because you're a grifter. You don't seem to stand in your own square. You go wherever the crowd is. Wherever they allow you to go is where you go.
Well, I haven't received any. Okay, all I'm asking is just able to respond to the things that it said. I don't really.
Okay, co-host. Yeah, let's let him speak. Let's let him. Let's let him go ahead.
Saying things to me and muting me, and I just want a chance to be able to respond to the things. That's it. I'm not running.
Okay. I'm as the host. I'm telling you, you can go ahead.
I'm not on nobody's paid promotion team. I do this because I do this shit and I care about the community. So I could give a fuck about who don't like me and who don't. You feel me? So when y'all talking, you could say that you're mocking me and you don't feel me. Then shut the fuck up. Then shut the fuck up when I'm speaking. Now again, Afro Elite, because this is your fucking space, not your flea's space. What do you want to talk about? Because I don't really address the non-characters. You feel me? The people who think they're important. Because I've never had a conversation with those two before. But you've been in my space. So again, what were you saying?
Okay, I'm saying you had an issue with Secure the Tribe. I've heard you have an issue. Me and Vovo was in that space. Correct. When you and him and going back and forth with Secure the Tribe. I've heard in multiple spaces you've had issues with certain people in Secure the Tribe. And then when Booby, and I've seen this, when Booby would pop in your space, your whole attitude would change. You would change Secure the Cult out. You would erase that out of the title, and you would change, and you did that multiple times until I guess they allowed you back in Secure the Tribe
multiple times, because I actually have those spaces recorded. So could you tell me
yes. There's over 100 people in here who can contest.
Yeah, I know, but I fuck the 100 people. Me and you are speaking, and I have the spaces that I've had about secure the tribe. So again, could you list the things so I could revisit the space? Because maybe I'm missing something, because I didn't change anything because one person came up in there. You feel me? We had multiple conversations in multiple spaces. Co-hosts. Why
Okay.
do you
So
want to
let
be
me ask you.
important?
Let me ask you. You
Hold
have
on,
multiple
Afro. What's up
conversations
with
and
your
multiple things.
co-host?
How
Why
do
do you
you
want to feel
feel like
important, bro?
how do you feel like people are going to take you serious? See, this is why people don't take that. It's clearly a group, and that's why people don't take it serious.
Okay, so you're asking me. Okay, so you just told me I'm a grifter. You feel me? And then you asked me about a space I had. You feel me, about a disagreement, and then you're telling me that because one person came in the space
Okay,
that
what was the
my
disagreement? What
cannot
was the disagreement about?
some disagreements. You feel me, about some disrespectful things that was said. I said some disrespectful things that was back. You feel me, and people feel like the things that I say are taking too far. Damn, you asked me did I call somebody a monkey in response to something? Absolutely.
Hold on. It's me and you.
Absolutely said that.
So
No,
so
hold
when
on.
you were
I want to
hold on,
address
it's
some
me
of
and
the
you.
point. Hold on,
It's me.
Afro.
No,
Y'all
you're
addressing too many
going on
points.
to
I
the
have
next
to
point.
address. Look, you can't say 9 things to me, and I can't be able to address them. So you
No,
feel me?
I
So,
only asked you one thing.
but your co-hosts are asking me questions.
Well,
You feel me?
now
So,
it's me and you, and I'm asking you the next thing.
all right,
I'm asking
go
you the
ahead.
next thing. All right. You said it was disagreements. So when you were disagreeing with Secure the Tribe, were you off code?
No,
So disagreeing with Secure the Tribe isn't off code.
no.
Okay, so why, let me put this up in the Jumbotron. Why did you like this tweet where Free R. Kelly said, if you are against Secure the Tribe, if you are anti-Secure the Tribe, you're off code. Why did you like that?
Because it's my Twitter.
But you just said you disagreed with that notion that if you disagree with Secure the Tribe, you're not off code. So why did you like that then?
Because I can like whatever I
But you,
want to like.
I mean, you're losing
What
credibility.
is
Don't you
this?
see that though?
I guess you're trying to hold me on Twitter court. So okay, I guess. But you asked me
I'm
a
asking
question,
a question.
and I answered the question. You don't like my answer.
Because I can is really not a justifiable answer.
I mean, it is a justifiable answer. It's just not good enough for someone like you. But I answered your question I answered your
Okay,
question.
so you saying just let's recap. So when you were against Secure the Tribe, calling it a cult, you said that's not off code because you had, and a lot of Secure the Tribe people do, you have personal issues where you felt disrespected and you felt like you were disrespecting, so you took your emotions out on the timeline and you aired your grievances out on the timeline publicly, but that's not off code. And then when you got cool with Secure the Tribe, you liked, if you're anti-Secure the Tribe, you're off code. So it's not off code when you're against Secure the Tribe, but if anybody else is against Secure the Tribe, they're off code.
No, I didn't say that. What the issue that pissed me off personally, again, because you keep trying to get into my personal conversation, you're saying, why did you make this, and you're in there. Again, behind the scenes is behind the scenes, but I guess I'll address it, you know what I'm saying, for the purpose of your space. There's 200 people in here. You feel me? All I'm gonna say is, when we have disagreements, you feel me? Everybody may not agree. Everybody, you know what I'm saying, we're not gonna agree on everything. But the point of the matter was, you feel me, when you say disrespectful things, it's gonna be talked about, you feel me? So when somebody gives you the response, you then can't say, oh, what you're saying is problematic, or what you're saying is going too far. Because when I was telling people, hey, that's disrespectful, you feel me? Nobody cared. So it shouldn't matter when I say something back. If I'm such a small account, if I'm such a nobody, if nothing what I says mattered, then people just mass block me and move on with their life. You feel me? So I don't understand what was that about.
Can I ask one question real fast? Because we only had
Yeah, and
one.
then let's move on to the hands. I think
Yeah,
we had
yeah.
enough.
We only had one interaction that one time. I heard about you a lot. I seen you in a couple rooms, but I ain't really too familiar with you. Is you still on that what was that Afro, that North American Indian, what is it, North American
Yeah,
Indian?
we're really North American. It's something like that.
Yeah,
We're really Indians, whatever you want to call us. What are you asking me? Am I
no,
still
I'm
on
just
that?
curious. I'm just
What do you
curious.
mean? Am I still on that?
Are you still on that? Are you still saying that we not black, we North American Indians?
Who said that we're not black?
Ain't that what
You
he
were
said?
saying that black is dead. You did say that in multiple
Yeah,
I
you
was
spaces.
said
no, that's not the context that I was saying. So you have me confused with people on TikTok. You feel me?
no.
Yeah.
That was you, bro.
No, your ex. It was not me that said
I'm
black
not.
was fucking dead. You feel me? And again, when we're having the conversation, I was talking about in a law point of view. You feel me? As far as us getting what we want. But
No,
then
I
when I
remember
say
because I
no,
asked you. I said, "Is Mexico included?" And you was like, "Mexico is Central America."
You did
okay,
say that. You did say Mexico is Central America.
So the reason why I'm asking you that is Mexico included? Like when you say, "What's your lineage?" That's what I'm trying to figure out. Where is you going with this?
I don't understand why y'all always bring up Mexico, Jamaica, Canada.
You
What?
because you said
No,
North American Indian. North
yeah.
America, Mexico is part of North America.
Oh, now I remember
Canada.
you. Now I remember
Yeah.
you. Okay, yeah, we did have a conversation. So you have people like him who make problems way bigger than what they are. We very specifically talking about a group of people from America. You feel me? The U.S. What is it? The corporation in the United States since 1776. You feel me? We know which land we're talking about, but people come up in these spaces, not listen to anything that we say, request a mic immediately, and then ask stupid questions and expect them to get answered. So I think, you feel me, if you literally listen to that conversation, if you could listen back, because that space is recorded, you really can just look at it for yourself. So I wasn't even the one who said that actually in that space. And you can listen to that space as well. Again, my spaces are recorded. So if you have these sound bites and these clips of me, well, I'm gonna go ahead and just play the clips, you feel me? And I'll respond to that. But everything that I said is in my spaces, so that's why I record myself. So this whole that you said this and you said that, I said what I said. And as far as the co-host, me calling somebody a monkey in response, absolutely. I'm very disrespectful. Yep. I stand in that. Yeah. Don't start now, won't be none. So I don't
I
understand how you can
think
disrespectful. Hold on, one moment. I don't know how you can disrespect somebody and then draw a line. How you can disrespect somebody back? I don't know how old y'all is, but I'm 23 and I'm stupid to whatever level y'all stoop to. So that's just how I feel. It is what it
Okay,
is.
all right,
Nigga.
and then we're gonna move on to the hands. I just want everybody in here. There's 200 people in here to know. I said, did you say black is dead? No, he said verbatim. No, I didn't say that. That wasn't me. Why I said that is for a legal term. He said no, and then in the very next sentence, he explained why he said that. Okay, I mean, these are the Secure the Tribe people. Who was next, co-host?
Let's get to some new speakers.
Did Mr. Moon go?
No, Miss Moon didn't go yet.
Okay, let's let Mr. Moon go, and then we'll let Brother Salim.
real fast. I'm dropping down. I'm gonna drop down to listener. That guy Check is a goofy. Period.
Your father's a goofy. But moving forward.
Mr. Moon, you can go ahead.
Or you know, Chick reminds me of that South Park guy from That's Like the Principal. You feel me? He reminds me of the guy. But anyway, I want to talk about that Yay Yay or Yo Yo, that 53-year-old woman that was twerking and stuff. Women like her, they're from the baby boomer generation. And if you're a baby boomer, I don't want to disrespect you guys because I know not all act like that, but some of them do ratchet behavior. And in my opinion, there needs to be some discipline to our people because some of our people are actually helping white supremacy a lot. They say some goofy stuff just for attention and to waste time. But yeah, I just want to say that.
Time wasting is a strategy of white supremacy. When y'all in spaces for hours debating coleslaw and sugar grits, that's time wasting. That's not being constructive. Okay, there's a time and a place to do everything. As our brother Dylan said, you can joke around. There's a time to joke around. There's a time to have fun. Okay. But all of this, and I'm not, like I said in the beginning, I'm not saying every single last one of their spaces are unproductive. I never said that. I never said everybody in their space is unproductive. But it's some off-code stuff that does not get regulated at all. Not 1% does it get regulated. Not 1% do they say, hey, you know what, let's chill out, let's not do that. They're getting more turned up and more ratchet and more extreme. Now you got other people saying that we're a hate group, and they're referring to this Secure the Tribe spaces. They're taking video clips from Secure the Tribe spaces. Do you understand how much me, Nino, and Rich have had to be cleaning up after Secure the Tribe? We've been going in different spaces, and they're referencing Secure the Tribe spaces, and we've been having to give them correction on what the true Black agenda is. We've been having to do cleanup because of all the damage that they've been doing. And they act like they're some damn heroes, the damn Black Justice League or some shit. Let's go to Brother Salim.
All right, thank you. Wow, this is kind of crazy tonight. I wanted to ask the brother, the guy, check something, you know, like that. You feel me? Where is that from? Like, what part of the U.S. is that from? Is that Texas? Is that Chicago? Like, where is that from? That you feel me? You feel me? Like,
It is not Chicago. I swear to
right?
God, we do not talk like that up here.
That
I
ain't
know. I'm just
Texas
trying to figure out
either.
because, you know,
That's not Texas either, bro.
right. I'm a big fan of the dialects from different coasts, the Midwest. So I'm like, I never heard that. You feel me?
That's
Shit
from the LGBT community. That's where it's from.
Yeah, he sounded like he got some sugar in his tank.
Yeah, he did sound a little fruity.
But really quickly, y'all, he's no longer on stage because he wasn't answering the questions directly, and we just going in circles. So we can go ahead and move along from shit, you know, respectfully.
You feel me?
You feel me? But Brother Salim, did you have another thought you wanted to finish, brother?
Yeah. So I mean, at this point, how do we move past Secure the Tribe, and what's going to be the approach with them going forward? At this point.
At this point, we're just gonna let them die out. Okay, they've been discredited. I feel like this space is done enough. We're going to solidify. This is going to be the solidification of their discrediting. And now we're not going to need to pop up in their spaces. They're eventually going to start beefing with each other, fighting against each other. And it's all clear as day now. All of the people who've come up here to speak, all the people who've requested to speak, y'all have been seeing it for a while, a long time now. And now that the cat's out of the bag, now that Booby has officially said that Secure the Tribe has a separate code from Black Empowerment, then he can't use the you're off code. You're off code. He can't use that. How can you be off code? Clearly, we don't have the same code. I'm on code as far as my code is concerned. As far as Black Empowerment is concerned, I'm on code. Whatever Secure the Tribe, whatever y'all got going on, whatever brand new code and brand new terms that y'all using, we don't use that over here. Y'all new people, y'all want to piggyback off of Tariq to get notoriety for people to recognize you, and then y'all want to piggyback and kind of co-opt the language on some Cointelpro. That's Cointelpro stuff. So that's going to be the move going forward. He bought up, and I don't like the fact that he bought up brother Marcel. He's like, well, Secure the Tribe supports Marcel. Most of Black's Twitter supports Marcel. I've not seen a single Black person who doesn't support Marcel. I know for a fact Marcel has been on my channel, and me and Marcel, I literally have I've made white people donate to Marcel. If you guys don't remember that. So don't try to bring up Marcel.
Triple digit funds, by the way. Brother Afro Elite he's not going to toot his own horn, so we're going to toot it for him. Brother Afro Elite has made white people who claim to be allies of Black society put their money where their mouth is and made them make triple digit donations to Brothers Marcel's campaign. I'm just putting that out there, brother. I know you try to be humble, but sometimes we gotta just put it out there.
Yeah, well, thank you. So you know, that was a bad move trying to bring Marcel into it. Marcel is not a part of Secure the Tribe. He's not a part of that at all.
I'm gonna skip the line for Norris. I'm gonna let her go because she was there before, and I think she's kept getting kicked out. So you can go, Norris.
Hey.
I hope I pronounce your name right, by the way.
You know what? I'm going to be super real when I do this, when I go into rooms and there's like discourse. I'm super tired, so excuse me. I'm listening, trying to parse it all out. I understand the issue that's at hand. Thank you to the host, the co hosts for having me. I realize also, I think I'm the only female woman that has spoken. Um, but let me say this, like, I'm listening to this, and I do have my issues with Secure the Tribe. I haven't had an issue with Sunny, Booby, or Mel. But I'm going to say this. What's off code? Let's pick a code. You can't have unity unless there's a mission. Look at any ethnicity in any country that has prevailed and didn't get destabilized by the white demon. What did they do? They came up with a code. We call it a code. They came up with a credo, with a measure, something for that community, something for their people, something for their ethnicity, something for their race, whatever they subscribe to. But saying that you're airing people under the auspices of vetting people to be on code, and then you're not saying what your code is off code. So now I'm really going to get to the point. This movement, people want to say it's not a movement. It's a movement. It's a reawakening. It's a love for our people. We're so great that we just kind of chill in the cut because we're so kind and we don't want to crush other people. So the great news, I'm not going to call out different voices of Black media or whatever. Different people have all inspired us in different ways to get to the point where we are. But we shall not allow, and we will not allow anyone to come into these spaces where people are being real and sharing information and growing and learning and being humble and uplifting and empowering and educating. If you want to be in some rooms and have fun, just have your fun. Don't have fun under the banner, under the auspices of you're a reparationist or you're an uplifter or you're FBA, you're foundational Black American, you're freedmen, whatever it is. I'm going to close with this, guys. If your code entails you talking about people in a room for fucking hours, your people, Black Americans, Black American Indians, American Indians, FBA, ADOS, DOACS, BAD, OCS. I could go through all of them. I talked on. We all know we're the same people. But if your code entails you trying to put your group, your ideology on a higher level than another Black group, Black Americans, when we're in dire straits in this country, we're predicted to be at zero collective wealth by 2053. That was the old projection. The new projection, because of COVID, is look, I'm old. I said 19. I'm still in the 1900s. Forgive me. Oh, 2034. Seriously, all jokes aside, we're in dire straits. And now I'm going to get like real with you guys. This is some nigga shit. When you sit on a whole app with the opportunity to educate, empower, uplift your people, but you want to sit in rooms for hours, talking about other Black people because somehow you think you have a stranglehold on Blackness.
Who are you referring to
I was about to ask that. Who exactly are you referring to?
Okay, I'm in your space.
You're saying our space is
No. Hear me out. I'm not trying to be coy, but for this hot second, let me be coy. If you think I'm talking about you, then maybe I'm talking about you. If you don't think I'm
See, no. She's Miss Nordos, and look, look. You was just in my DMs forwarding me information about Cherie, so we're not gonna do that. You come in here and play the moral authority because you was speaking very generally in a sense like you was because anybody who comes in here and listen would think that you're being you're talking down on us. You're being the mother of us, like you're sunning us. If anybody else that will come in here would think that because you're not being specific about who you're referring to. And I'm glad my co-host asked you specifically, and now you kind of trying to dance around. And I got the screenshots. You was forwarding me stuff about Cherie and her husband. So let's not do that.
And you know what I don't like too? The whole, well, why are we talking about black people? Well, this is Cointelpro. These are the black people who fuel the fires of us being called a hate group. So we do have to discredit them. That's on that we all black and we all just get along. No, we're not doing that.
And by the way, people, the co-hosts here, most of us are in our 20s and early 30s. The people we are referring to who are causing confusion and doing all this ratchetness, they're in their 40s and 50s, ladies and gentlemen. So this lets you know what's really going on in black society. It's the old niggas doing not all of them. I'm not gonna say all of them.
No, there's some good OGs out there.
Yeah, it's some good old folks out there. But sorry to say, but the majority of them, they're the ones that's causing the confusion. Nordos is coming in here on her
high horse.
On her high horse with her incense and her dashiki, coming in here like she's the godmother. No. We don't do that over here. We don't worship older people over here. There's no confusion over here. There's no mommy.
No elder worship. No elder worship over here.
Yeah, there's no mommy yaya. I don't give a damn how old you are, how long you've been doing it. That's none of my concerns.
And I'm sorry, Rich. I just want to say because that really just triggered me, bro. And I ain't gonna lie, I was being petty earlier with checking him. I totally agree. I was being I was acting out of character. You're right. You're absolutely right. Because we usually do hold very productive spaces. And I was just being real petty. So that's why I had to mute myself and just, gather myself and remember what the goal was of this entire room. So with that being said, sister, I didn't appreciate. I'm gonna be honest with you.
No,
you. I
please
didn't appreciate.
let me finish.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna let you finish, ma'am. I promise you. But what you really did, that was some shiesty shit. I'm just gonna call it spade a spade. That was some real shiesty shit. You've been in here forwarding me information about this girl all day. A lot of it I didn't even use because even I felt like that's too much information about that girl. I'm not gonna put that out. I specifically said it to myself. I ain't even gonna do that. And then you came in here talking good at first, but then you kind of started trying to act like the moral authority. And then ask specifically who you was talking about.
Nino, I think just put her paperwork on the Jumbotron, man. Put her paperwork there so we could show.
I really didn't want to do that. I really didn't, but I think
if it's too personal, we ain't. She's already been we ain't got to do too much now.
No, you know why? You know why I want to do that? Because I want the people to see what we see. So they don't think we're causing confusion. We're crazy here. Put her paperwork on the Jumbotron so they could see what we see. That's all I want.
Give me a minute because out of respect for the children of
cover sensitive information.
Yeah, it's children involved in this, and even though I may have issues with this particular woman, I don't want to get children involved. That's my only apprehension for putting up the screenshot.
What you could do is you could just block the person she's referring to name out if you want.
Just give me a second.
He's gonna edit it. He's gonna put it together. Let's continue so we can get to the hands.
Really quickly. I just want to say this, and I'm gonna mute myself so I can go ahead and get that paperwork together. Ma'am, you came in here and just pulled some fork tongue shit. You came in here talking one way like it was the moral authority, the fairy godmother, and then when asked specifically who you referring to, you said, well, I'm in your room. So anybody else who's listening that doesn't know what's going on, doesn't see what we see, they would think that you're talking about us. And even though you've been the main one in here for you were one of the main people forwarding me information. So, and again, I have a little beef with that girl. I have a beef with some of the things that the girl you've been forwarding me information on has been doing. But out of respect for those children, I don't even feel comfortable putting that information out. That's why I didn't use it. I just asked about her white husband and left it at that. You forwarded me detailed information about this girl, and you got the audacity to come in here and be trying to tell black people how to behave themselves appropriately. That's really fucked up, man. And with that being said, I'm about to mute myself and relieve it back over to the co-host.
Oh God, please may I now speak? Where I
Sure,
was
you can
Go
going,
speak.
ahead.
Just don't come in
I
here trying to be a
no,
mommy and
hold
a
on a
godmother. Don't
sec.
do that.
Hold
Come
on a
straight
sec.
forward, man.
Hold
Come
on
straight
a
forward.
sec. No one's asking for elder worship. I thought we were all on the same team. So maybe I'm moving
No,
too slow. Oh, what?
no. We're not on the same page because you came in here trying to
Dude, let
preach
me
and
finish, Rich.
Rich,
I'm
hold
gonna
on.
raise my voice.
Let's let her
Listen, my
defend
voice is
herself.
hoarse. Please let me speak. I'm doing me the way I do me. And you cut me off right when I said I'm in your space. The next point is I'm in your space because I support you. Then you cut me off and went on a rant against me, which is shocking. And I'm in Nino's space right now telling him, yo, dude, slow down. I'm not asking for elder worship. I was moving how I move. I was getting to my point. Maybe my little elderly way of moving isn't satisfying you guys, but I'm in your space for a reason. So this whole flipping out real quick, I didn't expect this. This is kind of mind blowing right now because I thought we were on the same team. I apologize if I wasn't
Ma'am, I
moving.
asked you a question. I said, "Who are you referring
Rich,
to?"
and you cut me off when I got to I was going to get to the second
But
part.
you answered. You answered.
Rich,
You said,
I
"Oh,
said I'm in
if
your
you."
space, and then you cut me off. I was
Okay,
going to
okay.
say I'm in your
We're gonna
space.
let you finish.
I was
Continue where
saying
you left off.
I'm saying I'm in your space, which means I support you. Nino, yes, I will call out names. I'm forwarding you things about Cherie. Cherie has been very, extremely low down, undercutting to me before this space on Clubhouse. But let me get to my point. You guys might not like the way I'm sorry, my voice is going out. I've been so tired. You might not like how I was trying to get there, but I am trying to tell everybody. Just hear me out for a hot second. Then if you want to scream on me, scream on me. I'll take it. I am saying, can we all get along? But at the same time, I'm saying, fuck the dumb shit. If you want me to get straight to the point, we should be holding ourselves to the highest level. When you have people like Secure the Tribe screaming on people, really trying to do the work. I'm sorry, my voice is cutting out. Really trying to do the work. There's a problem. That's off code. If you call vetting people ruining their reputations, that's off code. That's the type of thing I was trying to build to. I'm sorry if I took too long. I'm sorry if my way of moving isn't
Yeah, okay.
whatever.
Yeah, you can just continue. Just
Okay, so now
act
I'm
as if
gonna.
that pause didn't happen.
Can somebody just say I'm sorry to me for a hot second? Can I get that? I can't get it. I'm sorry.
You
No.
No,
good.
ma'am.
You
No,
good.
ma'am. No, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh my
No,
God.
ma'am.
Oh,
No,
oh,
no. We not about to allow her to pull that shiesty ass moving and give us crocodile tears. My mama does that shit. My mother does that shit.
I'll say,
No.
well, let's
You guys lit
continue
me
with the
on
hands. I'll
fire.
say this. Hold
Hold on.
on. This is let's hold on. As the host, I'll say this. If what you said was misinterpreted, no, the co-host did not mean to do that. I will say that on behalf of the co-host. These are two honorable brothers, which is why they're co-hosts in the space.
Oh, by
They
the
did
way,
not mean to misinterpret. However, I will say this though. Rich asked you specifically 2 times. He asked you, who are you referring to? You said, I'm in your space. And then Nino said, so you're talking about us. And then you said, well, if it applies, insinuating, well, if it applies to you, then I'm referring to you. You said that both times. So with both those things being said, it did allude to the things that you were saying applied to us. So the mistake isn't really on the co-host. You just misinterpreted, and I'm going to give you the grace and benefit of the doubt to say that
but you just misinterpreted your point, and it seemed as if you were talking down on this space.
Really quickly before you unmute everybody, really quickly, take a look at the jumbotron for one, and first and foremost, and second of all, listen, y'all. That I'm telling you, my mother does these mind games like this. I'm telling you, she knew exactly how she was saying what she said. She's an attorney. She's an attorney. She knows what she said and how she said it, because she even said, "Well, allow me to be coy real quick." Y'all forgot that she said that as well. She had ample opportunity to say specifically who she was referring to.
And by the way, I'm the one that requested for her to speak, because I heard her speak before, and she spoke very well. So I was expecting her to come in here and speak and be respectful and don't cause any confusion. But the first thing she did when she got in here, she was being deceptive.
Yep.
Deceptive. And nobody's apologizing here. There's no, I know I'm not apologizing.
I'm not.
Because I don't do the mommy worship thing. This is not the security tribe where we kiss Yaya's ass and we sit there and we nibble on her butt. We don't do that here. We're grown men here. And first of all, if you've ever been in one of our spaces, we don't even talk about this. The only thing we focus on in our spaces is talking about white supremacy. That's all we do. This is the only space we ever argue with anybody in. And this is the last space we're going to do where we're going to be going back and forth with anybody. We don't do that here. We're grown men over here. Grown men. We're not children. We're not hood rats. We don't curse all over the place over here. We don't do that here. We're grown men, man. And grown women.
I just felt like my intelligence was being insulted when you was asked specifically who you were talking about, and you started doing all that double talk and double speak. And I just felt offended. I felt very offended, because it's like, how can you say that and start talking about how we need to do better as black people, and you over here forwarding me all types of juicy deets? So with that being said, man, I'm not apologizing to you, but I'll make that very clear. You are not my enemy either. You just did something I didn't like, and I wanted to check it really quickly. So with that being said, if we got the same goal, then we on the same team. And just like if I do something that you don't like, I'm not beyond criticism either. And I'll mute it there.
And we're going to continue with the hands, because they got people.
Respond? Can I respond? So I
You got 30. You can have 30 seconds to respond.
I appreciate everything that was said to me. I appreciate it. Where I was going, maybe I think I'm too clever. I don't know. I thought you all knew we were on the same page. I thought you were going to let me build and get to where I needed, how I needed to get there. So I understand that it may have came across as somebody said condescending or whatever. At the end of the day, I'm in your space, on your stage. I came up out of support. So I just want to say this, where I was going with it, I apologize. Anybody that's heard me speak knows how I build, and I just made an assumption that you all knew. You keep calling me out, damn Nino. I'm like, yeah, I'm sending you shit about Cherie. I will say it on the stage.
And
About
you know what?
Cherie.
That's okay.
But let me finish,
And I feel like
just
you
let
may
me finish,
you
please.
okay,
Y'all
you've
done
been
read me
this
for filth.
okay. Okay, we've addressed that. We've addressed the hiccup, and we're gonna move past that. No, I'm not mad at you. You're not my enemy. You're not my op. I'm not gonna kick you off the stage. But there are some people who haven't spoken at all yet, and they've had their hands up for a good minute. And to be fair to their time, let's get to some of the other people. And if you want to say something again, you can raise your hand, and then we can cycle back to you. Who was next? Let me see. I think it was M Miss Fly McFly.
How you guys doing? Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. Can you guys
We're
hear
good.
me?
How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'll keep this very short. Host, I love the way you guys are carrying yourselves. I really appreciate the way you guys have been moderating the spaces. So I've been around in the FBA space or these spaces ever since that big Twitter space kicked off a couple months ago, and I love the conversation and the way things are going. Just because me personally, as a Black American, I've been learning a lot about myself, which is important to me, and I'm sure it's important to a lot of people in this audience. But like, just in comparison to this space and the secure the tribe space, I'm just getting a lot more disciplined and progressive energy. I feel like here I can actually say my piece. You guys don't have to agree with it, but I feel like here I can actually, say something. And like in the FBA spaces, like what I've noticed is they love to keep the immigrants or anybody they have a problem with on the stage for a long period of time and argue with them. But like, I would say I've been in like 30 spaces from them, right? And I've only come up probably twice to speak,
You
maybe
said the
three.
FBA spaces. What do you mean by the FBA spaces?
I mean, secure the tribe spaces. They're more active
Okay.
than you.
Okay.
You know.
Okay.
And you're right. They don't own FBA. That was another point I wanted to make. Because they told me I need to get out of there. Like, if you have a title of FBA, right, and I'm a Black American, I have 100% right to be there, right? As long as I'm being respectful and not saying anything demoralizing, you can't tell me to get out. Change the title of your space. Um, but like the point I was just trying to make is, they love to keep the immigrants on the stage and attack them and say demoralizing things. And some of these points they make are true, right? And don't get me wrong, I like a lot of people within the security tribe space, but there's some issues that I've experienced and I'm sure other people have. And yesterday the space was, are Black Americans too emotional? And I remember they came at Dan for asking the question, right? And it's funny because when I came in their space and I asked the question, right, you're telling the people a lot of different things about their identity. People are going to have questions. The second I come up and ask a question, they start attacking me, man. Like, and it's like, yo, how can I don't understand how you can attack somebody when they ask a genuine, true question respectfully, and that's really all I wanted to share, man.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah, and I want.
Who else? Because I want to. Oh, did you land?
Yeah, I'm gonna land right now. I just wanted to share what the question was. The question I asked was, you say Black Americans were native to this land, and I respect that. How did they carry themselves? What did they look like? What did they present themselves like? Because I want to picture this in my head. I want to have an image in my head when you refer to these people. I don't think that was a disrespectful or off code question. Thank you, guys.
No, a lot of the questions people ask, they're genuinely curious, or they ask any question that these people are not smart enough to answer, they deem as an off-code question.
And to answer that question, brother, there's paintings from that era of the Europeans' interpretation of what those people look like. If you're truly curious, just DM me and I can forward you these paintings, bro.
Word, and I'm gonna get 10 more seconds. They talk about like you have all these traditional parades and stuff, and they were talking about that, and I'm just thinking like, what is the traditional, Black American attire? And that's why I asked that question. But thank you, I'm done.
All right.
Okay. Listen, let me let something be known real quick. We, as FBA and B1, we have to understand that there are people who are kind of don't know this. There was a certain point in time where we weren't awakened. There was a certain point in time where I didn't know what the black media was, the new black media was. Certain point in time when Rich didn't know that. Certain point in time when Nino didn't know that. There was a certain point in time where we were ignorant due to our conditioning. So we can't jump to be defensive if somebody genuinely asks questions that they don't know. Okay? We're more than warriors, we're also teachers too. So if they're not asking questions in bad faith, if they're asking, okay, well, how can I find this out? Where can I look at this? Can you send me a link to this? Can you see what book should I read about this? Then we should be graceful to our brothers and sisters, and we should answer their questions. Okay, we educate people just like we got educated at a certain point in time. There was questions I didn't when I first found out about Tariq, Jason, and Professor Black Truth. I didn't know everything that they were talking about, and I was looking like, I wonder why they say that. I mean, most of it I understood, but as I was learning, I'm getting better. As I was learning, I can start finding the answers out by myself. But when you're in that learning stage, it's our responsibility to help people in that learning stage. And that's an issue that we have with other spaces. The second somebody comes up and asks a question, especially if the question isn't going to be a dishonest question, a misleading question, what they call a red herring, then, oh, you're an op, you're an op. No, man, just at least give the person the benefit of the doubt. and be graceful enough to respectfully answer the question. But with that being said, let's move on to. I haven't heard. Let me. Who? I think. Damn. Who's next?
Iruka hasn't spoken, and then the black pragmatist, whatever.
Fragments. Yeah. Okay. Aruka.
All right, good morning, black people. So this B1, I'm not keen on all that. Is that are y'all black first? Is that what that means? Because I heard that before. Or
Yes,
that's
that's
not
what
what
it
that is.
means. B1 means
Okay.
black first.
Okay, so like with all of these groups and everything, I thought like FBA was like kind of like an umbrella term or whatever, like the ADOS, B1, all that. I'm not really understanding like why y'all like against each other. And then as
Okay.
far I
Okay.
can
I'm
Well,
gonna
let's
do.
pause it
I'm
there,
gonna
and
do
we're gonna
real
answer that.
quick, because you asked a question and then we can get to some of the hands. Um, because we don't want to get thrown off. Let me answer your question real quick. When FBA is referring to the lineage of the descendants of American slaves. When we say American, we mean the United States of America. We are the descendants of the United States of America. Okay, people can refer to us as FBA. Some people use freedmen. Some people use native black. Some people use ADOS. We use FBA because we collectively agree that that is the most airtight term that excludes any other person who is not a descendant of American slaves. So that there's issues with certain people who use different terms, but collectively we respect different people who use different terms because we know it's about the lineage.
Okay, and then the last thing, as far as Yaya, because I came in kind of late, so I heard like she was twerking. So is this like because of the dance or
All
like
right,
what's
brother.
going
If
on?
you want to go see her twerking, just go on her page. Thank you so much.
No, I'm trying to see like what the problem is. That's what I'm asking because I came in late.
Oh, sorry,
Well,
brother.
let me ask you this, brother. What is your ethnicity on both sides of your family?
I'm Black American.
On both sides of your family?
Yeah.
Okay, and then when it comes down to getting your media, who do you typically listen to? Because these terms are not new terms. These didn't just pop up overnight.
You
We've been
said
using
get
these
in my
terms
media? Is that what you said?
when you receive your news, particularly from the grassroots level. Who do you get it from?
Like my family? Like what are you saying? You're not
Like
making sense. I'm not
YouTube
understanding what
and
you're asking.
social media.
He knows what I'm asking. I feel like
No,
he's
I
asking.
really don't.
He's
That's why
being
I'm
Okay,
disingenuous.
asking.
you know what? It's okay. We
You
can move
said
on.
media and then you said family. Like social media
I
has
just,
nothing to do with
I
my
said no.
family.
You said okay. See, and this is Nino talking. See, this is when people start coming in here and being disingenuous. I said nothing. I asked him. I said, "Hey, what is your ethnicity on both sides of your family?" Boom. He answered. Okay, cool. Now, where do you get your news from? Huh? What do you mean? See, he knows what FBA is. He knows what B1 means. Listen, I'm not about to sit here and let people insult my intelligence, y'all. I'm not. I'm not. I'm a grown ass fucking man. I'm not about to let people play mind games with me. I am all for educating people who doesn't know something when they're being genuine about it. But when I feel like when you just coming in here trolling, man, move on with that, bro. Move on with that. Because at the end of the day, we are addressing people who are using our verbiage, our lingo, and disrespecting the ideology of great masters, grandmaster teachers to further their own separate agenda that can hurt us in the long run. That's the entire purpose of this room. People remixing our terms, our verbiage, and then using it for their own gains. That's the entire purpose of this room. If you want to ask them questions, man, you can ask us that on the timeline, brother. So with that being said, we're moving on to someone
Yeah,
else.
we're moving. Yeah, I was about to. I answered the FBA question in the beef because I've been asked that on the my DMs a few times. Like, what is the beef? What is the beef? So I'm saying there's really no beef. It's all about the lineage. It's beef with people, and then he asking other questions. This is not question and answer time with the chat. All right. If you don't know, then just follow us. Follow who we following. Okay, and you'll learn. Who didn't? I think the black. I think the
Black
black
pragmatists.
pragmatist.
Pragmatists. Jeez.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? I won't be too long, but I
B1,
think
brother.
B1, Black first. I think that, the issue with, this whole ordeal is that it's just a spread of like misinformation, pseudo history. Like, I'm not gonna lie, when they Secure the Tribe had the viral space, I was like, yeah, that's what's up, because we need to, bring awareness to this issue about, immigration. Then later on down the line, I started, to see things that was kind of unusual to me, with the whole, like black is a misnomer, black is only an ethnicity, not a race. And it's just like, what is this? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the thing that's going to do us more harm than good is making up lies to make ourselves feel good. Like the whole out of Africa theory, Dr. Claude Anderson, he has this in his book called The Black History Reader, where the first humans came from Africa and they migrated, from different continents, and they came to the Americas, and they was the first Native Americans. But you know what I'm saying? That's all I want to say is, like, we just got to be aware of like people who co-opt the language and, use it for their own personal gains and stuff like that, because like that was just like a whole new concept with the, oh, if you don't agree with me, you're off code. And, that's how you can spot somebody who's never read Neely Fuller or, Dr. Claude Anderson, Dr. Wilson, and things of that nature. So, but yeah, that's all I had to say.
Thank you,
brother.
Who, I think it was Mr. Engaging. I'm gonna hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I just have more of a question for clarity. It was by making blackness global, it feels like it promotes the value of flat blackness, which undermines like some Black Americans' agendas or our agendas. I feel like the B1 philosophy that you're promoting is kind of like on a global tip, when some of us basically look at it more of it as a domestic type of situation. Why are we wrong? And I would like to know like the reasons
Okay,
why.
and that's a great question, and people have asked that question. And you're saying we're looking at it from a domestic tip. I mean, I'm glad you asked it in the way you did.
I'm looking at it. I'm saying that I would look at it more from a domestic tip. I see that
Okay,
you
then,
guys are
but
looking at
let
it
me
from more
ask you.
global.
Okay,
And I'm
let
not
me
trying
say
to
this. Let me
disrespect. I'm
answer
more or
your
less
question
trying
with
to.
a question. Let me ask you a question with a question. Is white supremacy global or is it domestic?
It's both. And I'll say the reason why. I say that it is global, which is a fact.
Okay, all right. It's okay. It can't. It's not. It's either or. It's if it's global, then therefore it's domestic. So since it's global, are we going to try to solve we're going to end white supremacy in one area and not all areas?
Brother, you cut me off. What I was trying to say was
I didn't actually mute you, but go ahead. Hold on.
That's me muting you because he's asking you direct questions.
Yeah.
It doesn't require you to paragraph answer. You can answer it in 1 to 3 words.
And by the way, this guy is always confused. Yesterday he was confused. He's back today and he's confused again. Go ahead, brother.
Man, and listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. He's been in those security trials where they've been talking about us all day.
I've seen it. I've seen the videos. Trust me, I got them.
And also, and I know who you follow and the tweets that you like, and I peeped that the very first day you was in our lives, brother. I mean, our spaces, and I never called you out on it. So just tread carefully before you come
all right.
trolling.
So is white supremacy?
Is that United States is the powerhouse of white supremacy, so therefore it's both domestic and global. But you kept cutting me off, which was very rude. But
I didn't cut you.
That's...
Okay, it's me and you. It's me and you right now. It's you and the host. So since we agree that white supremacy is global, it's a global power of white supremacy, should we not try to end white supremacy entirely?
Yes, I do agree with you on that.
Okay, so what we're saying is, in order to end white supremacy entirely, we clean house. Okay, we got to take care of ourselves first. FBA, we have to get our situation together first. That's why we're prioritizing getting our situation first. But the thing is that the end goal is dismantling white supremacy entirely, not just in the state you live in or the country you live in. We are dismantling the system of white supremacy in its existence. When we are done, there will be no white supremacy in the world. That is our agenda. You got new people coming up with a completely different agenda. They're okay with white supremacy as long as it's not in their house. I'm not. I personally am not okay with any white supremacy existing on this planet. I want to get rid of global white supremacy. And that's been the whole ideology of our master teachers. That's been the whole ideology of the big three. Now we realize that Pan-Africanism is not working out because it's a two-way street. And we've been reaching out and they have not been receiving. We realize that. And I put that, hold on. Oh, that was in the other space that was shut down. I've been saying that. I've said that months, almost a year ago, way before Secure the Tribe was a space. I've been calling out Pan-Africanism. Okay. We've been calling out Pan-Africanism multiple times. So we're not Pan-Africanist because we understand the flaw in Pan-Africanism. However, we do want global black empowerment. That is the end goal. The ways certain people in Secure the Tribe are operating, they're not going to get anything. Now you can land, give you a few seconds to land because you ask your questions and then we can move on.
I just wanted to follow up with another question. Professor Black Truth mentioned that the African people should get an A1 code. I look at the B1 code as like a North American or a Black American version of.
Okay. All right. But the thing is not the way we perceived it. B1 is black first. Black is a race. All this new nigga shit that black is not a race, that is not what nobody has taught. That is some brand new stuff. Go to Jason Black. You can call him in a couple days and ask him B1 should mean Black American first, and you can talk with the person who coined the term. I said that to Booby last night, and Booby got scared. So you can call Jason Black, and trust me, we'll be listening because we actually do listen to Jason Black. You can call the Black Authority, and you can say, I feel like B1 should be changed to Black America first. And then you can see what he has to say. But until then, let's move on with the hands. I think, was it Beatzilla, then we'll go Will.
Thank you for your time, guys. You have a nice day.
Right on. What's going on, y'all?
B1, brother.
One, everybody, man. Black first, black first, black first. I guess let me give it a little bit of history of how, because like how I'm looking at it, it's kind of interesting the quandary we're in. And let me first preface this by saying I appreciate the buzz that Secure the Tribe has created. And also I was in the space with Tariq Nasheed that had the 37,000 subscribe or the listeners or whatever. With that being said, something that I thought of back in October, because I was witnessing certain groups popping up with white backing talking about reparations. So as we were going into this next election season, I could perceive our reparations claim was about to be muddied with a lot of these so-called African descendant reparations talks. So that's what made me do the video. FBA is closed. That's back on October 15th. So we fast forward to Secure the Tribe in Twitter Spaces, which I'm unfamiliar with. That's new. However, we decided to close the borders of foundational Black Americans back in October, and that motion has been forwarded ever since. I can appreciate everybody who has been contributing to that notion ever since, but please understand, New Black Media has always been at the forefront of everything that's happening, because content creators are not Twitter space participants. So they have to stand on everything they say. And it has to hold up to the test. That's why it's held up to even seeing Derek Chauvin in prison. That's new black media and the B1 grassroots work. So I'm just trying to give a little history so when people start saying, hey, this is first, that's first, understand this movement started with the new black media, period. So it's B1, B1, B1. Foundational Black Americans fall under the umbrella of Black First. But Black First is still a global community that everyone that rocks with us. Anyone who don't, that's their problem. But foundational Black Americans, we the salt of the earth. Everyone else that rocks with us in the diaspora, solid. Outside of that, they not B1. But our reparations, foundational Black Americans only. Period. FBA closed. But we have love for the diaspora. That's my piece.
Thank you, brother.
It's really not
Jason,
rocket science.
Jason Black, the Black Authority, and Professor Black Truth have both been on this B1 thing for over a decade now. Okay. Do you understand how disrespectful it is to the both of them to take a term that they invented and a term that they coined and to try to flip it into your own personal agenda? If you want to make a term, then make your own term. But don't try to say, well, what does that term mean? I think that that term should mean something different. No, that term Black First has been around for over a decade now. If you don't like it, then don't use it, but don't try to change it.
That's
Who
what
is
that
next?
really quickly, Afro. That goes back to the title of the room where we talk about Cointelpro. That's that Cointelpro type energy. That's that gives me, as the kids say, that gives me Cointelpro. Like, what is the purpose of you trying to repurpose verbiage that's being used by the most active and most productive Black grassroots community, and you trying to twist it to fit your own agenda? What is the purpose of that? Listen, agents are here to cause confusion and disrupt any progress being made. And by doing that, that's achieving both of those goals. So I just want y'all to think about that.
All right, who is next? You know what? Who hasn't spoken? Ty. What's his? Ty Hennessy.
Ty Hennessy in the mix, man. What's happening? What's happening?
B1, brother.
I ain't trying to get into the arguments or whatever. I'm gonna just say how I feel, and I'm gonna leave. How I feel, you know. I've been in the military. I've been in a lot of places, and sometimes you gotta say shit with your chest. How I also feel is Black first. No, I'm not Black first. I'm only American Black first. Why? Because these Africans that y'all speak of and the rest of these people from the diaspora, they've been working hand in hand with white people for a long ass time. A long ass time. They've never ever given a fuck about us. And these are facts. Africans have enslaved and killed more people, more Black people, than anybody besides white people. We talk about white supremacy. White supremacy is not a thing. White people are only in America. They're not anywhere else. These people aren't white. They don't classify themselves as white. That's why we shouldn't classify ourselves as Black. People who rule the world aren't white. They're Jewish. They classify themselves as Jewish. You will not
Oh
hear
Lord.
You will not hear them say they're white. You know what I'm saying? So we know this is facts.
Thank
People
you,
under
brother.
him.
Thank you, brother. I'm sorry. Listen, we're not even about to entertain that. That's the type folks we don't want over here on the B1 side of the game. If that's what you want to believe, stay on y'all side. Stay on y'all side. That goes against everything that Neely Fuller Jr. Teaches. So stay on y'all side. White supremacy doesn't exist. Ain't no white man supreme over me. What about black on black crime? We not black. Black is a misnomer. Oh, black doesn't really exist. No. We're not even entertaining that no more. Stay on y'all side. You're not going to reform anybody over here that's B1. You're
It's
not
the
going to get us to
Jews
change our
that's the
mind.
problem. Now, just so y'all know, I don't know if y'all graduated high school, but Judaism is actually a religion. It's not a race. That's that shit white people talk about. They're still white. They are still white people. Okay. White supremacy, because white people don't live everywhere. They don't have to live everywhere. White people don't live in the ghetto, but they control what goes on in the ghetto. Type of stupid analogy is that?
That security, security mice crew got our young brother's brains fried. That brother's young. I looked at his profile picture. He's young and his brain is fried because of the security mice crew.
Which is so funny because when I was in the Security Tribe space one day, Sheree and it was over there. I think, no, not Sheree, no, my bad. April was over there chomping his ass off. This nigga was at the playground with his kids, and April was chomping the fuck out of chomping his ass off. It was about to put out his business about who else he was fucking. And you over here running interference for these people. Again, anybody that's B1, we already know that type of rhetoric. Now, I will say that's my first time hearing the "what about black on black" crime excuse on a global scale. That's my first. That's a new one. I hear it over here in the States, but this nigga took it to the global scale. Africans have killed more people, other black people, than you just said that they not black. So he brothers all over the place. I'm not entertaining that bullshit, y'all. I'm sorry, Afro. I just had to call that out.
No, go. You had 100% permission for me to do that. That's why I was like, oh Lord. I was responding to a DM when I heard it. I'm all like, let me get back in here. Let me not do that. This dude was on some plebiscite talk.
Bed book talk, because he a military man too, and I come from a military family. I know what go down in these different branches of military. A lot of them niggas be having that hankering for that mayonnaise.
And by the way, this ain't we don't promote that death throat analogy. Like, meaning if you don't mess with us, we welcome you to go to the other side. Go somewhere else. We're not someone. We're not here to run a dictatorship. We follow other men like Jason Black and Tariq Nasheed and Professor Black Truth. But we're not here telling you, oh, if it's us, it's this or it's nothing. No, if you don't believe in what we're saying, just leave. Like I heard Security Tribe talk 1 or 2 times. I said, this is not for me. And I never went back.
Yeah. Hold on. Yep. Responded to a DM. Who was next?
Dallas.
I think Dallas, Jason, and Nardos. I think she still wanted to address that.
Jason was here for a minute.
Okay. My bad.
All right, thank y'all for letting me speak. I'll try my best to be real quick. So the shit that Ty just said is exactly why I get alarmed about agents. Because there's anybody who understands how the world works, you understand that there's a global system of white supremacy. Let's say hypothetically, which I don't believe, which doesn't make sense because these niggas will talk this Pangea bullshit, even though the same scientists who told us about Pangea told us that there were no humans on Earth when it was Pangea. But I digress. Let's just say hypothetically that the black people here did not come from Africa. The white supremacists still came here and dominated this country, and still to this day, just like they do in Africa and just like they do anywhere. We see this constantly throughout history, throughout the globe. There's a global system of white supremacy. This is undeniable. When you say that, you are very suspicious because you are doing the bidding of the white supremacists, which makes me suspect Cointelpro and other such things. The next thing, the whole B1 is closet Pan-Africanism. I've said this multiple times and I say this now. Yes, in our past, we were on somewhat of a global black tip, but that's nothing to be ashamed of, because when we were on the quote unquote global black tip, we were still fighting for black people here. I have evidence that we were fighting for reparations before Yvette was. She was caping for Bernie Sanders when we were fighting for reparations. When Bernie Sanders was going against reparations and saying it's not feasible, we were gunning for Bernie Sanders, and she was writing articles defending him. We were on not only global black people shit, but also the black American shit before all of these new niggas. We were doing the black American shit for 2 years before these new niggas showed up, 2 and 3 years, almost 4 years before they showed up. There's nothing wrong with where we came from and where we've gone to, because we've been on black people when y'all wasn't on nothing, because we didn't see you. You were probably cooning and voting for the Democrat when we were going for Obama's neck, even when we were on the quote unquote global black stuff. We've always been about global empowerment, but also when we started to agree that, yes, maybe we should focus more because Pan-Africanism is a one-way street, we were on that before you. So for you to say these kind of things, it just shows how ignorant you are and how new you are.
I'm not ashamed of where I've been because I was still fighting for black people when you wasn't doing shit. You wasn't doing a goddamn thing except who knows what. Like I said, probably cooning for the Democrats. Say is that yes, there are plenty of global coons, and that's why we've made the delineation. But let's not act like we don't have plenty of FBA coons now, just like the Africans. Even if you want to say we're not from Africa, which goes against every historian that we've had. But at the same time, we have coons here. We have Frisch Fire Clyburn, John Lewis. We have all of these people here that undermine us. We have to be we can be on the lineage tip, but we can't be on the lineage tip to the point where we're excusing coonery and undermining and Cointelpro behavior. That is going to get us nowhere. And anyone who's been studying this and understands how the global system of white supremacy works would know that. But anyway, I digress. Thank y'all for letting me speak.
And by the way, if you're here for drama, enjoy, because this is the last night we're addressing this. We're not little children. We're not women where we go back and forth every day, new Twitter space, complaining and going back. No, this is the last night. So if you're here for drama, enjoy. Every other Twitter space that we'll be holding, it'll be concerned about black people and white supremacy, not no secure the mice or secure this or secure. This is the last night you're getting this. So if you're here for drama, enjoy. This is the last one you're getting.
You know, the difference between us is that this means something to us. This is our real life. Okay, black empowerment is something that we want in real life. This is not something that we say. We don't do this for clout. We don't do this because people are watching and people are gonna laugh and people are gonna follow us. We don't care about that stuff. You don't see me. I've made multiple spaces. You don't see me being all like, man, that Asian space, that got a lot of people in it. Let me make another Asian space again, saying the same exact thing I said the first time. No, we move on. We're attacking different problems from different angles. This problem was addressed because primarily they came at me because I just asked, are black people too emotional? So since they came at me and they lit a fuse, they didn't understand that they were covered in gasoline and they playing with fire and now they all got burned. But we will be moving on because that's what intelligent black society will do.
I just want to say this before I step down. I gotta go, brothers, and thank you for letting me spit real quick. I'm gonna get off here, but yes, brother Afro, you're right. I mean, this B1. I call it a religion, to be honest, because it is, and I believe in this. And don't think that in your real life, if you claim this B1 and this FBA, people will press you about this. As I was stating, I've been following Jason and Tariq for. I met Tariq's mom. Okay, like, what I'm saying is like I've been on B1 and FBA for a minute. Okay, but all I'm saying is that this B1 stuff can get real in real life, and this has to be in your heart. Because, like I said, the FBI will come to your door and ask you about some tweets. It's happened to me. They will pull up on you. So I'm just saying, when this B1 stuff gets real for you in real life, it's gonna actually show, do you really believe in your people, and are you really B1 and black first? And I'm out. Thank you, brothers. Appreciate it.
B1, brother.
B1, brother. I think Dallas, Nardos, and Eastside, and we got some more
But
people in the queue waiting.
before we go, let me ask the co-host a quick question, real quick. The tweet I just put in the jumbotron. Let me read that out for people who might not be able to see it right now. If you guys can see it, I don't know where it is in the jumbotron. Hold on, let me see. Can you guys see the tweet I just put out in the jumbotron?
It says having the B1 ideology is not the same as Pan Africanism.
No, no. It was. Hold on, let me see if I could.
Well, salute to that sister anyway, because I'm glad she wrote that down.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see. I think I just shared it again. Do you see it?
Yeah, I'm actually getting DMs about it right now. That's why I've been
Yeah,
quiet.
okay.
And I
So
wanted
it
to
says
address it.
people don't effing play around behind kids. Y'all weak ass niggas gonna learn not everybody play by the same rules. Niggas really be outside. Believe that.
Okay.
Okay.
So let me
Is she
address this.
threatening us? Do
So let
y'all
me.
think she's threatening
No,
us?
she's threatening me. That's Cherie talking through someone else. She's texting me, threatening me. If you didn't put your business out into the streets, No one would talk about you, your children, or anything else. So let's know that.
So I
Second
guess
thing, huh?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. But second thing is stop being duplicitous. That's what this room is about. Cointelpro. Hold yourself to a high standard. Brothers on the stage, I was trying to tell you, I thought you got where I was coming from. So now I'm going to get straight to his rating. I'm going to get straight to the point. If you say you're about your people and the love of your people, you don't put other Black American people on blast just to feed your clout chasing need for toxicity. What you do is, if you really believe that people are off code and you have a code that's substantive, respectful, moral, and has integrity, then you bring them to the stage. You invite them to the stage, especially when you have their numbers. And you invite them and ask them with respect, but you don't keep tearing up your own people for fodder. This isn't the love and hip hop of spaces. You're listening to these guys in this room. They're intelligent. They do their work. They study. Guys, this is what I was weaving to. I'm sorry I didn't do it the way that came across, properly, but this is what I was weaving to. If you say you're on code, you're not putting your people on blast on the regular, on the daily, because you have some type of mental instability or whatever is happening with you. And Cherie, I am specifically speaking to you. Yaya, I am specifically speaking to you. Tia, whatever your name is, I am specifically speaking to you. April, I am specifically speaking to you. So you've been somehow allowed into hashtag secure the tribe under the auspices of being people who are about the upliftment, the education, and the empowerment of Black Americans, but you spend every day on some low vibrational shit. When people are out here doing their homework, learning, reading, working, wherever they get in to fit in to help. But this tearing down of people is the most low vibrational shit that's walked this planet. Our people have died for us, and you guys are out here clout chasing and charging people for services that you're not qualified to do. So I will close with that. Guys on the stage, you may have misunderstood me. I thought we were on the same page, but I'm going to close with this. Stop, not you
Let
guys.
me address a
Wait, not
rumor.
you guys.
Let me address a rumor.
But let me just say this real quick. Stop tearing your own people down for whatever reasons you have. Move how you move, have your own spaces, but don't use reparationism, the reparationist movement, the uplifting of Black people. If you want to have fun, have fun. Clout chase on your own. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me address this rumor because this was brought up to me. There's a channel on YouTube that takes recorded spaces and they post them on the YouTube channel. It's been going on for about a month. I do not know who owns this YouTube channel. I don't know who does this. I have messaged this person. This person has not gotten back to me. I'm not sure who this person is. Now, the rumor is going around that that person is me. I'm telling you guys right now, that person is not me. They're saying that I don't know how productive their spaces are because I'm never in their spaces. Yet I'm never in their spaces, but I'm secretly posting every single last one of their spaces on another YouTube channel besides my own for whatever reason. That's and I just want to address that because that's something that they've been saying. They're gonna keep going around lying. Oh, he's getting clout off of us. They made another space. I made a space addressing the secure the tribe space. Before this is when they were getting away with the lie that secure the tribe was just a hashtag for Black Americans for FBA. When they were saying secure the tribe is just a hashtag for FBA, I made a video referencing the 30K space and I used Secure the Tribe, which is the only time I've ever used that. Mail pointed that out to me when he tried to quote unquote drag me for being in that space with Volvo, and I took the hashtag out of my YouTube, the YouTube video. I've had my own hashtag, my own spaces. I've never needed to piggyback off of Secure the Tribe. Okay. I want you guys to look at the numbers that we're doing right now. Look at the numbers that I did yesterday and tonight. I am doing more numbers. I have more of an audience that they have had in months without the assistance of Tariq Nasheed. Back to back. And they're having spaces. They've had spaces all day, and their spaces have not been as good as ours. Despite the fact that we got kicked off for whatever reason, we almost immediately came back. Okay. I'm not clout chasing. We're not clout chasing. This is not about clout to me. I don't care if you're a bigger person than me. I don't care if you have a bigger following than me, a bigger profile than me. That's not the point, really. It's about what the truth is. The person with the biggest following isn't the person who's always telling the truth. But if they want to go there and say that somebody is hating on them because they have a smaller following, they see that that's wrong. I don't have to hate. How can you hate on somebody when you're beating them in the race? You can't hate on somebody behind you. How do you hate on somebody in last place? But let's go to the hands. East
Really
side, you
quickly,
can go ahead. Oh, unless the
quickly,
co-host
brother.
has something to add.
Yeah, really quickly. And also, I mean, I just got a lot of things I want to speak about, but I'll make it very, very, very brief. First and foremost, them people been biting off your spaces for a while now. I peeped that a long time ago when you did
True.
your first space that you did. That I think was your very first space, if I'm not mistaken. The rules of being on code and off code. You had a great turnout, had a great productive conversation. And what was the very first space that they made the next day? A space about being on code. And they did that for like the next 3 spaces that you did. You covered a topic, they didn't join, but then they'll turn around and cover that same exact topic right after. That didn't go unnoticed. We just didn't call it out because, again, we not on no clout chasing shit. That's not what we're here for. We're here to uplift the entire Black collective. That's not what we own.
I've noticed that too. I noticed that too. And I don't necessarily care. Just because I might introduce a talking point doesn't mean that I'm the only one who can talk on it. Okay, this is about Black empowerment. I'm not gonna be like, hey, this is my talking point. I'm the only one who could talk on this. No. If I introduce something and it catches one of y'all eyes and y'all say I want to make a space, piggybacking off of that, then okay, it's not my topic to gatekeep. But don't piggyback off of my spaces and then say that I'm clout chasing. Don't do that now.
They try to flex on you with your own topic. But anyway, and the second thing I want to address is what's in the Jumbotron right now. Like I said, Sister Katie was actually one of the people that I shouted out, that I said I have respect for, that uses that hashtag. So I hope she's not addressing me, but I feel like she is. And if so, talking about y'all, that people don't play by their fucking kids. I don't understand how pointing out that the kid's father is white is playing with the kids. I don't understand that. And I feel like though that group, they tend to lie a lot. They lie a lot. Like they're trying to call us Pan-Africanists despite everything on our timelines. The things that we said in spaces directly contradict that statement. They keep making these unfounded claims that they can't back up. Have you noticed everything we said, we bring receipts. But
And
they
by
have
the
to
way,
make these.
go ahead, brother. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say like so, but they have to make these unfounded claims and hope that emotional, low vibrational niggas gravitate towards it and take it and run with it. They don't. That's a lack of respect for their audience when people do that for you. When people think that you're so stupid that they can just tell you anything and that you're gonna take it and run with it, that means they don't respect your intelligence. We respect your intelligence. That's why we're not gonna come here with unfounded claims, and we're gonna have proof to back up the things that we're saying definitively. And also, like I said, and nobody said anything about them kids. This is a recorded space. I specifically said I didn't even want to post what I was sent because out of the concern for the kids. There was things that I wanted to say, but I didn't out of concern for the kids. I don't even know these children. Never seen them children. Never anything with them kids. I just know that those are innocent children that never did nothing towards me. So I don't understand how pointing out the fact that their daddy is white is somehow dissing the kids or doing something
And I'm not
disrespect
the
the
one that
children.
said their daddy is white, for the record. You knew that before me. I didn't say that.
Right. And I mean, I will put that on record. Nardos is not the one that told her
And
that.
I didn't say shit about her kids.
Right. So, well, other than what we posted in the Jumbotron. So, anything else was not really relevant to that. So, with that being said, and so when people making these little veiled threats, talking about everybody don't play the same, niggas really be outside or whatever, I want y'all to listen real closely.
I stay outside.
Do y'all hear that? Do y'all hear that? Do y'all hear that?
You know what? How can I ask a question, Nino? How can niggas be outside if you on Twitter Spaces all day, 24/7? How does that work? You on Twitter Spaces all day. You don't. It's like you don't have a job. How do you be outside?
Like I said, don't make veiled threats towards me because, like I said, I don't know if y'all hear that. Let me make it a little louder. Run up on me if you want to. So I don't do that rah talk. I'm in an open carry state and I exercise my Second Amendment right to protect myself and my property. And like I said, if you want to run up on somebody because they point out some kid's daddy is white and you that emotional, by all means, play with your life if you want to. I'm not that type of person. I'm not like I said, I practice my Second Amendment right to protect myself and my property. Again, this is strictly for defense. And my goal is not to attack other black people physically or verbally. My goal is white supremacy. But if y'all want to play them type of games where you're making threats, because she's not the first one, that conscious toothless outlaw, he was in my DMs talking that shit, talking about drop your location and stuff. First of all, my nigga, you ain't even got enough money to buy a ticket to get to me. First and foremost. Second of all, my nigga, you come anywhere near me, I'm putting some hollows in you.
You should have gave that nigga
exercising my Second Amendment. So with that being said, stop playing with these people online. Mike Tyson showed y'all what happens when you run up on people trying to talk that online shit in real life.
You should have gave that nigga the address to a dentist's office. I bet he wouldn't have showed that.
Man, I was gonna give that nigga the address to a veterinarian. That's what I was gonna give him the address to, because he looked like he need to get a rabies shot. But anyhow, I just want to end it there.
And by the way, guys, like I said, you know my slogan. If you were dusty before you were B1, you'll be dusty after. If you're a dusty Negro, a bummy broad, a hood rat before you got here, you're gonna be one after. It doesn't change. You're not special because you got B1 in your bio, you got Freedman, you got Secure the Mice in your bio. Things don't change. You're still dusty. You still live in the projects. And even if you don't live in the projects, you could live in a mansion, but you still got that dustiness in your brain, that hood rat mentality. It doesn't leave you. You got to make it leave you. It don't just leave because you change your location. That hood rat mentality, you got to force it out of you. Your mama put it into you, but you got to force it out of you. So don't think because you got B1. This is why I say every time we have spaces, the last thing I usually say, get your life together, guys. Because doing all of this means nothing if your life is not together. If you're struggling and you're B1, that don't even go together. You're struggling and you're about black empowerment. That does not go together. What goes together is being B1 and having your life together. That goes perfectly together. The white supremacists, they know. The white supremacists, they know this. The most powerful white men on this planet, they practice white supremacy and their life is together. And I'll land on that.
Okay, let's get to the hands real quick. So some people who that just came up haven't spoken yet. I want to get to East Sides. You can unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. Peace to the chat. I want to say about this whole vetting thing, a lot of, not a lot, but every time there's a vetting situation, that's what, that's the gatekeeping. That's what keep all the riffraff out. So, when he was talking about we shouldn't be vetting nobody, that sounds suspect if you ask me, because there's no society on the face of this planet that don't vet before they allow anybody. I mean, even gangbanging, you don't just let anybody come up, is somebody that you know that's thorough. You know, you're gonna put them on. You know, so that's just one thing. And you know what? I ain't gonna talk about old buddy, but you know, if we don't vet, then how we gonna know who's who and who's really real about this, about this agenda? You know, I'm gonna land it right there.
B1 brother.
Okay,
Black
let's go to our brother Black Alpha. You can go ahead.
What's popping? What's
My
popping?
my nigga, where you been? Shit,
Hey man.
your DMs ain't even open to nothing, bro. I've been trying to reach out to your ass, but I ain't want to do no timeline. But anyway, go ahead, bro.
Hey man, big salute, man. I'm sending a big B1 salute to all of y'all brothers. Big B1 salute to everybody in the room right now. I appreciate the work y'all doing. And that real B1 salute, not that fake off-brand shit that they talking about, that fake ass co-opted B1 that they trying to do. No, a real B1 salute that we all know, everybody in this space knows what it is. I salute all you guys, man. You guys are doing great work as always. I love talking to y'all, man. Everybody make sure that you understand these brothers are doing something that everybody knows. We've all thought about it, and these folks are really, really catching that work from these brothers. They holding it down. These three hosts that we have right here are thorough brothers. Them other folks, they off-brand. They got a lot of BS going on, and this is needed to be said. And I give y'all guys a lot of love for really holding it down, man. But I got some things I gotta say because I've been watching and I've been listening, and Black Alpha had to pull up, man. And by the way, y'all
brother.
There's
y'all
not a
funny
space unless you pull up. I'm just saying, we was waiting for a minute.
Hey man, y'all funny as hell. Half the time I was laughing, man, because y'all had me rolling. Hey, the rabies shot, damn, Nino. Hey, that shit was funny. And I think Dallas said Snoop Cat. I heard that way early in the other one. That shit was funny as hell. Funny as hell. I'm gonna say it like this, man. We at this time, we knew this was coming. We knew damn well that they was gonna try to murk the waters. They was trying to confuse this thing, and we knew the decoys was coming, all the counterfeits. We knew it was coming. And the first thing they always try to do is take our words and co-opt them and rob them of their definition and take like Neely Fuller's words, Jason Black's words, misconstrue it. And we knew that was coming. But that's why I salute you guys, because you guys are really preventing this shit from happening. Y'all really race regulating, and y'all let motherfuckers know you're not just gonna take words that our elders, that are pillars that are created, and just give them your own definition. But since they like to take words and they like to twist words, I got a word that I made up, and this go for them. I like to call them SLM. That's Secure Lives Matter. Okay, Secure Lives Matter. Because if you look, they ain't nothing but the Twitter space version of Black Lives Matter. It's the same damn thing. Yes, I said it. SLM, Secure Lives Matter. That's what it is. And I wouldn't be surprised. All day, every day. I would not be surprised if a lot of them have a Black Lives Matter background. I'm just saying, because a lot of them just came out of nowhere. Black Lives Matter kind of disappeared, then they pop up. So it's kind of funny. And I noticed they don't follow none of the certifieds. None of them. Like, they twisting words and they trying to spin it. It's crazy because I can look at all of us. I consider y'all like the constituents, the family, the partners. And when I look at them, they don't even be on our side of the fence. How the fuck do you get on the other side of all the B1s and the thoroughs? I just can't see that. It's like if you got 12 real niggas in your neighborhood and you got 6 motherfuckers that don't deal with them, you're going to be side-eye. You're going to be like, who the fuck is these people? I don't understand them. But if you watch, they got the same fucking blueprint as Black Lives Matter. It's the same one. We can break it down right now. Hey, they mix woke terms with their bullshit talking points. And then they misuse or hijack those words, just like Black Lives Matter try to hijack the term white supremacy and anti-black, and it's the same routine. They try to redefine the code in their image. Nah, bro, ain't happening. And I appreciate you guys, because you guys are really putting a stop to that. Y'all said nope, ain't going for it. They stumble over their own feet. They contradict themselves. They never, can accept criticism. Like, take old girl earlier. Y'all guys asked her a question. She put on them track shoes and ran. They play victim mode too much, like that type of shit. We don't do that over here. That's bullshit. B, they started off as a hashtag, and then they pivoted into a group with membership. That's the same shit ADOS did. It's the same thing Black Lives Matter did. That's the 21st century agent hustle. They start off and then they flip it. C, they designate themselves as a spokesperson for the black community. That's the same thing Black Lives Matter did again. That's the same shit. And then all of a sudden they got these memberships, and these motherfuckers ain't got enough people to fill up a pizzeria. And all of a sudden they come down here. That's what D-Ray and them was doing. It's the Black Lives Matter hustle. And then I would say, D, very, very important. They came out of nowhere. almost like they was behind the scenes in the works and just trying to make up something. It's Secure Lives Matter. Same way out of nowhere, Black Lives Matter popped up, didn't know who the fuck they was, and all of a sudden, boom, they on national TV. These motherfuckers come out of nowhere and they're a group with memberships and shit like that. Nah, aunties and uncles or whatever the fuck they call themselves, twerking. Nah, and it's simply, nobody can really account for these folks in the real world. They taking all these like threats and stuff they're giving people, but don't nobody know y'all really out here in the real world. You know what I'm saying? Just a bunch of non-familiars, you know, people who popped up, you know what I'm saying? They put badges on their shirt and shit and designate themselves as generals and shit. Nah. And look what happened before. We pulled paperwork. And it's like they fucking paperwork is sealed, tucked off, hidden in a fucking boat, goddamn locked in the attic in the basement. That's a major red flag. That's that Black Lives Matter shit again. So we to the point, man, where, you know, we calling out the decoys. And not only are we calling them out, we're expecting them to show up. And you know how we have the term suspected white supremacists? I think we need to come up with a new one. Since these motherfuckers like to come up with new words and twist our words and take shit from Jason Black and Neely Fuller, let's stay true to our people. Since they like to come up with words, they say suspected white supremacists. I think we need a new one. We need to call this shit SBA, a suspected black agent. Okay, suspected black agent. What y'all say? I'm not saying you a supremacist, but you act like one. I'm gonna start saying, I'm not saying that you are not a suspected black agent, but you're acting like one. They really, really got me going. They really, really come across funny style. Dude who called in earlier, the guy who could barely talk. Well, like the 10th motherfucker that could barely talk. Talking about, I don't know what B1 is. You know what B1 is, brother. You know what B1 is. Stop playing. Stop lying. You know exactly. I mean, black first. One first. First one. Black first. I mean, how the hell can you miss up something? It's only 2 words. They got books on it. You know damn well what black first is. So they're trying to make this confusion. As Brother Rich said, they're trying to cause this confusion. And I commend the 3 hosts right now because you guys are the first people to step to the fucking plate and say, we're not having that. You guys are really, really, truly regulating this shit and putting an end to it. So I give y'all a big ass salute because this is what a lot of people been thinking, but ain't nobody really said that shit until today, or really yesterday when it popped off. And then today you guys are following up and cleaning up all the bullshit that they tried to, you know, push upon us, man. So you guys deserve all the fucking credit in the world. And I know for a fact, all of you guys are thorough brothers. Them, I can't account for them. Don't know who they are, don't know where they are, don't know where they came from. And a lot of us, you know, been side-eyeing them for a long time. And I just appreciate that we got brothers like you guys that are truly holding it down. That's why I came up with the term before. A lot of people who are subscribed to my Black Alpha YouTube channel always say certified black. You know, and the certified is what bridges us. You know, the FBA can be your nationality, B1 is the mentality, and certified can bridge the both of those. So when they act like they don't know what that is, they know damn well what it is. It's just what they want to do is co-opt it. And the first thing someone does when they co-opt it, they try to, you know, redefine it. Try to redefine it, man. Try to redefine it. And you guys are putting the brakes to that shit, man. Y'all not letting that shit happen. Y'all doing like Mike Tyson did, like you were saying, man, you G-checking that shit and letting it be known it's not going to go down that way. It's not going to happen. We're going to stick true to our words, our terminologies. Our elders are, like I said, our pillars, our great intellectuals, our master teachers. They're not going to work for these terms, you know, their whole life. And they just have some group pop up out of nowhere and, you know, just steal it in the middle of the night. So, I give y'all a lot of credit, man. I was listening last night and tonight, man, but I finally got this shit off my motherfucking chest. And it's good to deal with it, man. If I could talk to anybody, man, it'd be y'all 3 right there, man. So I salute y'all from a real B1, not that off-brand shit. Oh, and by the way, Secure Lives Matter. I send y'all salute, man. Go get y'all some rainbows and shit. You probably like it.
B1 to you and the Queen, brother.
I'm back at y'all. Hey, I'm going to land right there. Go ahead, brother.
Really quickly for Black Alpha Man, because like I said, I've been wanting to talk to you since yesterday, bro. But a side note, did you see all the feathers in Tariq Nasheed's chat today doing his broadcast? Because remember, I made a comment last night about how y'all niggas claim to be, you know, fucking with Tariq and the New Black Media, but every time they live, y'all niggas holding struggle spaces.
It's straight up and down.
And I feel like that message got through because when I was in Tariq's chat today, I started seeing a whole bunch of feathers in that motherfucker.
Oh, there you go. I seen it. And it's funny, like you were saying earlier, it's like they watch what we do and then they try to go ahead and either piggyback off it, pivot, have they fake version of the shit. It's the same thing, man. You know, ain't nobody, y'all always make fun of nobody with his teeth. Y'all miss one person though, man. He looked like that dude from that movie, what was it, Captain Phillips? With goddamn Tom Hanks. That fucking scene, motherfucker looked like a Somali pirate. That's what the fuck he looked like. You know what I'm saying? That motherfucker was chewing dynamite. But yes, I seen it though, brother. I seen it. I seen the way they try to steal brother Afro Elite's space a long time ago. I seen it when it first happened. I see it all the time. That's what agents do, man. Agents, they don't ever come as, you know, complete outsiders. Agents are people who learn the lingo, they learn the style, they walk, they talk like us, they try to do it just how we do it. And then they try to pivot at the same time. If anybody's familiar, and I was gonna post this, but I gotta find it. The US movement. The US movement back in the 1960s, that was a federally supported group that was not grassroots, but it was made to counteract the Black Panther Party. And these folks was not really grassroots. Anybody out there, go and look up the US movement, the motherfuckers who created Kwanzaa. Why do you think the United States government always supported Kwanzaa? And George Bush and Ronald Reagan would have Kwanzaa celebrations at the White House. They did all that. Anybody who knows their fucking history, go look at how they did that. And you can see pictures of Bobby Seale. He would look at these people side-eye because he knew that these motherfuckers was agents on the low. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. So we have ADOS, we have fucking Black Lives Matter, and now we got Secure Lives Matter. And all of them is what I say, SBA.
B motherfucking one. Black motherfucking alpha in the building. Salute to that, brother.
B1 all day, y'all brothers, man. Y'all stay doing the G work, man, all the way live. And watch out for them suspected Black agents, man. They everywhere. One love, y'all, family.
B1.
Find it. The US movement. The US movement back in the 1960s, that was a federally supported group that was not grassroots, but it was made to counteract the Black Panther Party. And these folks was not really grassroots. Anybody out there, go and look up the US movement, the motherfuckers who created Kwanzaa. Why do you think the United States government always supported Kwanzaa? And George Bush and Ronald Reagan would have Kwanzaa celebrations at the White House. They did all that. Anybody who knows their fucking history, go look at how they did that. And you can see pictures of Bobby Seale. He would look at these people side-eye because he knew that these motherfuckers was agents on the low. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. So we have ADOS, we have fucking Black Lives Matter, and now we got Secure Lives Matter. And all of them is what I say, SBA.
B motherfucking one. Black motherfucking alpha in the building. Salute to that, brother.
B1 all day, y'all brothers, man. Y'all stay doing the G work, man, all the way live. And watch out for them suspected Black agents, man. They everywhere. One love, y'all, family.
B1.
Y'all check out his YouTube channel, and the link is in his bio as well. And if y'all checking out YouTube channels, y'all might as well check out our brother Beatzilla's YouTube channel. Link is in his bio. Y'all might as well check out our brother Vovo's YouTube channel. I think the link is in his bio. If not, he'll give it to you. Just ask him for it. And if y'all checking, of course, y'all might as well check out, I ain't gonna say especially, but check out my YouTube channel. The link is in my bio. You know, because we don't just spit game on Twitter, we spit game on YouTube as well. I think Racer, we definitely needed Black Alpha to come up in here. It just wouldn't have been complete without it. Racer, you was next, right? I think let's go to Racer.
B1 family, Racer Bowl reporting in for duty.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I want to just commend you, brothers. I really appreciate the space. I really appreciate the topics. I'm B1 and FBA all day. You know, anybody that's familiar with Professor Black Truth channel, particularly his Moment of Truth, you know, I'm there every morning, 8 o'clock sharp. That would be Eastern time. And I'm saluting everybody in the room, screening everybody, making sure that we keep our spaces B1. You heard?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Black first.
If you brothers don't mind, I would like to give you just one word of advice, if I may.
Okay.
I'm not
Please,
unteachable.
please, thank you, brothers. Please, deeply screen and vet everybody. That includes me. Everybody that comes into these spaces, because we do have a lot of tethers, we do have a lot of agent provocateurs that like to invade our spaces and just cause a whole bunch of confusion and time wasted tactics, and that's something that we definitely don't need. You know, our people are in dire straits, and we time is something that we cannot afford to waste.
We appreciate that, brother, but to be honest, they don't do a good job. Like every time they come up here, and once they start trying to change the subject, I already know
Right.
they're from the other side. So they're pretty easy to to spot. They're not nice with what they do. They don't work on their craft. They don't try to blend in. They're very easy. As soon as they come in here, the first thing they do, that number one, they either troll. Number two, they change the subject. Number three, they try to talk over you. It's just one or the other. So they're pretty easy to spot, man. But we appreciate that though.
Okay, no, thank you, brothers. No, I appreciate the air. No, and then you're 100% right. They 100% right, brother Rich. They're definitely easy to spot because but the thing is that one of the it was a guy who was there with that dude in the space earlier, Ruka. I could clearly tell that he was an FBA, and I'm gonna give you an example of what I mean. My grandmother is 78 years old. The minute that the first time I ever mentioned foundational Black American the term to her, she knew exactly what I meant. And I like to expound on that for our brothers in the room that may be misinformed about exactly what that means, or think it's an organization or some kind of group. Can I expound on that?
Well, let's get to some other people haven't spoke yet, so you just hang around a little bit.
All right, you got it, brothers.
All right. We'll go to DJ.
Peace, Black First family. Y'all know what it is. North New Jersey in the building. But look, hey, Afro Elite, that channel you talking about on YouTube that's posting all the spaces, bro, we all need to report that channel. And the reason why we all need to do it is for the simple fact, like you said, we don't know who shit it is. And the person ain't even commentating with the commentary of the spaces. You see what I'm saying? It'll be a different if you was commentating with the the spaces playing in the background or whatever. You're saying, hey, look, correcting and agreeing to disagreeing, whatever. So whoever got the channel now, the shit has just grown. So therefore, meaning it's past 1,000 subs. So and it most likely got the watch hours because some of those spaces is bare minimum 20 minutes to a couple hours. You know how we do up in these spaces. We be here all night sometimes. So they most likely got that channel monetized. That go back to the Cointelpro we talking about right now. We don't know who got that channel, you know what I mean, or who people it is, and where other brother was just saying like, yo, you got to start vetting people and shit. Like, what block you from, bro? You know what I'm saying? I'm from North New Jersey. I know my family from North South Carolina, Mississippi, Kansas, Florida, all that shit. You know what I mean? So it's like, we need to be stronger as one. Black first, you know what I mean? Before all the ADOS and all that other shit. And I hate all the FBA ADOS bullshit. I be having people arguing with me about that shit too. We ain't no fucking gang like that. We a black gang first. You know what I'm saying? Let's do that black shit first because it seemed like we have slipped away from that. You know what I mean? But just, I just wanted to chime in on that because I'm in this digital space. You know what I mean? I'm an artist, musician myself. I got my own everything, record label, distribution, and I be peeping shit like that, how. And like I said, I'm from over here in Essex County, bro. I'm in the bricks. We've been around different cultures and different races for over 40 years of my life. I'm 42, and I come across a lot of brothers, even my own family that live in the South. They were like, damn, why you be going on these people like that? Because you don't know. You don't know what we've been through, man. You know what I'm saying? We had to fight everybody, yo. And with that being said, look up also Michael Wayne TV on YouTube, the Black Spades, man. Found out how hip hop really got started because I don't know what the fuck Busta Rhymes be talking about. And Rod Digger, that's my fucking homegirl. You feel what I'm saying? Real shit. Yeah.
I'm gonna say one thing about that space or about that channel that's been recorded spaces. Okay, like you all know, I record all of my spaces and I put it up on YouTube. I have no problem with somebody recording me because I'm not gonna say anything different in one space and switch it up in the next space. You will never hear me say I'm black first in one space and then hear me say something different in another space. I would never do that. I don't have a problem if you want to take a snippet of something I said and highlight that. There is a little bit of an issue when you're taking somebody's entire space and putting it on your channel. And I shouldn't, and then not messaging the person about it. Yeah, you're letting people know it's my space, but you didn't ask the person to use their content. So I actually found the space and I'm seeing it because people DMing me about the space. People send me screenshots and I'm seeing my name pop up on a whole different channel. So I commented on one of my spaces. And all I said was, I would like to talk to the host of the channel because I'm looking through the channel. The channel has no link to any social media. I can't find who's making the spaces on Twitter. Can't find who's making the spaces on Instagram. So I'm saying, okay, if you're going to use somebody's content, you can at least ask their permission or have a conversation, be willing to have a conversation with the person. I just wanted to know where the person was coming from. I wasn't even really mad. And the second I said I want to have a conversation with the host, that whoever the host was deleted all of the content that they had of me off of their channel. Their screenshots, it was on there of like about 2 weeks ago. Now it's not on there anymore. So I'm like, okay, well that's odd.
I want to address that also because I haven't gotten a chance to address that because they got me on there also. Also shout out to DJ. I love his energy. I want to say that yeah, that's the dusty behavior I be talking about. Because you got to be a dusty type of dude to come on these spaces. Don't say nothing. Never say a name. Don't come up and speak. But listen, record, then go to your YouTube and put it on your YouTube. That's dusty nigga behavior. What real men do, real men slide in your DMs and say, bro, could I record your space and put it in my YouTube? That's what real men do. Real men don't do sneakiness and go behind your back. That's dusty nigga behavior. And not only that is that dusty nigga behavior, that's like Cointelpro behavior. Because who told you I wanted to be on YouTube? I don't even
Also,
have a. I don't. No, I'm gonna let you go, Nino. Let me just finish real quick. I don't even have a YouTube channel. So who told you I wanted to be on YouTube? I have no pictures on YouTube. My face is not anywhere. I'm not interested in clout. I'm not interested in having my face anywhere. Power is not. Power is
my
not
bad.
seen. Power is not. Power is not seen. It's felt. And that's Jason Black. Go ahead, Nino.
My bad, brother. I didn't mean to keep interrupting you. I was waiting on the pause. Also, I was gonna say, do y'all realize how much resources it takes to upload these hour-long fucking YouTube? These Twitter Spaces to YouTube. Like Afro, I know how long does it take to upload one 5-hour Twitter space or one 9-hour Twitter space? I'm pretty sure that shit takes forever. They're
Yeah, I'm
uploading
still working on that.
It does.
They're uploading multiple hour-long streams. Whoever this person is or group, they have abundant resources to be able to record all these different spaces and put them all in one location. So I just want y'all to keep
Facts.
that in mind. But I'm not gonna say too much on here. But y'all know what I'm getting at.
I'm a filmmaker, and I know it's time consuming. Yes, sir. Real quick, nothing in this life is free, including slavery. But we have to also look out for ask why are we bumping heads? We got to look at that. We got to be like, why are we bumping heads like one another, like all people of slavery? Why are we bumping heads? And you have to, and it shows me that maybe it could be manipulation. And I say that because of blue cheese. Everybody know what blue cheese is. But blue cheese to me equals reparations. And I also see once this blue cheese was introduced, there's a lot of disenfranchising and all these names and separating and ununity popping off. And we have to realize that these people studied, they sat up here and studied how to break us down through Willie Lynch. They read books on it, yo. They studied how to disenfranchise, make us hate one another. And we have to leave the kids out of it. When we fighting, we always go to another room. If it was me and my girl fighting, we gonna go into another room. We ain't gonna bring the kid. We don't want them to hear it. So bumping heads, and while I land my plane, is on purpose. And we have to start focusing. And once we start focusing like we've been doing, our ancestors will give us the answer. And that's what the code is. The code is something that our ancestors give us. It's nothing that's written down, but you could tell.
because we've been through hell. And I'll land my plane there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is to the co-host, is somebody requesting to speak? Because it's showing that somebody's requesting, but I can't see the person.
That's me, DJ Sag One, right there, brother. Jason, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
Hold on, brother. I
All
think he was
good.
talking about in the queue. But no,
Yeah,
I don't see
It's
anybody.
like, is somebody requesting to come up as a speaker?
No. How many people do we have up here? There
Hold
should
on,
be
that's
the
Mr.
limits.
Moon. Mr. Moon right there. Got the avatar or whatever.
Hold on,
okay.
brother. On our end, you can't see what we see. There's a queue of people that wants to come on stage, but
Because I was just looking through my timeline. It says one request to speak, and then I go in and I don't see it. So it might be, I guess, lagging or something.
I don't see anybody. But my bad, DJ. I ain't mean to cut you off. I was just trying to correct.
Who had their hand up next?
I think it was DJ, Mr. Moon, and Jason.
Yeah, I'll just be quick. I'll just be real quick again on that one. So to reiterate what you brothers just said, Afro, Dame, and Rich, you know what I mean? That's why you gotta report these channels. And let me tell y'all a little situation I had since, like you said, all this shit been popping up, but niggas been talking black first since we came out the womb. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these jokers over here on the East Coast, like you said, they be grifting like a motherfucker, man. And I be peeping this shit. So when I be explaining this shit to people, they don't be understanding it. So a couple weeks ago, or months ago now, rather, it's middle of April. I'm up in Walmart about to return something. See this motherfucking little joint come in. We all black. I understand that. We from in the diaspora, but we understand you ain't. I could look from a distance. You ain't B1. You feel what I'm saying? Start taking pictures. All right, I'm turning my back because I already know what time it is. You know what I mean? You ain't taking pictures of me. You got a brand new iPhone. I can see it from here with the wide angle, the iPhone 13. I know what that shit could do. Get a picture of everything. So every time I move, she move. You know what I mean? So you got to watch out for shit like that. I just told another sister, she was on the live. Her daughter wound up calling. Thank God she ain't answered. The daughter hung up. She young, being ignorant like a little kid, just not listening to the parent and just hung up before she said, "Where you at?" You don't know if motherfucker looking at you, watching at you. Like you said, you don't want to be on YouTube. You got a family to protect, friends to protect. Like Dan said, yeah, I wish a nigga would. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you should Kanye voice, dog. You know what I'm saying? Because niggas been through too much. And now you got these motherfuckers completely ostracizing us out of our reparations. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, okay, we can still have a black agenda, but fuck that. We got to get our shit first. And we ain't never got nothing. This is why the whole Cointelpro thing is just going to go into an infinity, bro, to the last nigga on earth, because we got to learn how to be stronger with one another. So, yeah, and like I said, yeah, go play on the YouTube, dog. Fuck that, get your shit off there. If a nigga ain't commenting on the fucking video while playing the space, we don't know who the fuck it is. Niggas ain't keeping it real, ain't fucking messaging nobody. Niggas don't know what it is. And like I said, they got over 1,000 subs. I'm in the music business 30 years, dog. I got degrees in audio engineering. I've been following this tech shit my whole life. Niggas getting money. And like you said, you don't know who it is. It could be a nigga. It come to find out, you're doing a little bit of research. The so-called Russian bot situation when happened with the early on ADOS back in 2020 could have been for some Nigerian niggas that was hired by some Russian niggas. You know what I'm saying? Quote unquote, but that's neither here or there. Do your homework. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we definitely gonna get that channel together, because the fact that you're putting my content up there, hour-long content, and all I ask to do is speak with you, and you just like take my content down. Not that I have a problem with you taking my content down. I'm like, hey, if that doesn't make any sense. You're saying you be one, this is my content. I'm saying I just want to talk to you, and now you're running away, and nobody knows you. How are you recording all these spaces? This seems like to me that this is more than one person. How are you recording multiple spaces that happen in one day for hours and hours? This seems like a whole little, if you guys know about technology, it seems like it's a squad of people who are doing this. I don't think this channel is ran by one individual.
They got a lot of internet bandwidth to be able to do all that. You can't do all that on one computer. I don't care if you got you a high quality rig. That takes a lot of bandwidth to do that. They have a damn server farm. Now, whether or not that is government funded or foreign funded, I don't know. But we're not going to talk about that on this space too tough. Side note, I see a lot of the Secure Lives Matter folks are still popping off at the mouth. And like I said, for those listening on y'all burner accounts, because I know you in here. I'm looking at one of them right now. Your damn burner name is very similar to your real name, Miss Darling. But anyway, if y'all got something to say, come up here, because again, we're not addressing this shit after tonight. We back on the grind tomorrow, and from then on, we back on the grind. We addressing white supremacy. We already discredited and drew a line in the sand with the bootlicks and suspected agents. So if y'all got something to say, go ahead and get it out tonight.
Let Will speak, because Will didn't get a chance to speak. You can let him go.
Hey, can I just say this one last thing, Will? Just real quick, brother. Not to cut you off.
You got to be quick.
Yeah. So, like, even with that being said, you know, you guys got to go do what y'all got to do from maybe a actual legal standpoint as well. You might have to go fucking sue YouTube if these motherfuckers ain't taking your shit down. You see what I'm saying? Because that's your shit. Think about it. That's your intellectual property. Why let somebody else make money off that shit if you not? You see what I'm saying?
And they would sue the fuck out of us if we use their shit.
In a heartbeat.
You make a great point. That's a great point. This is our intellectual property. And we do have a right. If we don't want our content on YouTube, if we don't want to be put on YouTube, we have a right to say take it down. If you don't want to take it down, we can go through legal actions.
And by the way, Afro Elite and Black Alpha, you guys are welcome to put me on YouTube. Whatever spaces we have, you guys are always welcome. But if I don't know you, do not put me on YouTube. I'm not interested in being on YouTube. But if you my brother, go right ahead. But if I don't know you, don't put me on YouTube, brother. I'm not interested in fame, fortune. Well, I am interested in fortune, but I'm not interested in fame. I'm not interested in putting my face out there. I'm not interested in none of that. Afro Elite and Black Alpha and Nino, go right ahead, brother. And when you do, if you do put mine in, if possible, if you could block out my face, I'll love that. But if not, no problem.
Absolutely, bro. And you know, I don't even have no damn platform. Folks been trying to get me to start a platform for years. You know, I just don't care to be out there like that.
That's
but
right.
For the record, though, anybody recording this and putting it on there, you do not have my permission to do so unless you run it by me first. And I say shout out to D Tell Me, because D Tell Me, but she always asks me for my permission before she posts anything I send her or that she observes. So shout out to her.
Does to me too.
Correct on
D
that.
Tubman has my full permission, and she asks every single time.
With that being said, I see a lot of burner accounts in here, so I think you know, if it's okay with the host, we go ahead and knock these hands out. Then after that,
Let's do that. Let's do that, and then let's get real with it. But since we're on the topic of YouTube, shout out to Tori and Rain. You guys should go check out his YouTube channel as well too. Will, you can go ahead.
Hey, I was just gonna say y'all keep doing y'all thing. I'm looking forward to Monday. Y'all just keep doing great work, man.
Well,
thank you.
I didn't forget about your ass whooping. It's coming on Monday, brother. Don't worry about it. But I appreciate you.
I don't think it's gonna go the way you want, but man, I'm looking forward to it.
All right, brother. Have a good one. Appreciate you.
Drive safe, brother.
Now who was that? Mr. Moon and then Jason.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Moon.
All right. Black first, and it's not going to be a long. I'm not going to be long, but I want to say shout out to Yoda, because he is right about what he said. When we talk about reparations, it's going to be a lot of traitors and agents revealing themselves, and because we're doing the right thing. And also, Yoda, I understand not to bring the children into the conversation of white supremacy and black empowerment, but I also agree of teaching our children our history and white supremacy, because if we don't teach them, then our children will learn about white supremacy the hard way. And also, I really enjoy Nino and Afro Elite's Twitter space. Shout out to them, because it's very respectful and organized. So, yeah, I really enjoy your Twitter space.
Thank you.
And And by the way, let me say this real quick. By the way, what we're doing, we're showing black men how to move with each other, because as black men, we don't know how to move with each other. The only time we do move with each other in a respectable way and in a way that's helping the entire race, the only time we do that is like when we're at work, we're having a conversation about
When
basketball.
somebody die.
Yeah, when somebody died, we at a funeral, or we playing basketball, or we're smoking weed or drinking. That's the only time we we move right with each other. But we don't move right with each other when we have a good agenda at hand. So what we're doing right here, we're showing how black men really supposed to be moving. Where there's no ego, there's no pride, nobody wants to fight each other. We're not pulling up in each other's addresses. I'm a grown man. What I look like asking you for your address to pull? I don't even know you. Why am I pulling up on you?
Oh
Mr.
yeah,
Moon, Mr. Moon, Mr. Moon, mute your mic, brother.
Sorry about
Yeah,
that. My bad.
I'm not interested in coming to see you, and that's dusty nigga behavior. I've been there and done that.
Too much to lose.
Yeah, we're grown men here, but that's what we're doing here. We're showing you how black men really supposed to be moving. And when black men move like this, guess what the black women do? They move the same way with each other, and they move the same way with us. But I'm gonna let somebody else speak.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get these hands knocked out. Jason, you can go ahead, brother.
All right, so I got 3 quick points. So number one, about Security Tribe in general. We've all seen and we've all kind of hinted and alluded at this. I call it jobless babble because we've seen it. These niggas are in a space for 10 hours a day, like Brother Afro Elite was saying. They have matinee spaces, and I'm just wondering, how do you have a job? How do you have a life? We've seen this. I've seen this multiple times. You start spaces every day at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, noon, and you're in there for 9, 10 hours, and it's like on a daily basis. It's fine every now and then, hey, I may have had, or I've seen other people who I know aren't jobless who had a 8-hour space, but it's like once a week, once every 2 weeks. These motherfuckers was having it every day. Again, all the inflammatory shit and the switching up. African slaves are slaves who came from Africa are immigrants. All this extra shit. I mean, I could go on and on and on about the inflammatory shit that they run away from, that they switch up from. So like people were talking about Yaya. People were talking about her twerking, but I'll be honest, that's not really my thing. My thing is how you went off cold when you were speaking against reparations, and then less than 2 weeks later, when you see that reparations is the move, you're jumping on the bandwagon. This type of shit is suspect. But speaking of the code, because everyone wants to use that as a weapon, and I said this a couple of weeks ago, the code is it's very similar. It's not the same, but it's damn near the same as Cooney. It's just when you're going against the greater interests of black people and black empowerment, that's when you're being off code. And if you accuse someone of being off code, you should be able to explain exactly how they're off code. Anytime I call someone off code, I can explain exactly how they are off code, exactly how they are working against the interests of black people. Like when you say something like, what about black on black crime? I can explain that. That was my second point. But then my last point is, so basically niggas don't understand what the code is. It just shows how ignorant and new you are. It's very simple. It's very straightforward. But the last thing is this thing about race. White supremacists, white race, there are races. Even with Italians and Irish and all the, maybe at times they may have been considered somewhat not fully white. When you saw the signs, when you saw the colored signs, it was colored in white. These people, they, whatever differences they may have, which they do, they still get on code as white versus black, white supremacy versus non-white inferiority. And that's not saying that we're inferior, but we're in an inferior position. Everything that we've gone through, even with reparations, we are owed reparations from the white supremacists. Black Wall Street was burned down by the white supremacists. All of this stuff was done by white supremacists. We focus so much on Black American history. The majority of the crimes in our history and to this day are committed by the white supremacists. Race is a thing. The white supremacists have let us know race is a thing, whether we want to make it a thing or not. So let's just keep the main thing the main thing. Yes, we can check off-code Negroes, off-code foreigners, off-code tethers, as we like to call them, because it's justified. But we still have to keep the main thing. And I suspect these niggas of trying to not make the main thing the main
Brother
thing. And that's
Jason,
why I have a
you're
problem. But
nailing
that's
it.
all I got.
Hey, brother Jason, you nailed it because race. You think about it. Race is if you think about just the word race, somebody's got to win, right? These people have
Competition.
already been planning the ending, and they already see themselves winning this race. And when you hit that, you hit it on the nail, Jason. And brother, damn, you done hit it on the nail too with all the agents, bro. We are infiltrated, bro, in every which way. So if you don't think we are not, I'm gonna tell you this: we have to be discreet as we move and as one, like a millipede with many legs. We have to come together no matter how much stuff they done threw at us to make us fall apart. They make us fall apart at the hinges, yo. If we weren't conscious and we didn't have our ancestors, man, we would be raggedy, but we're strong. And I'll land my plane there, brother Jason. You's on point.
Thank you. And actually, one other thing too, with the disrespect and cats hiding their hand, we've all been in these spaces. We've seen how they move. They mute people. They disrespect people. I've been in the spaces where I got muted a bunch of times, and then I got told I got cooked, even though I only got 2 words in. So all of this coming in here innocent. Why you muting me? Why you insulting me? Why you disrespecting me? We seen how y'all move in y'all spaces, and we see how y'all run y'all spaces, and y'all run y'all spaces with a lot of disrespect. And then when someone brings the smoke back to you, you start crying and hollering, and it just looks real weak and real hypocritical. But anyway,
And to be honest, we've allowed people to speak way more than they have allowed anybody to speak. Okay, they would have somebody on there, and the whole team, all the speakers. Now, really, the only people who've been interjecting is me and the co-host. But in their spaces, they allow the host, the co-host, and all of the other speakers to gang up on one single person for like a whole hour. And that person, every time that person tries to talk, that person gets muted. The person gets kicked off, and they say, "Oh, he just ran away. He just scared. Oh, he got cooked." I was reading a tweet. Somebody called Booby Obi-Wan Kenobi because he's just so wise. But I got a question. I just posted something in the Jumbotron. Since me asking, are black people too emotional? If that's a question that's off code, look in the Jumbotron. Are you black first? Do you guys think that that's an off code question? Since questions can be off code, why is asking, are you black first? That sounds to me like that's an off code question. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm not gonna break my mind over this their hypocrisy because they lie and they contradict themselves. They lie, contradict themselves. They lie, they contradict themselves. That's what they do. I'm not gonna keep second guessing myself and like, damn, am I tripping? Are they really doing that? You know, did they really say that? Yes, they did. They did. I had it right the first time. I'm not gonna keep second guessing myself. I know myself for X amount of years, for multiple. I'm not even gonna put my age out there no more. I done did it enough. I know myself for multiple decades at this point, and I know that when my gut is telling me somebody on that bullshit, it is right. 100% of the time, I've never suspected somebody being on bullshit and they wasn't.
Right.
So with that being said, man, them folks straight up contradicted themselves. They had a whole argument with us asking a question about, the question was black people too emotional? We didn't specify if we was or wasn't in that title. It was to have an open dialogue, and they was going off about that's a triggering question. That's a triggering question. When you asking that question, some people get triggered by that. Well, bitch, you might be emotional. You might be too emotional if you get triggered by somebody asking you a question.
So that just proves, Afro, your question was correct. Being open-ended and people's own emotions proved it.
I have a
Damn.
feeling that they vote Democrat, bro. I have a feeling. I don't know. I just have a feeling.
I don't think they can legally vote. A lot of them, because felons can't vote.
My vote for sale.
And I'm not even against, fellas. I got a lot of partners as fellas, you know what I'm saying, whatever. But my thing is, I think a lot of them can't legally vote, if you want my honest to God opinion.
I want to get to somebody who hasn't spoken yet. Brother Lowe, you haven't said anything yet, and I'm curious to see what you have to say.
Team, you could drop me down, bro, so somebody else can get up here.
All right, I got you. Thanks for speaking, Black First, brother. Brother Low, you can go.
B1
Louis.
family, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just got 4 points, and then I'll land my plane. You do know me, Afro. I'm Samuel.
Oh, brother Samuel, how you doing?
All right. My first point, I'm not gonna belabor it because Jason and the other brother just said it all. So I'm not gonna even belabor that. The brother with the teeth who you had, I didn't understand why he was having his child co-sign his beef.
Because he is high off that pipe and that drink, and that is what ratchet mother. They trained their kids in the art of ratchetry at a very young age, so that kid can grow up and become just as dysfunctional as them, and they can continue this tragic cycle in the black community. That's why he had his child doing that shit, and they over here trying to sneak this on their timelines and stuff, like people not reporting it back to us, and I'm not even entertaining it if they don't put an ad on it, because if you want to keep it a buck, it ain't nothing to call CPS.
And Nino, why would you post that picture while I'm eating, brother?
You know what, brother? I apologize. I don't know. Sorry, But regardless of what I say about that CPS thing, like I said, I'm not for putting kids in the system and shit. I used to work for CPS, so I'm not even gonna take it that far. But my nigga, please just leave me the fuck alone. Like we said, they specify that, hey, y'all got a different code than us, y'all have a different agenda than us. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, just stay on your side of the fence. Don't worry about what we got going on over here. The B1 community been around for over a decade now, and we've been doing just fine without y'all. So just stay over there. Keep our names out the mouth. Don't worry about what we got going on over here. But
That's
my thing
100.
is, without the B1 community, they wouldn't even have the few followers that they do got now. Look at their spaces right now. You can look right now. Look at the spaces right now. Look at the space count right now. 23 people. No, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. 19 people in their room. 101 over here. But we supposed to be the struggle space though.
They've been trying all day to beat me. They've been trying all day to replicate a space that could beat yesterday's space. And I came in and I was like, you know what? I just got off work. I'm a little tired, but let me show you that yesterday wasn't a mistake, that we can actually do this. Cause y'all think that y'all got this delusion of grandeur that everybody who hates on Secure the Tribe, oh, y'all just clout chasers. Y'all don't have clout. Y'all don't have clout. Y'all can't reach the numbers that we can reach. Y'all can't reach that. Real recognize real.
And my thing is, one thing I want to say, I made a tweet earlier today. I think I put it in the Jumbotron. Let me scroll. Y'all bear with me. I put up a tweet today. I said, everything I say regarding black folks is rooted in Professor Black Truth. I meant to say the Black Authority and Tariq Nasheed. And everything they do is rooted in Neely Fuller, Dr. Wilson, Dr. Anderson, John Henry Clark, and etc. If you got an issue with my ideology, then you got an issue with all of them.
Likewise.
Let that seep in. I'm not saying nothing over here that Tariq ain't saying. I ain't saying nothing over here that Jason Black, the Black Authority, ain't saying. I'm not saying nothing over here that the Professor Black Truth ain't saying. And everything that they say is rooted in the ideology of the great master teachers of Dr. Wilson, Dr. Clark, Dr. Anderson. You know what I'm saying? So if you got an issue with anything being said over here, that's who you got an issue with. So you can't sit here and what's his name, Immortal Melanin, talking about some, just because I got an issue with your ideology does not mean I have an issue with the ideology of the Grandmaster teachers and their best students. I'm like, nigga, if it's the same ideology, then by definition, you have an issue with it. That's like saying, two people got the same shirt on. Oh, I like it. I like that shirt. I don't like that shirt. Nigga, it's the same shirt. Maybe you just don't like who got it on. Like, these niggas ain't even trying to make sense no more, man. And I'll leave it there.
No. They're not trying no more. They about to collapse. Then in a couple weeks, we'll forget all about them. They'll be a joke. But let's go to the black pragmatist.
What's going on, y'all? I just want to make two quick points. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So going back to what Jason said, about the whole thing with trying to make race like a social construct. It's like what the Black Authority said. Anybody who tries to get us to take the ball off of white supremacy is doing white supremacy's bidding. So, with that, we gotta, be race first. With Dr. Claude Anderson, he says the definition of race is a competition between resources and, black people, specifically black Americans, we own 1/2 of 1% of the nation's wealth and resources, and we're way behind. So how are we gonna get ahead by thinking that race is a social construct? And another point I want to make is that you know, these people, from Secure the Tribe, they're, attention starved, they're, clout chasers. Once they had that viral space, that, the clout that they got was on 1,000, and that put their ego on steroids. And ever since then, once they feel like, that they're starting to decline in that, in that clout being, having that viral space, once they feel like it's threatened, they're gonna do anything to attack it. Just like with Strappy and Tone, when they got put in that magazine and they started to get notoriety, they started attacking everybody. They attacked Dr. Claude Anderson, they attacked Jason Black, Tariq, anybody, and they just started making these rules and stuff like that. So you just got to be careful because clout is a hell of a drug. But that's all I had to say.
Are you guys familiar with the Dunning-Kruger effect? Probably not. This is something I studied, when I was in college. All right, cool. When I was in college, one of my degrees was in psychology, specific child psychology, and there's this thing that we study called the Dunning-Kruger effect. Dunning-Kruger effect is pretty much says that it's a cognitive bias whereby people with low ability at a task overestimate their ability, whereas on the opposite end of the scale, people who are very good, who are high performers, they tend to underestimate their abilities. So basically, the dumbass niggas are high ambition, low IQ. Whereas the people that's on the higher end of the scale who are high performers tend to always underestimate themselves and say, hey, man, I'm not that smart, you know what I'm saying? But I'm willing to learn. They are the epitome of the low end scale people who overestimate their ability, but they're on the low end of the scale. Over here, we're always willing to learn. That brother asked us, "Hey, can I give you some advice?" The first thing I said to him was, "Hey, brother, I'm not unteachable. I'm always willing to learn." Them motherfuckers over there, you can't tell them shit. They think they know everything. So I just wanted to point that out. Whenever y'all get a chance, look up the Dunning-Kruger effect. I think I put it in the Jumbotron.
Let's get to the hands real quick, and then we can if anybody else wants to speak real quick. I'm not going to be on here all night. I was on a 9-hour space last night, then got up and had to go to work all day today. I've damn near not slept since last night, so I'm not going to do that again tonight. I felt like the point was made, but I'm going to keep this space open for about another maybe 15 minutes or so. So if anybody wants to come in and say something, especially if you haven't spoken yet, feel free to do so. Let's get to the hands. Who had their hand up next?
Oh, you can drop me, Afro.
All right, cool. All right. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Racer, you can go ahead.
Thank you, brother Afro. I just wanted to, as a quick reminder to our brothers in the B1 brigade and the FBA family that the Democrats just spent $30 million on trying to get black people to go out there and vote. Underlining that also means that a good portion of that $30 million will be spent on agent provocateurs, people invading our spaces, people trying to cause dissension and confusion in these comment boards. So I just wanted to remind our brothers and sisters about that, and I'll end the plane there.
All right, thank you. And that's a good point. Glad you brought that point up. They're going to attack us from a lot of different angles. That's why we said Black First versus Cointelpro. That's that. What's the YouTube channel? That gives me strong Cointelpro vibes the way they move. And some individuals in these spaces who claim to be for Black empowerment, they're pretty much outing themselves as Cointelpro. But for the last 15 minutes, we're going to be up here. If anybody wants to come in and give some final thoughts, you can feel free to do so. If not, then let's let our co-host go ahead, spit that fire.
Because I'm gonna start calling up suspect accounts in a minute.
And I just want to
Because
say
I'm
too,
tired of these.
sorry.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So real quick about the clout and because this is what I had a beef, like I said, with Mel in that Worldwide Spaces. I followed him for a second after that space because I heard some good stuff. But then immediately when I was following him, he was talking about anybody have all these people having FBA spaces is clout chasing and all of this and taking a whole bunch of credit for the FBA movement. It's like, dude, what was bringing people in was talking points that I've been hearing for years before I even ever seen you. Like it wasn't you. And I started mocking him and saying, well, since you so worldwide, have another worldwide space. And I ain't seen it since. And I've told him that it was a one-time only thing. People letting clout go to their head. Like, bro, fine, you had a good space, but don't take credit for stuff that came before you and helped boost you to what you had for just a moment. It was your 15 minutes of fame. That's why I kept saying to him, have another worldwide space, have another one. And I ain't seen one since because it ain't about you and how great you are. It's about us in the movement. And people are are too caught up on being superstars and celebrities, Twitter space celebrities and superstars. And you worried about chasing clout. And that's what's fueling a lot of this disrespect and ignorance and basically the point that we at now. That's all I want to say.
And by the way, if you came up here today and you said that you don't rock with them and that's your choice, stay away from them from here on out. Don't associate with them because that's how I am. Once I see I don't associate with you, I'm done. You won't
Yeah.
see me.
My bad, Rich. I keep
Yeah,
interrupting you. My bad, brother.
you
Because you pick your words so meticulously. You pause and I think you be done, brother. But that's a good sign. You think before you speak. My bad, brother.
Yeah, don't be up under they comments and retweet. Just stay away from them. And that goes for people in your personal life. If you don't rock with somebody in your personal life, stay away from them. Because I hate, that's one of my pet peeves when somebody say they don't rock with somebody and the next day they chilling with each other. Because when I say I'm done with you, I'm done. And I advise all of you to be the same. Don't get hurt again. Don't get bit again. If you don't rock with somebody, stay away from them. Keep your peace. Don't try to mend the relationship and try to hug it out. You don't rock with them, stay away from them. That's it, plain and simple.
Absolutely.
They've been making spaces all day, literally from 6 o'clock this morning, all day and all night. They've been in spaces talking about that space, talking about me, talking about Rich, talking about Nino. And we haven't been in any of their spaces at all. We're not even going to give them the satisfaction of us showing up in their spaces. They've been having little tiny handful of struggle spaces. Those are the spaces that I'm not really interested, but I'm just a little bit bored right now. I'm on my lunch break. Let me just pop in for a few second spaces. Then the second we got in here, almost an instant 200 space. And they've been mad as hell. Booby sent up there tweeting, oh, y'all just talking about drama. No, sir. No, sir. Y'all been doing that all day. But people don't respect you. As Jason Black says, you can't buy credibility. They have lost credibility. When Check came up here, you feel me? Remember when Check was up here, you feel me? And Check was saying, oh yeah, I had some personal issues with them, you feel me? But that got handled behind the scenes and you don't know what you're talking about. And I knew it, and I had the post and I was asking him. He doesn't Check's not that smart. He's not that bright, God bless him though. But he's he reminds me of like the crayon chewing, gum drinking kids who sat in the back of the class. When he said, "Oh, so I said, if you criticize Secure the Tribe, check. You criticize Secure the Tribe. Were you off code?" He said no. So I said clearly. So criticizing Secure the Tribe is not off code. He said no, it's not. Then I posted the screenshot up in the jumbotron. I said, then why did you like this? Because I can. I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, that goes against what you just said you believe. Well, it is my Twitter. I can do what I want. You just lost all credibility, sir.
That's real feminine type shit. It's like fatherless behavior. And like I said, I work with kids my whole life, and the boys that act like that, they're imitating the behavior of their single mother. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But that's not a good look. But anywho, really quickly, I just wanted to make the point to co-sign what Rich was saying. Man, don't be on no flip flopping shit, bro. If y'all fuck with them, by all means, I'm not. First of all, we all grown. I'm not gonna sit here and police who you can associate with or who you can fuck with or nothing like that. You grown. You gonna make your own decisions. But just know when I draw the line in the sand, I make it clear that hey, I don't fuck with this person or this group or anything like that, and I still see you associating them. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you, hey, I'm not gonna question you, but hey, why you fucking with them or whatever, whatever. No, I'm going to just push you over that line and not fuck with you. I'm not gonna announce it. I'm not gonna ask you about it. Just know I'm gonna fall back from you. When I start telling you, hey, and I point out this person is questionable or they have violated, and I know that you know because I made it known to you, and you still associate with that person, then by all means, I got to disassociate myself from you because either you in cahoots with them or you're not smart enough to take that information and remove yourself from their presence. And that's how I'm moving. Like I said, I'm B1 over here.
Exactly. I've sent requests to certain people who I've seen in their space. They're speaking in their spaces, but they haven't came in this space, and that's fine.
Oh,
that is fine. I don't want a lot of friends. I want great friends or great family. I'm gonna say.
One person in particular, and I'm putting this on record. I know this shit is being recorded. Mr. Engaging. Mr. Engaging, stay in our spaces. Stay in our spaces, acting like he fought with us the stupid strong way. The stupid strong way. But then every time I look up, he in their spaces. And then, like I said, listen, I got people in different circles who fuck with me. Who fuck with me. And they send me recordings of them damn spaces. He the first person I see up there clapping and dropping hearts in their spaces and co-signing everything they saying. I'm not with that shit, bro. I'm not with that shit. And like I said, I know some shit about Mr. Engaging that I've been sitting on since the first day I met him, and I never brought it out publicly. Like nigga, I seen who some of them accounts you be following. I seen some of them
I
tweets
seen
you be
that
liking.
too.
Like, and nigga be talking for somebody who wants, man, fuck that shit, man. I'm tired and I'm about to put it all out there, man. For somebody who want to sit here and police about what's black and what's not black, then why the fuck is you liking BBC sissy pages?
Hey, Mr. Engage, you might want to ask your friends to come in here because they've been avoiding this conversation. And best believe they're gonna be listening to the playback. They're gonna be the first ones listening to the damn playback. I swear they will. So they might as well come up in here.
And you know what BBC sissy page I'm talking about because we called it out in the same space I met you in. And you was talking cool back then, so I just kind of figured it was a method to the madness. Or maybe that's what you was into or whatever, and I just didn't want to call you out, brother. But nah, since we putting everything out there, I need to know.
So wait, hold up. You're talking about the same misengaging that he was asking questions yesterday, and today he came back asking questions. Are you saying he likes Bucci?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Why is he following and liking BBC sissy pages? And it's called a BBC sissy. It's a
I
sissy,
never
which
like.
means
Whoa!
that's
I
a man. That's a man.
Whoa!
By
I
definition.
never.
Brother, I got the screenshots. Been sitting on them for a while now.
Dude, I
I've
blocked
seen
that
them
out of
too.
my
Come on now,
face.
don't lie.
Ain't nothing to lie about. I got a girl, so whatever.
That don't mean shit. That's called a beard.
Mr.
I don't
Engaging, you
swing
said
that way.
Mr. Engaging, Mr. Engaging, you said you got a girl, so does that mean you're bisexual?
No, nigga, that's mad weird. I don't do all that.
So you don't follow any BBC sissy pages. I want to get that on record
Like-
before I post it to the jumbotron.
Like on Surreal, if it's on my thing, I got over like 800, 200 something thousand people I follow. So like, I'll delete it. It's not a big deal. I don't co-sign.
Brother,
Nigga,
brother,
Wow.
listen, we're very loving people. If that's what you are and that's what you like, that's
Dude,
okay, bro.
I'm telling you, I don't roll that way. So, and
It's okay.
I'm telling you,
okay.
I don't roll that way. So why
No,
you
it's
keep
okay,
One
pursuing?
brother.
second.
And
One
if you keep
second. One
pursuing that
second.
way, I think it's a form of disrespect. If that's it, I don't swing.
Oh no, brother. We're not disrespecting. We're very loving people. You know, we
We
love.
want you to live your truth, brother. Live your truth.
Yeah,
But
we're very
no,
accepting.
I'm gonna like to say thank you for pointing it out, so I can delete it off my page.
Man, somebody else already called you out for it. AJ Nash 10 called you out for it last week.
Dude, I got like 2,000 people. I don't comb through my shit like that, respectfully. I don't even
So
rock.
you just be following any and everything, huh?
No, I don't. I didn't know if that was the case. That's why I said I'll get rid of it when I go through and find it. And I said thank you. And now
I
you
mean, but
keep
you have to have
bashing a brother
you're
instead of
following it. I mean, you have to have clicked follow though. Went into the
no,
profile and
I
clicked
did
follow.
not.
So
It's Twitter. You know these motherfuckers add things and do things to your account. So I don't
Okay,
know. So now I'm saying like on the real talk, I'm gonna fix it.
It's the Russian hack.
That's
so
why I said I will
look,
fix
you don't
it.
have to fix it because we don't roll that way. If that's what you get,
I'm saying I
if that's
don't
how you
roll
get that.
that way, and that's why I said I want to represent myself correctly.
Okay,
That's
so
all I'm saying.
Mr. Engaging, let me ask you this question. Real talk, all jokes aside. I'm not joking, seriously. Are you saying you double tap on a man's
No, nigga, I'm saying I didn't.
His
See what I'm
woman,
saying?
his woman is listening,
No,
y'all.
listen,
Pray.
no, listen.
No, man, that ain't even y'all
Just go ahead and buy the strap. Just go ahead and buy the strap and tell her that, hey, baby, I'm on some I'm on DJ
because the nigga
anytime.
asked because I asked a real question about blackness. You want to come at me on some bullshit?
No, listen,
That's
listen,
whack.
listen.
That's some
No,
real
If
whack
you're
shit.
back,
That's all I'm gonna keep it at. That's some real
Mr.
bitch ass shit.
No, listen, Mr. Engaging. All jokes aside, this is what I'm saying.
I
I'm
never came at y'all in that
but
manner. I only
listen,
came on
but
an
listen,
educational tip.
brother,
But I feel like
brother.
you guys just throw me in some bullshit and that's some disrespectful shit.
No, brother. Listen. This is what I'm
Nah,
saying.
that's not no brother shit. That's some
Listen,
disrespectful
please,
shit, man.
just give me one. Look, just listen.
Sister?
Nah, bitch, nigga.
This is what I'm saying. All I wanted to ask you, brother, is are you saying you double tapped on a picture of another man's Bucci 3 times by accident? That's all I'm asking, brother. I'm not coming at you. That's all I wanted to know. Go ahead.
Before he answers
I
that,
said no.
hold on. Before you answer that, in the same space in which we called this very specific profile out, you was in the room. You was in there. It's recorded. We record all these spaces. I have the screenshots. In fact, like I said, AJ Nash 10, another B1 brother who be holding it down on the timeline, he called you out publicly on the timeline. He screenshotted the page, screenshotted the mutual followers, and then screenshotted him blocking your ass. And I said nothing. I sat on this information for a long time, brother. But like I said, I be noticing how you be bouncing from space to space, brother. And you been coming in here, coming and saying little suspect stuff over time. So now I'm like, you know what? Since we putting it all out there today, because we going back on our productive tip after tonight. It might as well just asses, man.
And by the way, brother, we don't have a problem with if you're LGBT. We don't have a problem with that. We respect that. We have
as long as you black first.
Yeah, as long as you black first, that's okay. If you like Bucci, that's what you do on the weekends, and on the weekdays you over here talking about Black Power. That's perfect. That's fine. I don't have no problem with that. But that's all it is, brother. We have love for you, brother. I want you to know that.
Not that kind of love for you.
Nigga, man, y'all some full of shit, man.
Now I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. Ignoring all of the Twitter stuff, all of who you follow, who you don't follow. Okay, I've personally seen you in spaces. You're in these spaces.
I listen to everybody. I listen to everybody respectfully.
No, and that's fine
and I
that you listen to everybody.
everybody.
Let me finish asking my
I'm
question.
Engaging Black. That's my name.
Let me finish asking my question. I see you in there. It's okay to engage and to listen, but you're in there. I see you get your hands up, you're hearting, you're engaging in their spaces. I've seen it. and then you come in our spaces and you're asking questions. You're saying, I have a problem with the term B1, which has never been a thing. You've been using B1 for years. It's these new niggas who come up here and said that B1 is a problem. That's on some secure the tribe shit. That's never been an issue. I'm gonna tell you one thing. We was us black first and FBA, we were moving like a well-oiled machine right up until they got their credit. Right up until they came in and they started sowing seeds of confusion. We've been having to clean house. We've been having to pick up off of the mess that they've made for months now because of the shit that they've been doing. Okay? You're not black unless you're a black American. That's some new shit that nobody knows where that came from. If you were brought here during the transatlantic slave trade, then you're an immigrant. That is some new shit that where did that come from? Mexico is a part of Central America. Who is saying this is some new nigga dumb shit? Okay, excuse my French family, but this is some new nigga shit. And we see people in there, they're allowing these new, very Cointelpro ass niggas, and they're co-signing, they're liking what they're saying, they're engaging with what they're saying, and then they take those questions, and you're coming over here with bad faith questions talking about, well, what is B1?
That wasn't bad faith, and I didn't ask what was B1, man. So don't lie on my name, fam. That's whack.
What did you ask then? What did you ask?
I asked since the I'll pull it up. I actually posted it up on my Twitter feed. I actually tagged in Professor Black Truth and PB.
Hold on, brother. It's late as fuck. Can you please use your inside voice? Like, real talk. Like, you inside voice, please. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Who saw that shit? Stick a finger in your ass. It might help you relax. I don't know. And I'm getting a screenshot, by the way. So
it's right on my page, man. I ain't bullshit a lot, so I ain't got time for that. I was asking.
Okay, so let me ask you.
I feel like
let's be fair.
For no reason.
No, let's be fair. Let's be fair.
You called me outside my name, and you questioned my sexuality, which is even fucking low. I didn't do that to you, fam.
Hold on. Let's be fair. Hold on. So we don't misunderstand. So we don't take your words out of context. What is your opinion after you've been in both of our spaces, this space and Secure the Tribe space? What is your honest opinion of Secure the Tribe?
I don't got an opinion about them. I don't got an opinion about either one of them, honestly. I actually like your space more because it's more informational, but you guys got a temperament where you guys like to hit on buttons on people and disrespect people.
And you're saying Secure the Tribe doesn't do that?
I never had an issue with them like that on that level. They let me speak my piece and they let me rock out and they let me leave.
Do you know why they let you do that? Do you know why they let you do that?
I never know why. I don't have a direct
I will answer why. They let you do that because they like to circle jerk each other. Okay? They let you do that because they allow other people, if you agree with them, they'll allow you to speak. If you disagree, they won't allow you to speak. And since you seem like somebody who's very agreeable with their talking points, they allow you to speak.
Oh, I don't agree with all their talking points. And some things they disagree on. They just allow me to speak because I come with respect. I don't really come with any type of hate towards people like that. That's not how I engage with a lot of people.
Sir, their spaces have been up for months. We've been in several spaces where if you just simply ask a question, Immortal Melanin went off saying that I was asking white supremacists, or I was giving white supremacists talking points by asking our black people too emotional. And they made whole side spaces because I asked a question. So no, they get very triggered if you say one single thing that they don't like. Don't act like as long as you're being respectful, they'll be respectful to you. There's been over 100 plus people in this space, and they know that's not how Secure the Tribe rolls.
I'm just saying respectfully, I never had a direct issue with them. Like the same way I don't really want to have a direct issue with you. I'm learning things from you. The same way I compliment you guys about calling those other people out about getting that money from them and paying Marcel. I thought that was commendable. Like, I don't hate. I acknowledge when something's good and I acknowledge something's bad and keep it trucking. I'd like to use some of the skills to help benefit the things that's going on in my community. So I'm not hating. I'm just learning, fam. If you taking it as hating, then hey, man, I'll
I
get up
didn't
and
say
leave.
you were hate. Okay, let me
I
not
find it
accuse
really
you of.
fucked up.
Hold on, hold
I
on, hold
find it
on, hold
really
on, hold on.
effed up. I find it
Hold
really
on. I
effed
didn't
up
say
that
you were
come at
hating.
me that way. That's all I'm
I
saying.
didn't say you were hating. I didn't say you were hating. All right. I'm asking where you stand. Because I
Where
see
I
you in this
stand, like,
space. I see you in another space. I see you asking questions in this space. I see you saying things in another space. So I'm just asking where you stand without making any assumptions and saying, okay, you rock with them. You're one of them. Because that's what they do.
no, I'm
Oh, if
not
they
one
see
of
you
them.
in another
I
space, they
told you I'm
assume
not
that you
one of.
rock with them.
Wait,
I'm
wait. The thing
asking
is,
you where you stand.
I'm not one of. Only reason why I'm connected with them is because we have the same lineage. Outside of that, I extend grace. So I extend grace with people who's my lineage. Outside of that, I could really care less about other people. Respectfully, I try to work with my own people first, and that's what I mean by B1. And that's how I interpret B1. I work with Black American people first because I am a Black American man. And my lineage ties back to the cotton fields. So I prefer to work with people that's like me. That's why I'm in those spaces because I'm looking for like-minded people that are like me. I'm not a hater, man. I just,
All right,
like, and
brother.
I feel like you guys coming at me on some bullshit like that. That's
No,
not cool, man.
okay.
That's
Okay, hold
cry.
on.
Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry.
Hold
We're
on,
not here
brother.
for
Hold
that.
on. We wasn't trying to come at you. They had some questions about some certain things because there's some commonality and people who move a certain way. So they were asking you a question about that. But as we're moving on to the hands, with all due respect, if you say that that's not what you with, I can't say that that's what you with. All I can say is, we judge people by how they move, and everybody's monitored here. And if you move a certain way, we're gonna react a certain way. We do have a right to question, and nobody's above questioning. I'm not even above questioning.
okay. Then if
Nobody's
you're not
above
above
questioning.
question, and I have a question for you, respectfully. I noticed that the
Respect.
white woman that came into the room that day, you guys didn't really grill her like that, like you grilled the white man.
What?
I want to know why you didn't go up and get the money out of that woman first, like you guys did it like the white man.
Hold on. That's some damn lie.
So
Hold
That's a
on.
damn lie.
no,
Now,
I think
I
that's a
want you to
fair
finish your
question.
question. I want you to finish your question.
And I was just making an observation because, like,
It's
I like how
recorded.
you. I like. Wait, I just want to hear me out, please. I liked how you guys got the money out of that white guy. I think that was commendable. I noticed that when it was the white woman, you guys kind of hesitated, went dig more, and I don't know if you guys were trying to get intel or whatever. That ain't my. I just felt you should have just got the money from her first and then kept proceeding. That was my only gripe and my only critique, since everybody's not above criticism and all that.
Okay. The reason why we got the money out of the white man, and this is, and trust me, I know this. Since we're not above critiquing, you asked me a question. I was able to get the money out of the white man because I already knew where he was coming from, his angle and where he was coming from. He came off, like he tried to defend, what was his name, Tyler or whatever his name was before. And I knew that. So I gave him the same talking points because he was talking about, I'm an ally. That white woman, she was talking about school and class and everything. And we was about to kick her out again. But I decided, you know what? Instead of kicking her out again, let me see. And the second I started leading her into that direction, she lost her ADHD, by the way. Her ADHD disappeared when I started asking her that question. And the more I started leading her into, okay, well, what do you think about reparations? Now, why it worked with the white man is because he agreed. He agreed, but he didn't think I was going to ask him to do anything tangible. The white woman, who's probably more aware of where I was going with it, she started disagreeing. She was all like, well, I don't know. And she started backtracking of what she was saying. So I had to walk it out a little bit slower with her. I couldn't be as immediate and aggressive with her. And the second I got too close, she left the space.
All right, fair enough. I could see that was like some of my things that I noticed. And I look at this as a learning thing. I might pick up these skills and use it for other things. And I engage with people. I do, if you go through my timeline, I do a lot of things in the community and stuff of that nature. So like I'm not a hater. I just want to learn. And I felt like you guys coming at me on that Chuck shit, instead of just saying, hey, brother, this might be going on, so I can edit my page. That would be a good thing, because that Twitter is a crazy space and they add shit to your thing. I don't do that. So like I that's all I'm asking.
All right, okay. You know what?
Give your people the
as a
benefit of
brother,
the doubt.
we'll give you
That's
the
all I'm
benefit of the
saying.
doubt, man. I mean, they shut the space off, so let's say it's tweaking, and we get you the benefit of the doubt, and we'll continue with the space. But for moving on, if anybody has a question about something that I've said in the space, you can feel free to DM me, and I will DM you back when I can.
I just want to say something really quickly. Again, Afro is a commendable, upstanding brother. He gives people multiple chances, to prove themselves and everything else. That's very admirable. But I'm not him. You start moving funny, and I question you about it, and I don't get an answer that satisfies my curiosity. I can't fucks with you. And that's just me. I'm not speaking for Nino. I'm speaking for Nino Black right here. This damn Nino. Why you so cutthroat? I'm speaking for myself. You move funny. I've been observing it and ask you about it. Your question doesn't satisfy it. And I'm gonna act accordingly. I can't speak for Afro. I can't speak for Rich. I can't speak for anybody else in this room. Again, as far as
Brother, I never wronged you directly, so I never did anything to come at you in any type of way. And I find that you have.
I didn't say that you did. I told you I don't like how you move. Period. And that's not debatable. I'm not here to debate you. You're not going to change my mind, brother. I noticed how you've been moving. I noticed the rooms you be in. I noticed what you do and say while you in those rooms. And unfortunately, when I ask you about it, it doesn't satisfy me. So with that being said, I don't rock with you, bro. And I'm putting it out there. That's not to say you're not welcome in our rooms. That's not to say you're not welcome in our conversations. Just know how I view you. Now, if you want to prove me wrong and say, hey, man, he got the wrong idea about me, so I'm going to just, I'm going to show him that, hey, I'm a solid stand-up guy, whatever. We on the same page, whatever. By all means, shit, accept that challenge. Good luck. But right now, I'm making it very known, brother. I ain't rocking with you because I see who you rocking with, things you've been saying, and what you did. Like I said, if you hang with pigs, brother, and you got mud on you, please don't think you about to be coming over here dapping up on me. You need to go clean yourself off. So with that being said, we're going to move along. Not even going to harp on that.
And by the way, if there's any black women in here that want to speak, because we had a lot of testosterone in here and a lot of men going arguing and all that. So if there's any black women in here that just want to say 2 or 3 words, come right along, please. I need some female energy in this space.
Estrogen, yes. Real estrogen. Onto the hands.
I don't need your challenge. I do what I do. So fuck you.
We know you do what you do, brother. That's why you follow BBC sissy pages, where white men is fucking worshiping black dicks and shit. We know, brother. We know that we call out ops and you still be going over there kikiing with them. We know that. We know you gonna do that. We know you do what you do, brother. So with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and step you down. You ain't saying shit to progress the conversation. So we're gonna remove you from the speakers, partner. With that being said, let's get to these hands, though. B-Zilla, go ahead, brother. I know you be waiting a long time patiently.
It's all good, man. It's all good. I just want to wrap my little piece up by saying this. For all people who are, because when Afro was having his space last night, he asked the brother what the code was, and I heard a lot of kind of jumping around. And for those of us, for like people like Nino Black, I know Nino Black before spaces existed, so the code existed long before this. And so I get people's overzealousness, because a lot of times when empowerment kind of just shakes you and wakes you up and sets you loose, it will set a lot of people on a sprint. This thing here is a marathon. And if I know a lot of people don't understand it when it's fresh and new to you, but trust me, it's a marathon. And we've been fighting this fight for a minute. A lot of us have already been here. A lot of us have already have built a network and a community before that actually affords you even having a platform to speak and be heard and have a relevant narrative, because the narrative was already set for you before our elders, down to us, now down to y'all. And even Afro Elite being young, he still got that stamp of the old heads over here in this space of 20 years plus. So I'm just saying, let's just always be intentional about what we're doing, because it's Black First versus Cointelpro. Cointelpro will always send somebody who looks just like you, somebody typically who you would already know, because that's the most easiest to get information on you, to disrupt this movement. If anyone can't understand the Black First Code at 2022, that is an op, because this thing has already put white folks in prison. We don't have to play with who we are. We know who we are. The reason why they are even worried about us pressing reparations is because we are here. So it is very clear. Black First, foundational Black Americans, reparations is the order of the day. And New Black Media has led the charge. Shout out to Afro Elite, Nino Black, and the brother Rich, who is not even FBA, but still B1. Take a lesson from all this intelligence you hearing in this space, ingest it, and grow from it. With that, I'm out. Shalom, y'all. Peace.
B1 brother.
B1 brother. I'm in the DM, so can you guys
Got you.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Moon and Eastsiders, I see y'all. We haven't heard from FBA Antonio. We're gonna let him speak, and then we're gonna go to Eastsiders and then Mr. Moon. And again, if any women want to come in, please bless us with your estrogen. Listen, we need that balance.
Wani,
Go ahead.
Wani, come on up, please. Wani, up.
But
Go
ahead, Antonio.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. B1 to the room. You know what I'm saying? Obviously to the hosts, everybody. I just wanted to come in and say, I have a Twitter page. It's old, but I just recently got on here so I can follow Professor Black Truth when his YouTube pages get shut down. And then the Twitter spaces, I got, introduced to that. But I've been in on Facebook in these Melanoid 300 rooms and the Foundation of Black American rooms. Been on Code for a long time already. And a few people here I've known from Facebook. You know what I'm saying? So I'm new to Twitter. I'm not new to this B1 shit. But I just wanted to say, because Mr. Engaging, I ain't got nothing bad to say about you, brother. You know what I'm saying? I even slid in your room yesterday. Like I said, I'm new to Twitter, and I was in the other Secure the Tribe room because I'm a listener there. I don't think I've ever spoken in that room. But the thing is this, man. This is just a piece of advice from me to you. That question that you posed to this room here about the Black First, which you was real about it. You came out here and asked about it earlier, about you B1 supposed to be meaning just Black people, and they gave you the correction for that. Brother, you should have just left it here and saved that question for here. Because when you go in the other room and pose that question and there's some tension going on, it's going to look like you picking sides, brother. That's what it looked like. So the best thing to do is probably just, you know what I'm saying, save it for the people you got that smoke for or got that inquiry for. And then you can just get rid of all the confusion like that. You know what I'm saying? But outside of that, I just want to say, you know what I'm saying, when you following the code and you see who producing the code the right way and they following the right leaders like the bro put in the Jumbotron, you know what I'm saying, like Professor Black Truth, all the big three, they getting their information from Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Claude Anderson, Neely Fuller, John Henry Clark. You know what I'm saying? And that's the following of the code. We sticking to the code. That's all it is, man. B1.
B1, brother. Appreciate your
B1.
input every time. Every time. Appreciate
B1.
your input. Mr. Eastside, and then Mr. Moon. Mr. Engage, you can start requesting, brother. We passed that, brother. Real talk. Just take what we said and move accordingly after. Go ahead, Mr. Eastside. I'm sorry, Eastsiders.
Oh, appreciate it. Yeah, man. I don't know how many people notice, but I've noticed that every time we do a hashtag, somebody turns it into a group. And if you ask me, that's one of the signs of agent activity, you know. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I kind of wanted to be petty. How you pull that dude up on a jumbo screen, you know what I'm saying? Talking to you like that, because like you tried to give him a wide berth, but he really just came at you foul on the way out, though. But I'm just gonna stick to the script on this, and I'm gonna land my
Oh,
plane there.
I'm still. I got so many screenshots of various things, brother. I'm looking for it now. I'm trying to remember who never mind. I ain't gonna put that all out there. I got it. Trust me, I got it.
I'm sorry, man. I ain't want to do it like that, but at the same time, like I said, I appreciate how he came at you at the end, because y'all really did try to get y'all tried to give him a pass, and he wanted it though, And I'm gonna play here. Shout out to Torian. I see him in a room. Shout out to everybody. I land it there.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for your
B1,
input.
brother.
Mr. Moon, you can go ahead.
Hey, I'm not gonna be here for too long. So I just have a question for the so-called secure tribes. Since they want to do stuff for like clout and stuff, why not use that same clout for like trying to help your own people? And instead of like wasting the whole 9 hours on Twitter Space, why not use that same 9 hours to do something productive? Like they were like insecure, doing twerk videos, arguing, doing drama, and they even doing threats like they did to Nina. And I really don't understand. But and also one more thing, that lady that threatened me, don't worry about her, bro. Don't worry about her. Don't take her seriously, because she not gonna do nothing. Especially she threatened me on Twitter. Like, don't take her seriously. But that's all I gotta say. And also, shout out to Afro, Nino, and Rich for teaching me and giving me some wisdom. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you for your input, brother. And just to touch on what you brought up, I'm not worried about no internet threats. If I can walk around my city freely and but not worry about nobody putting no hands on me or touching me in any shape or way or form, I'm damn sure not worried about nobody talking shit on the internet. And the people that's really gonna do some shit, they not gonna announce it like a damn supervillain. Y'all remember those old cartoons when supervillains would announce their plans for world domination before actually cranking it, and then the plans get foiled, and they be sitting there looking super like, man, I would have got away with it if it wasn't for you. Whatever. That's how motherfuckers operate on this Twitter shit. They announce what the fuck they gonna do, and then nothing ever pops off. The ones that move in silence, that's the ones I keep an eye on, and I'll leave it there.
Look, we see these people's faces. Half these people don't look like they have toothbrushes, so we know damn well they don't have cars. They're not pulling up on anybody.
And like
If anybody has anything to say about me, I'm gonna just say this one thing. I got cameras outside my house and guns inside the house. Don't try me, please.
and like I said before, this is the last night we're gonna get this. After this, all this hood rat shit. If you want hood rat shit, there's a neighborhood in every city in America you can go get the hood rat shit from. This is the last night we're gonna get all this extra back and forth. I don't do back and forth. Once I say what I say, it is what it is. So this is the last night. Whoever's in here for drama, enjoy it, play it back, listen to it, put it in your iPhone, save it, because this is the last night. After this, You send subliminals at me. Enjoy. I'm not responding, brother. You ain't even that important to me.
Big fact. Do not message me someone say talking shit about you. I do not care. I promise you, I do not care. If they not addressing me directly, then let them talk. That's what they do. They talk.
I'll say this one thing. JL is in the room. She's been in the room. I've been in so many rooms where they keep referencing her because they want her to pull up. And then they want to go with the back and forth thing. They keep mentioning her in spaces where she's not even in those spaces, nor has she came in those spaces at all. She's just, living her life as an adult, and they keep bringing her up because they want to trigger her into coming in the space and having a back and forth. And she doesn't engage with them. She lets them talk and talk and talk. If you're not obsessed with a person, you're not constantly talking about the person. They've been making spaces about me all day long. I haven't popped into one of them. I haven't engaged with any of them. I have better things to do. I have black empowerment to accomplish. Okay? All of us do. I'm not going to engage with them. They're going to keep bringing me up. They're going to keep bringing up Nino. They're going to keep bringing up Rich. They're going to keep bringing up all of us. And they're going to look crazy because they're going to be the people who's all like, yeah, Afro Elite, and they're going to suspect that I'm going to come in and defend my name, but there's nothing to defend against them because they've lost all credibility. That's like a homeless man cussing you out. Like, dude, there's no point in even addressing you.
That's so funny.
And to be honest, they very much so do look homeless.
It's so funny you said that because a homeless man down show. I was at a red light the other day. I had my window down. The homeless man sitting there. Someone said, "Fuck you, nigger." I looked at him and just started laughing. At first, I ain't gonna lie. I did get upset for like a split second. Then I thought about it. I'm like, nigga, you ain't even got a pillow to lay your head on. What I look like arguing with you or running up on you? What they say? When you argue with a fool from a distance, you can't tell who from who. It's the same concept.
Exactly. But let's wrap it up real quick. I appreciate if any of our sisters would like to hop on for a second and give their 2 cents in. I greatly appreciate that. Let's see, Jason, you just requested to speak. So is there something that you'd like to say, brother? You can go ahead.
No, that was an accident. My bad.
Oh, okay. All right. All righty then. Let's I'm just gonna chill for a little, like a couple minutes, wait for some more people if they want to come up. I'm in this space at like right now is 112. I'm in this space around like 120 at the latest. I'm really about 115. So in the next 3 minutes, if y'all want to come up and say something, y'all feel free to do so. Shout out to the brothers and the sisters in the room for being black first and being on code. Shout out to everybody who's in here who shared. Shout out to everybody who's in here, or most of the speakers who came in here and they were preaching black empowerment. Shout out to everybody who lives black empowerment every day. Shout out to our co-host. Shout out to Nino Black. Shout out to Rich. You guys definitely need to be following those brothers. Shout out to all of the new black media. Shout out to Jason Black, the Black Authority, Professor Black Truth, Tariq Nasheed. Okay. Shout out to every other black person who has YouTube channels preaching black empowerment. Shout out to Torian Rain. Shout out to Black Alpha Network. Shout out to Beatzilla. You guys should go check their channels out. Vovo was in here. Shout out to Vovo. Vovo has a YouTube channel as well. Our brother Dylan was in here. Brother Dylan has a YouTube channel as well. You need to check out our brother Dylan's channel. Shout out to every single body in here, or at least all the people in here who's not an op, because I see some burner accounts. But it is what it is.
Shout outs to Nikki, because Nikki usually comes up and speak. Today she don't want to speak, but it's all good. I wanted that
She
female energy, but it's
she
all good.
said she said she got beef with you, Rich, because you ain't follow her back. She messaged me that a while back. I meant to tell you that.
Okay, no problem. I'm gonna end the beef right now and follow her right now. My bad, Nikki.
Yeah, in the words of Young Dolph, shout out to the ops because they're my #1 fans. Just want to throw that out there since we give a shout out
Shout
right
out to
now.
the ops. And like I said, and before we go, I'm not saying we do have my voices and shout out to my voices in his YouTube channel. I'm not saying that everybody who uses the Secure the Trap hashtag is off code or is problematic. I've seen some beneficial things been done under the hashtag. But the problem is when you don't regulate, I don't know why I keep saying that. When you don't regulate what goes on with your group can become an extremist group. And every so often extremist groups do good things. You can't say we're going to ignore the bad things that our groups have done and we're just going to piggyback or we're going to pinpoint the good things. Because I know myself, our brother Nino and Rich, we've been having to go around and do cleanup after Secure the Tribe. Because now you got other groups of people calling us a hate group. And they've been doing that for years, actually, but they're becoming more legitimized because of some talking points that Secure the Tribe is out there spewing. I would never make a space talking about smoking on that African pack, smoking on that Nigerian pack. Is that a conductive space? Does that space sound like it's going to be conductive at all? Or does it sound like you're trying to make a space to trigger people so you can reignite another 30K space? That's what it sounds like to me.
Man, them overly performative ass niggas, man. They either doing it for clout or they doing it for to distract from the mission. But side note. Just because it's late and I'm on some totally different energy right now. Shout out to the non-FBA sister in the crowd, Miss Blackity Black in your bio. I'm not gonna say your screen name, girl. You are bad. Shit. I'm sorry.
I see what you're talking about. You're not wrong.
That's why I say I'm not against non-FBA.
It's getting
oh shit, girl.
It's getting a little bit too late.
Right.
A little bit too late. All right. My voices, you requested to speak.
First and foremost, excuse me. First and foremost, excuse me, my bad, my speech impediment. Be one for everybody who's just in this space. This space has been absolutely productive. Much power and much respect to Afro, Rich, Nino, Torian Rain, Tariq Nasheed. There's so many of our brothers and sisters who are on code, who continuously to be on code for our history and our culture and our people. And that's all I got to say. Be one. Peace.
Be one to you, brother. Be one to you. All right. With that being said, we almost got 2 minutes left. If anybody wants to come up and say anything for the last 2 minutes, you can feel free. But I said we wasn't gonna be on this long, and it's almost, oh Lord. But you know, when we speak in Black empowerment, time just seems to slip by.
Yeah, I don't even want to know the time because I do need to wake my ass up early in the morning tomorrow. So let's not talk about the time because when I know what time it is, I just realize how little sleep I got.
Yes, sir.
I'm running off like 3 hours right now.
Oh man, well, I hope everybody gets some rest. I hope I ain't keeping y'all up. Y'all got work in the morning because we got jobs. Actually, we got bills to pay. Most of us here, we're adults, from what I can tell.
I wish I had a disability check.
I wish I was homeless, so I have nothing to do.
With that being said, though, I guess if nobody, for those on the panel, I guess we can do one go round. If anybody got any last words to say,
Yeah, since nobody seems like they were requesting again, which is understandable. It's past 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, we can go around the group, go around the panel. I mean, and then we can land.
let's start from the. I don't know if it's in the same order for everybody, but let's start off with brother Low, then Racer Bo, Jason, Eastsiders, Beatzilla, Rich, me, then Afro.
Racer, you can go. No, brother Low.
Just be one. Have a great night, everyone.
Black first, brother.
You want, brother?
You said who else? You know.
On my end, it was Racer Bo. Racer Bo next. I'm going from the last to right to left, basically. Right to left, bottom to top.
So Racer Bo, then East Sides, right? All right, Racer Bo, you can go ahead. Racer Bo. You can unmute yourself.
Racer Bo might have fell asleep.
Yeah.
Jason, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So to close real quick, just again, let's keep the main thing the main thing. Niggas been having their jobless babble spaces for the longest, and again, that's where all this toxic confusion. I mean, I didn't hear this directly, but it was passed to me through the grapevine that they even started saying shit like we have to include anti-immigration bills in our reparations, and that's fine to have support that, but we don't need to include that in reparations. It's just a bunch of shit that clogs shit up, confuses shit. Again, you talking this shit about Africans committed the greatest atrocities. That's going to get them to deflect to us having to pursue countries we're not citizens of. We've clearly delineated ourselves from, and try to ask them for reparations before we ask for the white supremacists for reparations when they've committed all the atrocities against us throughout history and up to this day. Back to Trayvon Martin. That's when I started being pro-black. So I've been in this game for a minute, over 10 years. Let's keep the main thing the main thing. Yes, we have an issue, but these niggas are taking the issue that we have about our lineage and getting our reparations and twisting it into something that, like y'all been saying, is going to make it easy. The white supremacists were going to try to call us a hate group no matter what, but you don't make it a easy ass cakewalk where it's no contest. Like, move smart. That's all. But anyway.
You know, and to piggyback off of this is why the new black media has said that they have issues with groups, which is why we do not, and people have asked about let's form a group, and they've constantly for years been telling us no, these large, it's okay to have like a small group chat or a small group of friends or something, but these large groups tend to be co-opted because large groups have leaders to them. And there shouldn't be a leader. They say the code is the leader, the code is the leader, the code is the leader. That's a lie. That's a lie. Clearly, that's not the truth. If you can kick people in, why do I keep saying that? Kick people out and add people in, there has to be leaders. And we've been warned about that, but now it's out in the open. You said East Sides, right? You can go ahead.
Yeah,
or was it East Sides? Go ahead, please.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'm gonna say this real quick because I mean I've been on the front lines. I was down there in Louisville, Kentucky, 2020. You know what I'm saying? When for the whole Breonna Taylor situation, and we was ready to ride. We even went to their houses, and we ain't playing that. We riding for everybody, day in and day out. Black first.
Black first, my brother. Black first. And rest in power to our sister Breonna Taylor. Beatzilla, you can go ahead.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna just chime saying this, y'all. Stay vigilant and be mindful of all of these agent provocateurs in the midst, because at the end of the day, They just got $30 million. And like the brother said earlier, and I did a broadcast last night, it is a $30 million agenda against us. So understand we will have every person possible creeping out the woodwork that just got a little bit of check coming in their pocket to circumvent the message of what we doing, what we been doing, to now start splitting off the message. So we always got to stay mindful of these individuals. And if you want to know, there is an archive of new Black media content on YouTube. Go watch the stuff that you've missed if you're new. Catch up. So, I mean, there's so many things that you miss. One thing I can always tell you is Tariq Nasheed's One Big Negro. One Big Negro. Always remember, the world looks at all Black folks as one big Negro. So, yes, we are foundational Black Americans, but our enemy does see us as a specific target, but will use the global system of white supremacy to oppress us, most importantly, even using them as buffers. So always stay mindful of what we're up against, family, and stay on warrior status. Vigilant, stay safe, and stay alive. Be one, y'all. Peace.
Black first, brother.
I'm be the first co-host to close it out. And then whoever Nino and then Afro. I just wanted to say what Afro said is 100% true. You gotta watch out for people who want to make groups up because that's the best. White supremacy loves that. There's a reason why you see these gangs out here. They get targeted so fast. This is the reason why they came up with the RICO law in New York City. Well, they came up with it for the Italians, but ever since they took down the Italians, they came after all the black gangs because they love gangs, they love groups, they love that, they feast off that. Because once you're in a group, now we can take everybody down, not just one person. We come for everybody. Over here, when you see Afro Elite, when you see Rich, and when you see Nino or Beatzilla or Jason, we're not groups. We're just victims of white supremacy. We're all individual people. We're not in any type of group. B1 is not a group. FBA is not a group. That is just the ideology. That's all it is. So to the white supremacists listening, that's all it is. We are not a group. We're just individuals. We don't have each other's phone numbers. We don't chill with each other. This is not the Black Panthers. It's none of that. This is just the ideology. That's all it is. Nothing more, nothing less. And I also want to say, I'm going to repeat what Big Meech said. Big Meech said he rocked with the pretty women, the ugly women, the fat women. He rock with the short dudes, the tall dudes, the young brothers, the tall brothers. We rock with everybody over here. I don't care who you are. If you a street dude, I rock with you. I'm a former street dude. If you a college dude, I rock with you. I don't care who you are. So from now on, all this back and forth, this is the last time you're gonna hear it. You will never hear us go back and forth with anybody else. I am gonna crack jokes on these motherfuckers if they take shots at me, but that's all you gonna see. I'm not going back and forth with no Negro ever again. We gave him that work tonight, and this is the last time. Every other space is gonna be productive. Black first.
Black first, brother.
Black first.
I'm gonna keep it real brief because I feel like everybody else said what need to be said. Yeah. So with that being said, man, peace and love to everybody that's on code. I don't care if you're FBA, non-FBA, you know, you straight, gay, non-binary, whatever the fuck. As long as you Black first, I'm rocking with you. You know, I'm over here eating, y'all, so y'all excuse me. So with that being said, peace and love to all y'all. Black first and good night.
Black first, brother. And in closing, I just want to thank everybody who's been in this space. I appreciate every single last one of you all. I appreciate everybody who's Black first. Shout out to the co-hosts. Shout out to all of the speakers, or most of the speakers, I'm saying. Shout out to most of the speakers. Shout out to the people listening. Shout out to the real ones who are black first. Shout out to the ones who want to end white supremacy. This is not for clout. I don't do this for clout. Okay. This is not about me being famous. This is not about me getting money. This is not that. I don't feel that way. Nino doesn't feel that way. Rich doesn't feel that way. None of the speakers here, Beatzilla, Jason, we don't feel that way because this is not about us. Okay. To be honest, this is not even about America. This is about the fact that white supremacy is a global virus that is killing our people. And we cannot rest comfortably if white supremacy exists in the same world that we do. So our mission in life, our life mission that we have dedicated ourselves to is to eradicate white supremacy throughout the world. We want to live in a world where white supremacy no longer exists. And every single day we wake up and we try to better ourselves so we can become stronger selves in ending the virus that is white supremacy. That is the agenda. Anything else is something new. Anything else is not what we're on. Black First is an ideology, is a mentality that we carry every single day. And that doesn't only apply to people who are foundational Black Americans. This applies to all melanated Black people throughout the world. White supremacy sees us as the target. They see the Black race as the target because the Black race is the antithesis to their white tyranny. So it is up to us as the Black race to get on code, to work together, and to defeat this evil global system of white supremacy. With that being said, once again, shout out to everybody in here. Shout out to everybody who understood. Shout out to the real one. Shout out to the FBA family, and shout out to the B1 family. Much love to all of you all. You all have a good night. And our next space, we're back on white supremacy's neck. None of this drama. This is not going to be the Real Housewives of Twitter spaces. Or the Real House, what I don't know. It's late. Shit, I don't know. This is not going to be that. Okay, this is going to be productive.
Oh,
Black First, fam. You said what?
Before you go, I want to say shout out to you. Shout out to Afro Elite because I haven't done that all night. Shout out to you, Afro Elite, for letting me co-host. Shout out to Nino. You're very articulate. I got to give you your flowers. Afro Elite, you're very articulate also. You guys speak very well. You guys are disciplined. So shout out to both of you. I didn't do that, so I'm going to do it right now. Shout out to you. I'm giving you your flowers right now. Shout outs to both of you guys. I appreciate it for giving me the platform to speak. You didn't have to, but you did. Shout out to both of you guys.
Thank you very much. Shout out to you too, Rich. Shout out to being a strong brother of Haitian descent, okay? A Black First brother. I feel like, honestly, brother, you represent Haitians well. And your people were as greatly served with you being a representative and with a Black First mentality. Shout out to you too, brother Nino. Shout out to both of y'all for being very strong, powerful co-hosts throughout this space. I appreciate you all. With that being said, family, you all have a great rest of your night. B1, Black First.
Black First.
Black First.
B1.